First alert weather day. This is a live look from our mobile weather lab. We're keeping an eye on the roads for you this morning. The snow may not be falling, but it has fallen on the roads and it is sticking. A lot of area roads still covered this morning. If you are going out, please take it easy.
The KDKA.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great, but I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 16 degrees and mostly clear at 5:30. I'm Margot Rensel. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, 45 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. The start of the new year means several new laws in Pennsylvania. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
Several new laws are going into effect, among them making it illegal in Pennsylvania to ban discrimination based on hairstyles. The Crown Act adds hair textures to protected characteristics in the Human Relations Act. When changed making something legal, it will now be okay for motorcyclists to wear headphones or helmets with built-in phones while driving. Also, whether it's a private or public school, it will become mandatory for schools to let parents know of any incident involving a gun on school property. And insurers will have to cover early breast cancer detection. But Medicaid will no longer cover Ozempic or other GLP-1 drugs for weight loss. The coverage stays, though, for diabetes treatments. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Police have found the man connected to a shooting near the AMC Theater at South Hills Village Mall Tuesday night. Around 4 p.m. on Tuesday, 911 was notified of shots fired, and first responders found a victim of an assault at the scene. In an altercation, a juvenile was arguing with a group of people in what investigators found was a stolen vehicle. The juvenile allegedly punched the side view mirror of a second vehicle, causing a physical confrontation. While the two were fighting, 18-year-old Elijah Brown fired shots at the second vehicle. It was determined no one was struck by the gunfire, and Brown was charged with aggravated assault, weapons charges, and reckless endangerment. Did you make a New Year's resolution? CBS's Stacey Lynn on how the tradition started.
You counted down, blew a noisemaker, sipped some champagne, and announced you're going to exercise more or scroll less this year. Making New Year's resolutions is a tradition that goes back several thousand years. In the late 14th century, it was originally defined as the process of reducing things into simpler forms. It wasn't until the 20th century that we began celebrating New Year's as a holiday. That's when making secular resolutions fully became part of it. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Snowfall overnight has made for some slick road conditions, looking at some speed limit restrictions on the major roadways and a couple of snow-related accidents on those roadways as well. Crews are out cleaning up the roadways, but watch out as it may make driving dangerous, and we will keep you updated on News Radio KDKA for all you need to know with that. KDKA Sports is brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. TJ Watt was a limited participant at yesterday's practice. His status for Sunday night's game remains up in the air. There also will be a new winner in college football. Last year's champs, the Ohio State Buckeyes, were defeated last night 24-14 against the Miami Hurricanes. 3 more quarterfinal games kick off today at the college football playoff. KDK Radio News Time is 6:33. Our next update at 6. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad. And I feel very proud to be his son.
I was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt? Do not ignore this message. The IRS has more power than any collection agency in America. Often without warning, they can garnish your wages, levy your bank account, place a lien on your home, seize assets like your business, and revoke your passport. Every year, thousands lose their paychecks overnight or have their assets seized because they waited too long. You don't have to face the IRS alone. Call Federated Tax today. We'll connect you with an experienced tax professional who will negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. You may qualify for IRS hardship programs like the Fresh Start Initiative or many other programs that can stop garnishments, stop bank account seizures, reduce or eliminate penalties, and lower your settlement amount. You deserve to maintain your life. Don't let the IRS take it over. Make the call today to Federated Tax, 800-300-7345. The call and consultation are absolutely free. 800-300-7345. 800-300-7345.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Brisk and very cold today with a couple of flurries. We'll get some sun as well, high 21. Snow showers, low 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert. Larry is off this morning. It's the Big K Morning Show on January 1st, 2026. Happy New Year! Yeah, this is great. Wow. We have some challenges this morning. Woo, baby. Oh, my. Anyway, Happy New Year. Michael Bartley in for Larry Richert. I've been several times for him this week. I hope you had a blast last night. I actually, okay, now... Margot, who you heard doing news last night, she's like, Michael, you're so committed. No. Well, maybe, but I was so worried about getting here this morning, which I think I made the best decision in my life. Honestly, I did. Because guess what? I stayed overnight here. I live up on top of the hill, overlooking the city, and there's no way 3 to 5 inches was I getting down that hill. And I'm so glad I made that decision. And that's the truth. I'm really glad I made that decision. Because I just, when I left the house last night at 7, a little bit after 7, the roads weren't good. And then it was going to hit in earnest again at right around midnight, and it did. So I'm told 3 to 5 overall in the region. Some people got more, some people got less, but the roads ain't good this morning. They're not. And I want to know what you're seeing. 866-391-1020. Not to mention, today is a frigid day. The feels like temperature in the single digits. Now, as of last night, the parkways were sort of decent, good. Right around the Allegheny County Jail was kind of down to one lane, but I'm told 79 and 279 this morning are a challenge, is what I'm being told and what I'm seeing. So that's kind of tough. All right. The side roads are not in good shape. You got to be really careful. I know it's New Year's Day. The kids are out of school. A lot of people are off today, but there are a lot of brunches and all that type stuff. And I'd love to know what you're seeing and how much snow you got. And I'm sure in the ridges, Seven Spring, Ligonier, you got walloped as well. But I'm hearing the North Hills got slammed. South of Allegheny County again this week got slammed. A lot of lake effect snow. I am so glad I stayed overnight, and I just watched TV. I watched Miami crush Ohio State. That was a major surprise. All right, sleeping here is not the best, but that's okay. It was better than tossing and turning at home thinking, am I going to get there in the morning? So I did it. In a few minutes, we're going to hear from my producer, Mike, who drove in from West Mifflin, and we're gonna talk to him in the next segment about the roads, what he saw. But I think you're just gonna have to be really, really careful this morning. If you're traveling, I want to hear from you as well, okay? But because the roads are snow covered and slippery, and the temperature, the feels like temperature in the single digits. All right, let me give you the lowdown on the next. I'm here till 10 o'clock on the Big K Morning Show, and we have very informative. We're going to talk to you about the road conditions, snow, what you're seeing, travel, all of that type stuff. And I see that several of you are calling in to talk about it because I don't think they're all that good. I really don't. All right. And but I'm going to get you. You stay right there. Let me just get a few things out. Stay right there. Jerry is on the road. Norman is on the road. And I want to hear from you guys. And I'm going to get to you in the next segment. All right, but we're going to check in with AccuWeather towards the end of the 6 o'clock hour. All right, in the 7 o'clock hour, it's New Year's. I'm going to talk to respected regional economist Chris Bream from the University of Pittsburgh about what he's predicting for 2026. Okay, Margot's going to have the top stories in the 8 o'clock hour. The legend, the icon, Bill Hillgrove. Joins me at 8:07, and that's always wonderful to have Bill Hillgrove. He's the greatest and the nicest man you'll ever meet in your entire life. He knows where he came from, and he's so revered. He deserves it because he's Pittsburgh through and through. We're going to check in with CBS, and in the 9 o'clock hour, you heard that story that Margot had on some of the laws changing in Pennsylvania. At 9, in the 9:05-ish segment, our friend State Senator Jay Costa will join me. He's always fantastic. And so we're going to have that. So Happy New Year. I really appreciate you guys calling in, let us know about road conditions. Hey, Mike, I'm going to take you now. You came in from West Mifflin. After listening to you, I was like, man, that was the best decision I ever made to stay overnight here, because there was no, I don't think I was going to get off my hill and the top of the hill in Greenfield. What did you, coming in from West Mifflin, what was it like?
Well, I'll tell you what, a 30-minute drive from there to here turned into an hour and a half.
Really?
Yes.
But you were smart enough to leave the house that early?
Yes, just because I didn't know how it was going to be, and I'm okay with getting here early. However, I got here 10 minutes before I started. So, that should tell you everything you need to know. Anything but the parkway itself is not good. I'll just flat out say that. And even then, there's some slick spots.
But I'm hearing the Parkway West has got some problems going on. I thought the Parkway East last night, but listen, there was a lot more snowfall that happened that you had to deal with. But the Parkway East was good.
Yeah, and again, that snow isn't going anywhere. It's it's barely going to hit 20, I don't think, today.
Yeah, that's the issue. I think the high is 21, and the feels like is I mean, it's going to be brisk and bitterly cold today. So you're right. I don't know, and it's going to take. They're going to have to use some other treatment to deal with these roads. That's for sure.
Unless you have to go to work, I would not recommend going onto the roads at this time. I'm sure just give it some time and a couple hours. I'm sure stuff will start to get cleared out, those back roads. But if you don't have an emergency, or if you don't have to go to work or anything like that, I would not recommend getting on the roads, especially those turns. It can be very dangerous.
And when I got going up a hill, which I had to do here in Green Tree, that was touch and go last night. But that was pretty clear for you this morning.
Yeah, the people right by our station actually did a good job clearing that out.
Yeah, they did. They always do good. They always do good. Yeah.
Park, and I had to guess where this.
Yeah, I know. Me too. I wasn't. I pulled right. I don't know where the painted lines are, but hey, no one's gonna find out because it ain't gonna melt for a while. Trust me. So okay, Mike, I appreciate that, and we'll check in with you throughout the next few hours as well. Okay, Jerry on the road, Norman on the road. Stay there. I'm gonna get to both of you after I take a quick break. I did feel badly last night. Also, if you went to first night, and I was thinking, when I was driving in here last night at 7:30, I was thinking, oh man, how the numbers at first night, that celebration, which was wonderful, they had to be, the crowd had to be a bit off. And from what I saw in some of the television news video, and hearing from other folks and friends that were there, the numbers were much lower than in past years, and I totally get that. The streets were covered with snow. It was snowing like a banshee, we used to say. And so I felt badly about that. But the people that were there, I saw the kids dancing and the performances and all that type stuff, and I'm sure it was wonderful. And hey, look, I'll tell you one thing. I be gratified. New York, Pittsburgh, all the cities went off without any security violations. Knock on wood, everything was fine. Unlike, last year, I remember at this time was the New Orleans thing, and that was not good on Bourbon Street. But anyway, so it was a good thing that things went off. All right, I'm going to check some of the guys driving. It's so nice to call. I'm going to get to them right after this break. Michael Bartley on the Big K Morning Show.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Okay, road conditions, I'll tell you, we're on it. We're going to take some calls from some folks who are navigating and trudging through it. But in the meantime, it's a busy morning from the KDK Radio News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 6 a.m. news. Margot Rensel's doing news today. Hi, Margot.
All right. Hi, Michael. New laws are going into effect in 2026. What are they? Listen in at 6 o'clock on News Radio KDKA.
U.S. Steel's lawsuit accusing a Canadian company of refusing to pay for millions of tons of iron ore pellets is heading to arbitration. The October lawsuit, filed in federal court in Pittsburgh, claimed Ontario-based Algoma Steel violated its agreement to buy the pellets from U.S. Steel. The deal was signed in 2020 and ran through 2027. Apple spent much of the year battling President Trump's tariffs and the perception that it has fallen behind rivals in AI. The company failed to deliver its update to Siri that would have added new artificial intelligence features. Apple said it's on track to launch the Siri upgrade in 2026. NVIDIA is scrambling to meet strong demand for its H200 artificial intelligence chips from Chinese technology companies and has approached contract manufacturer Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company to ramp up production. Sources say Chinese technology companies have placed orders for more than 2 million H200 chips for 2026. I'm Nicole Murray on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Talk about the news you hear. It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is now 16 degrees. It's a frigid morning. 16 degrees at Pittsburgh International, and roads are not that good. 3 to 5 inches generally throughout the region last night. Today's New Year's Day. A lot of people going to brunch. They have plans. Not a lot of people working. That's a good thing. The kids are out of school. That's a good thing. But in the meantime, people have to go to work. Restaurants are open. A lot of things are open today because it's New Year's. You know what I mean? A lot closed, but a lot open. All right, I'm going to get to the roads here. Jerry is on the road. Jerry, where are you? What are you seeing? Thanks so much. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Michael. How are you?
Fine. Did you stay up partying last night? I didn't.
No, not really. We usually do, but we had to get up early this morning to take my daughter and her new husband to the airport for their honeymoon.
Oh, God love them. When did they get married? Last night?
Nope, they got married in October.
Oh.
She has her own bakery, so she had to wait till she shut the bakery down for the first 2 weeks of January.
Oh, yeah, because guess what? Around the holidays, she ain't closing that bakery. No way. That's where you make some money. So wait, where are you driving now? The Parkways are okay, but I'm hearing there was trouble spots in the Parkway West.
I went from actually out by Peters Township to the airport and then back. I'm heading back now. Now there's like the 79 northbound is not as good as 79 southbound. Out by the airport is completely clear around the airport. Then when you get out of the airport property, the Parkway West is a mess.
That's what I understand. I'm surprised by that.
When I tried to get off to come back to Washington County to get on 79 South, it was like my driveway not touched on that side of the Parkway, so you had to get over those street. So
you're talking about the Parkway West eastbound, inbound is what you're talking about.
Yeah, right.
From the airport to 79, is it down to one lane?
Yeah, it's one lane, and some places go now that wasn't even barely one lane, and then you have the issue of they brought it down to 45 miles an hour. And then some people are going like under 30 miles an hour. Then you look at the license plate and it has Florida on it. Or
there you go. Oh man.
Or it has Texas on it.
Yeah.
And you can't go anywhere.
No, and they're here for New Year's and the holidays, and they're probably scared driving in it. But wait a minute, get back to 7.
I was saying what you say. Oh boy, oh boy,
oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Wait a minute. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Get this Florida guy the hell out of here. Wait. Hey, Jerry.
Yeah.
But wait, go back to 79. Is 79 as bad as the Parkway West going inbound?
No.
Okay.
No, it has a decent lane. Coming southbound is a little bit better than northbound. Going toward the airport was a little worse than coming southbound. But you have to watch because it was pretty good coming southbound. Then I got off the Bridgeville exit, and that exit is totally snow covered.
Yeah,
and then the exit wasn't touching, so you have to be careful when you're going to exit. And
those a lot of those exits are overpasses as well, and that can be really, really slick. There's no question about it. And it's 16 degrees right now, and Wow. All right, Jerry, be careful. Get home safely, and Happy New Year. Thanks for the call. I appreciate that.
Yep. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, my friend. Neighbors helping neighbors here this morning. I'll tell you, on New Year's morning, Happy New Year. But those traveling about and driving are calling in, letting us know. Because I told you, the Parkway East looks good. I think Parkway West is having some issues, especially inbound. But outbound, I think is not too bad. So when I get back, Norman, you're going to be next. And then Lee, you guys, listen, stay right there because we need to hear from both of you where you're driving, what you're seeing. And we're helping out neighbors here. And I'm hearing that 279 is also... 279 is snow covered and slippery, and the city roads in Pittsburgh are, from what I understand, treacherous. But hey, listen, we got 3 to 5 generally all over the region. Some people got more. So this is New Year's Day morning is a challenge driving. All right, I'm going to check in with some more of my drivers that are calling around, checking in, letting us know the conditions, how much snow is around. And they're going to help you out as well if you need to go somewhere for brunch today, whatever it is. If you're celebrating working, a lot of people are working today. All right, I'll be right back after Margot has news at the top of the hour.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 15 degrees and partly cloudy at 6 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensel. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. With their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor, trust PJ.com. Crews responded to a fire in Westmoreland County on Wednesday morning. A fire broke out on the 800 block of Beatty Village Road in Unity Township at 4:30 a.m. A neighbor told KDKA-TV what he saw.
Well, actually, I said the first thing was fire. I was thinking our house was on fire, and it just quick up out of bed and threw clothes on and run out the door. And then when we noticed, like I said, that it was the neighbors, and first thing we did was make sure that everybody was out, everybody was safe.
And everybody was safe. Everyone in the duplex that caught fire made it out unharmed. Crews were able to contain the fire in approximately 40 minutes. However, the damage to the building was extensive. The start of the new year means several new laws in Pennsylvania. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
Several new laws are going into effect, among them making it illegal in Pennsylvania to ban discrimination based on hairstyles. The Crown Act adds hair textures to protected characteristics in the Human Relations Act. One change making something legal, it will now be okay for motorcyclists to wear headphones or helmets with built-in phones while driving. Also, whether it's a private or public school, it will become mandatory for schools to let parents know of any incident involving a gun on school property. And insurers will have to cover early breast cancer detection. But Medicaid will no longer cover Ozempic or other GLP-1 drugs for weight loss. The coverage stays, though, for diabetes treatments. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Police have found the man connected to a shooting near the AMC Theater at the South Hills Village Mall Tuesday night. Around 4 p.m. on Tuesday, 911 was notified of shots fired, and first responders found a victim of an assault at the scene. In an altercation, a juvenile was arguing with a group of people in what investigators found was a stolen vehicle. The juvenile allegedly punched the side view mirror of a second vehicle, causing a physical confrontation. While the two were fighting, 18-year-old Elijah Brown fired shots at the second vehicle. It was determined no one was struck by the gunfire, and Brown was charged with assault, with aggravated assault, weapons charges, and reckless endangerment. Snowfall overnight has made for some slick road conditions this morning. Looking at some speed limit restrictions on the major roadways and a couple of snow-related accidents on those roadways as well. Crews are out cleaning up the roadways, but watch out as it may make driving dangerous, and you can track your plow at 511pa.com. KDKA Sports are brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. TJ Watt was a limited participant at yesterday's practice. His status for Sunday night's game remains up in the air. Miami beat Ohio State 24-14 in the college football playoff quarterfinals. Teams that have a first-round bye are now 0-5 in the playoff, going back to last year when they expanded to 12 teams. 3 more quarterfinal games today. KDK Radio News Time is 6:03. It's 15 degrees and partly cloudy in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic. Just the AccuWeather forecast actually is next.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun with a couple of flurries today. Brisk and very cold with a high of 21. There'll be a couple of snow showers and a low of 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thank you, Heather. And
It's
you
the
just
Big
heard...
K Morning Show with Larry Richard,
Uh-huh.
the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Yes, indeed. Michael Bartley in for Larry Richard. It's January 1st, 2026. Happy New Year! Yeah, and anyway, I was saying that you just heard that weather report from Heather's there. It's 14 degrees at Pittsburgh International right now. Heather's going to be my guest at 6:45. I want to talk snow totals for various areas of the region, because it's 3 to 5 generally is what they're saying. That's quite a bit if you live on a hill and everything else, and the road conditions are not the greatest. 866-391-1020. Let me know what you're seeing, as is I'm going to talk to Norman and then Lee. Norman, Happy New Year. Where are you, and are you still driving?
Well, I just pulled into West Mifflin here at work, and I was driving all night. I left here in West Mifflin last night at 8 o'clock and went up to Warren, Pennsylvania, and then over to Smithport, PA, and back down.
Are you a truck driver?
No,
okay.
I drive my pickup. I deliver pharmaceuticals.
Oh, wow. So you know what you're doing. Okay, go ahead. What? Because I thought the roads last night weren't very good either.
I was a truck driver for 35 years, but, up there in Warren and Smithport, they got 10 inches of snow last.
Wow, what was that like?
Well, the roads up there were bad until about 1 o'clock this morning when I left Smithport to come back down here. But, I seen the crews out working all night up there. They were keeping up with the roads and that. All the way to Catani, PA. And once I got back down into Catani, PA on 28, from there to the city, I didn't see one crew out plowing or salting the roads, and 28 was not plowed in a lot of spots.
Oh, my.
Yes. The on-ramps to get off ramp. I've yet to see PennDOT truck or any city trucks out salting. I just don't understand why they're not doing their job like they should be.
Wow. Hey, Norman, when you came 28 all the way south, and then 28 went to hell in a handbasket by Katanning, and then what? You came into the city and then the Parkway East?
Well, I came down and got on 885 south over to West Mifflin here, and 885 is all snow covered and icy and all that. I have four-wheel drive, nothing to really worry about, but a lot of these people trying to drive up these hills with front-wheel drive are having a hell of a time.
I know they are, and I'll tell you something. My producer came in from West Mifflin this morning and said it was quite treacherous, without question. And I think when you came in southbound on 28 past Katanning into the city, was outbound just as bad?
Yes. North and southbound lanes are they weren't touched. I just don't understand it. Where was PennDOT all night long? Now, you go up on Interstate 80 up there to Brookville, Clarion area, they got 8 to 10 inches of snow up there, and Interstate 80 is all wet.
Yeah, and the roads were some area up there. Okay, way north. So you're saying they got 8 to 10 inches up there, and the roads were fine. We get 3 to 5, and our roads suck.
Yes, exactly. I just don't understand it. I mean, like I said, I just don't understand where PennDOT is, where the city crews are salting and plowing. I don't see it. It just blows my mind. I'm like, and you say the crews are out working. I have yet to see a crew down here working.
Wow. I stayed overnight here last night because I was afraid to get in, and I'm glad I did that because I live way on top of a hill in Greenfield, and how I would get down, because the city roads are always, make me nervous. There was no way I was going to get down that hill at 3:30 in the morning this morning. But when you got home, what were the side roads in your neighborhood like?
Well, I'm not home yet. I got to drive over to Finleyville, but I'll be going over to Brownsville Road there and up that way and down through through South Park and all that. So I'm sure they're not good.
I'm sure they're not. Norman, stay safe. Happy New Year. Thanks for the report. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and just tell everybody use caution because there was a few idiots out there doing 90 down 28.
See, and you know what? And they're going to spin out and get hurt, and they're going to hurt somebody else. It's terrible. It really is. And I hope that the drunky wonkies from New Year's Eve are home already. I think they are.
That was my theory last night of seeing all the drunks leaving the bar. But all the bars up there were closed by 10 o'clock last night. And I was like, this is unreal.
Yeah, I think so. And I don't think, sadly enough, I don't think because of, well, you were on your way to Warren, PA, but when I drove here last night at 7:30, and then I looked at the coverage of even downtown, I felt badly. I think people, sadly enough, played it. Most people played it safe and maybe stayed home. And I mean, I feel badly for the restaurants and the bars that's how they make their living. But I think a lot of people played it safe and stayed home. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm thinking that's the case because I tell you what, at 7:30 last night, I did not see. Like on a New Year's Eve, if the weather's fine. There's traffic. People are rushing around, going here, going there. I didn't see many people driving at all, but the road conditions, and it was snowing like hell, believe me. And so,
it was.
I know.
Yeah, because I left here at 8 o'clock last night. I'm usually back by 2, 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And this is how late I got back today is 6 o'clock in the morning.
So it took you an extra almost 3 to 4 hours to get back.
Yeah.
And you know what, Norman? In a lot of spots too, visibility was bad.
Yes, I was down to one spot where I couldn't see the front of my hood.
Wow, no kidding. Oh, did you pull over at all?
No. I just slowed down to about the slowest I was going was 5 miles an hour for about 4 miles.
Wow, unbelievable. But you know what? You're killing me on this thing that Would you made those deliveries to Warren, PA, and they got 10 inches and their roads are clear, and then you hit Katanning on 28, and our roads were terrible. Wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Where's the road crews?
Yeah,
at?
I know they're out there. They're out there, and I thought the parkways weren't too bad, but the Parkway West inbound from Pittsburgh International, I'm having people call me saying it ain't good. It's not good, and
well, I come down 28 and I crossed over the Pennsylvania Turnpike and I looked down there.
Yeah.
The road's just wet on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. So why are they wet and not 28? These major arteries. They need to take care of these major arteries.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. So you did go on the Turnpike, and that was good.
No, I crossed over.
Oh, you crossed over, but you saw that the turnpike was just look wet and had to be salted.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Wow. All right, Norman. Thanks so much. Happy New Year. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it.
Yeah. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Lee, who's with Access. Lee, you're going to be up next. I got to take a break here. Stay right there. That was a great report, I'll tell you. 866-391-1020. What are you saying? It's interesting, too. I some spots north and some spots south. It was almost like that was lake effect snow squalls again or something, I think. But what they're saying is 3 to 5 generally. I'll ask Heather Zare about this when I have her at 6:45. But again, I guess it depended on where you are. But I just, you know what? I don't care where you live right now. Just be careful if you have to go out. A lot of people are heading to work, all right? We're going to get a report from Lee, who's driving right now as well. And we'll get that as soon as I get back from my break. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK on the Big K Morning Show.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Ah, the Internet. A place where your curiosity can flourish. Unless malware gets in the way. It's a place that can surprise you. With phishing websites and trackers. The Internet is wonderful, but you must protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. TechRadar named it the #1 VPN in 2025. A single NordVPN account secures up to 10 devices. What else? This cybersecurity tool also encrypts your browsing. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. NordVPN scans the dark web to check that the information associated with your email address is not exposed. Just a few clicks and you're safer online. Browse with more peace of mind. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition, too. It's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
Happy New Year. It's January 1st. It's a busy morning on the Big K Morning Show without question. From the KDK Radio News Desk, here's a look ahead at the 6:30 news with Margot Rensel. Margot.
All right, thanks, Michael. PennDOT is warning of a few ground rules while trying to drive in snowy conditions. I'll give you those at 6:30 on News Radio KDKA.
Brighten up your morning with Larry Richard in the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back to the Big K Morning Show. Michael Bartley in for Larry Richard. It is a frigid 14 degrees after we got quite a bit of snow in the late evening, overnight hours. Man, and 12 midnight, I guess, the gusty winds and the snow band really slammed western Pennsylvania. I guess 3 to 5 inches overall. Right now, they're working. They're doing their best, from what I understand. Okay, but the roads ain't good. There's some trouble spots on the Parkway West inbound, is what I'm understanding. Overpasses are very slick, people driving are giving us a call and letting us know what they're seeing. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Lee, who's driving as a professional driver as well. Lee, you're on KDK. Happy New Year. Where are you?
Well, actually, I have to correct that. I am not a driver.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, I'm taking an access.
Oh, you're taking an access. I thought you were an access driver. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay.
No worries.
From a different perspective, I'm going to be taking 2 buses over to my sister's for dinner later today.
Oh, gee. Wait, do you live where do you live?
I live in Carnegie.
Oh, you live in Carnegie. Okay. What do you say? But and what time's your access coming to get you?
About 12:45.
Oh, okay, but that's not too bad. What do you? Go ahead.
And then I got to connect over to the Plumboro area from. They're taking me down to the south side at a location undisclosed, safe. But the point is, I got to take 2 buses, so I hope they're out there by the time I leave at 12:45.
Well, I don't know. I'm glad you mentioned that to me. I would suspect that. Well, don't forget they're probably on a holiday. They're on the Port Authorities, or the Pittsburgh Regional Transit, PRT, they call themselves now. They're on a holiday schedule, without question, I believe, today. And there'll be some delays because of the weather, no question about that. Don't you think so?
Yeah, I hope I'm making the right decision. I want to go.
I know.
We usually go over New Year's Eve and then sleep over and come back the next day or something like that. But with the roads the way they were last night, we decided to just come over after it's all over tomorrow.
Yeah, that could be. I think was probably smart. Last night I drove here last night and the roads were horrible. I almost didn't get up the hill to work here, and so I think you made a good decision. Just give them a couple of hours to clear things up. What are your where you live right now in Carnegie? What do the roads look like if you look out the window?
Well, right now it's pitch black, but
I know.
Well, they got good curb cuts around here, so I mean, as long as they're out doing their job, I can pretty much get around Carnegie pretty well.
Have you heard a plow come by yet?
No, I haven't seen a plow.
Wow, yeah.
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. All right.
So when the sun comes up a little bit here, I'll start moving around a little bit more and see what I can look and see. But I just hope that I'm making the right decision.
I think if they get you at noon, that gives them some
later than noon.
Yeah. That gives them time to get things together. It's going to be okay, Lee. Honest, it's going to be fine. Just you got to wait this out, though. I got to tell you, you got to wait this out right now because
it's iffy.
It is. It's worse than iffy right now. Okay, especially in the city neighborhoods, all of that. Okay, because it's. I'm hearing that the roads are not very good at all. All right, so just hang loose. They'll get you. Don't you worry. Everybody be patient. Hey, listen, if you get there late, who cares, right? You're still going to do whatever you need to do to celebrate the new year, right?
Right, exactly.
That's right. All right, Lee. Right. Thank you so much.
Happy New Year, Michael.
Happy New Year to you, too. God love you. What a nice man. After the break, Maureen in Ross Township, I'm going to get to you, okay, because I think you drove on maybe the turnpike either this morning or last night. I want to get to you. But I heard our driver who drove in from Warren, PA, said that the turnpike was pretty good. But he was killing me thinking, he drove down 28 in Warren. He said, Warren, PA got 10 inches of snow and the roads were fine. And he got down here to Katanning, and Katanning south on 28 was bad. Look, I'm not. It's New Year's Day. Happy New Year. I'm not throwing stones today. And you know what? The guys out there in the trucks, the men and women, they're doing their best. It's a holiday, all that type of stuff. But I'll tell you, the one thing that is good for them too is that there's not a ton of traffic, and they can just rock and roll because it's New Year's Day, New Year's morning. And I think, but the sad part was the roads were not good last night, and the New Year's Eve crowds were considerably compromised and lower. I felt so bad. I looked at those pictures from first night downtown. Everyone who was there looked like they were having a blast. Dancing and, everybody in a great mood, having a blast. But I think that, the crowd, of course, was probably off because of the weather. Hey, we live in the hilly areas, people. Coming down those hills can be treacherous. And right now this morning, just be careful, okay? But, they'll improve over time, like I just told Lee. Everybody be patient. Be as patient as you possibly can. They're trying their best. All right? They're trying their best. So, when I get back, I'm going to go to Maureen in Ross Township. Hey, if you want to share what you're seeing out there, 866-391-1020. And don't forget, at 10:45, I'm going to go to Heather Zare, who's, or 6:45, I'm sorry, 6:45. So coming up in about 15 minutes or so, 17 minutes or so, and we'll get a complete report from AccuWeather, okay? All right, everybody chill out, as they say. You're going to have to. It's 14 degrees. I'll be right back after Margot has news.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a Canine Companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Happy New Year with some great savings to start the year at Coons Market.
Fresh ground round, $4.99 a pound. Extra large slicing tomatoes, 99 cents a pound. And Green Mountain K-Cups, 10-count package, $5.99 each. Come see us at Coons.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 15 degrees and clear at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Margot Rensel. Police have found the man connected to a shooting near the AMC Theater at South Hills Village Mall Tuesday night. Around 4 p.m. on Tuesday, 911 was notified of shots fired, and first responders found a victim of an assault at the scene. In an altercation, a juvenile was arguing with a group of people, and what investigators later found was a stolen vehicle. The juvenile allegedly punched the side view mirror of a second vehicle, causing a physical confrontation. While the two were fighting, 18-year-old Elijah Brown fired shots at the second vehicle. It was determined that no one was struck by the gunfire, and Brown was charged with aggravated assault, weapons charges, and reckless endangerment. Authorities fear the worst after a fire ripped through a bar at a ski resort in the Swiss Alps. Local police commander Frederick Giesler says the early indication is many New Year's revelers were caught up in the smoke and flames.
We have identified 100 or so injured people, significantly in many cases, and sadly several dozen people are presumed to have died.
Officials say it is too early to determine the cause of the fire, and experts have not yet been able to enter the wreckage. Snowfall overnight has made for some slick road conditions this morning. PennDOT lays out a few ground rules when driving in these conditions. Drivers are not to pass or get between trucks plowing the roads. Beware of roads that may look wet because it could actually be dangerous black ice. Do not use cruise control while driving on snow-covered roads and avoid sudden stops and starts. Also, state laws make it clear that if snow or ice from the top of your vehicle strikes another person or another vehicle and causes death or injury, you can be ticketed. You can track your plow at 511pa.com. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. And by Coons Quality Foods, your Pittsburgh hometown grocer. TJ Watt was a limited participant at yesterday's practice. His status for Sunday night's game remains up in the air, but we will update you as soon as we know anything. Also, there will be a new winner in college football. Last year's champs, the Ohio State Buckeyes, were defeated last night 24-14 against the Miami Hurricanes. 3 more quarterfinal games kick off today in the college football playoff. KDK Radio News Time is 6:32. Our next update at 7. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by NordVPN.
Experts caution against PFAS, forever chemicals that can escape into the air or our food when some nonstick pans are scratched or used at high heat. PFAS are the key ingredients behind the slick coating on Teflon pans. 6 states have banned the cookware. Consumer Reports offers several alternatives, including ceramic, cast iron, carbon steel, and stainless steel pans, which don't have a traditional nonstick coating but still clean up easily. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Ah, the Internet, a place where your curiosity can flourish, unless online threats stop you. The Internet is wonderful, but you need to protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. NordVPN encrypts your browsing. Its Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills. Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Brisk and very cold today with a couple of flurries. We'll get some sun as well, high 21. Snow showers, low 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Okay, and I have a live report with Heather Zaire from AccuWeather coming up in about 10 minutes, 6:45. Just to let you know, this remains in effect right now. PennDOT is reducing speed on a number of area highways, given the fact that the snow that we had all the way up till 2:30 this morning. So I-80 is down to 45 miles per hour. Okay, in Allegheny County, 79, 376 east and west down to 45 miles per hour, and Route 28. Okay, in Greene County, Interstate 376, that's the Beaver Valley Expressway, and Interstate 79. Lawrence County, 376 and 79 as well. Okay, same with Washington County, and Interstate 70, I guess, is down to 45 miles per hour. Okay, so there you go. So it's touch and go out there in a lot of places. I'm told the city roads not good at all. Side streets is what I'm talking about, and a lot of suburban neighborhood roads not good. All right, Maureen in Ross Township. Maureen, you're on KDKA. Thanks for calling. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Mike. How you doing?
Fine. How are you?
I'm good. I just wanted to tell you that the Turnpike, my son works on the Turnpike. They work constantly, and it's the new one up by the airport. And I did get to ride on it before it opened, and I couldn't believe it. Mike, there's so many bridges, and it's all out in the open, and it's real high. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this will be horrible in the winter. But it's not even just the winter. Like, they'll get called out to work because there's rain coming in, and because the bridges are so high, and because of the wind and the area, it turns into sleep. They're always working.
Oh, I know. Wait, does your son does your son work a salt truck and all that type stuff and a plow?
Oh yeah.
And I tell you, these guys are working so hard today. And so everybody, I like my last caller who was worried about getting a Port Authority bus, all that. Everybody just needs to kind of be patient. You know.
It depends on the road. It depends on where it's at. It's really true. I haven't seen them in 4 days. They're constantly working.
I know. They work so hard. But I got to tell you, the Turnpike, I'm hearing good reports about the Turnpike right now. I am.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone's driving on the Turnpike, give me a call too, 866-391-1020. But I'm hearing pretty good things about the Turnpike. 28, not so good. Parkway West, not so good, especially inbound. Parkway East, not bad.
I don't know what the name of that is. I don't know what the name of that is, but it goes I think it's from Bridgeville all the way to the airport. It's that new.
Yeah, it's kind of a new. Yeah, but listen, and you know what? It's 14 degrees right now, so
exactly.
And
so if you've got a lot of bridges, forget it.
And you have a lot of bridges, a lot of overpasses. You got to be really, really careful, and that's why PennDOT has reduced speed limit to 45 miles per hour. And like that one driver said who came down 28, there are some idiots going 90 miles an hour, and they're going to get hurt, and they're going to hurt somebody else. So take your
always
time.
Gonna have them.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, totally. No matter what we say, they're going to be idiots,
Yeah.
Jeez. Hey, listen, Maureen, Happy New Year. Thanks for the call, and I hope you have a great day and a great New Year.
I will, honey. God bless you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. That's so Pittsburgh calling me honey. I love that. Oh, I love that. Maureen, you're wonderful. All right. What a sweetie pie. Okay, coming right up. Heather's there from AccuWeather. She's going to give us the lowdown. All right, Michael Bartley on the Big K Morning Show on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great, but I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the US, we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Hi, I'm Tom Connors. Went to Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar February 6, 2019. Nothing worked before. Left there and never smoked again. Amazing. Easy, affordable, and guaranteed. A year later, with my wife Michelle, attended Mark Patrick's weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day and nothing worked until Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food, crazy, enjoying exercising. Who would have believed Mark Patrick Hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again, my blood pressure went down, and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Stop smoking, lose weight now without cravings, irritability, or your money back. Only $59.99. Join Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar and lose the weight. Stop smoking, feel great for only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the US, we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep, that is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love Your Mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Big K Morning Show. Michael Bartley with you on this New Year's morning. It's January 1st, 2026. Happy New Year. We've been counting on Heather Zare from AccuWeather so much this week. Heather, good morning and Happy New Year.
Good morning. Happy New Year to you.
Great. Thanks so much. And, okay, so I think a lot of people want to know how much snow did we get? At that 12 o'clock midnight kind of band, that was really something. But overall, if you had to just generally say about the region, I've been hearing 3 to 5. Is that pretty much correct?
I think that sums it up pretty well, yeah, from what I'm seeing around the area. We have been seeing a lot of reports in most of western Pennsylvania that were mostly between 2 and 5 inches, depending on where you were. And right around Pittsburgh, it seems like a lot of places got 3.5, maybe 4 inches of snow. So, yeah, we had a good, solid snowfall came right through the area.
And now we have to worry about, or deal with anyway, the very chilly temperatures today. And give us an idea what we're up against here.
Yeah, and it is going to be the cold now that really is going to be the biggest factor. So, of course, we've concluded the month of December now. We ended up averaging 2.8 degrees below average for the entire month. Through the month, we also picked up almost 16 inches of snow, and that includes an inch that fell before the end of the official time of measuring the snow yesterday. So we really did pretty well, and it was a very wintry month, and we're kind of continuing that here for today. Temperatures this morning are down in the teens. We're only going to get back to 21 this afternoon, but the average high for today is actually 37, so we are more than 15 degrees below average. It's just going to be a cold day.
So just to put it in perspective, 16 inches of snow for December, that's got to be up there with kind of almost record years, given the fact that 16 inches for December is a lot, isn't it?
It is a lot for December. We usually see the bigger snow totals kind of January on, that second half of the winter. I don't know where this falls on the the top 10 list, but I do imagine, that this is definitely one of our snowier Decembers.
So we don't have to worry about lake effect today again, do we?
We do not. Only some flurries that are really going to be left across the area for today. I think there can be some lake effect snow showers as you're getting up into, northeastern Ohio and northwestern Pennsylvania. But around here, the flurries that are around now are kind of the last gasp of any kind of lake effect. And then we're kind of seeing just some lighter flurries that are around 21 degrees. Going to be a blustery cold day, and then it's going to kind of get a little bit better with dry weather as we head into the weekend. The cold at least eases, though it's not until Monday that we get back to at least trying to get close to fairly normal temperatures for this time of year. But even that comes with a chance for some more snow and flurries.
There we go. Hey, we're really having a winter this time. Heather, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Happy New Year, my friend.
Happy New Year to you as well. We'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Heather Zare, AccuWeather. All right, top stories coming up.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times, but when you need us, we're here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest 3 stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, Michael, starting off, new laws are going into effect in 2026, such as motorcyclists are now allowed to wear headphones while riding, and insurers have to cover early breast cancer detection.
And I'm just so you know, and I'm glad you brought that up, at 9:05-ish, I'll have State Senator Jay Costa, ranking member, to talk about those new laws and what they're working on, what they'll be working on to change this year, in the coming year. What's going to happen in Harrisburg?
Yeah, it's interesting to see all of the new laws that will go into effect. Next up, a man was charged after a shooting in Penn Hills Tuesday night near the AMC at South Hills Village Mall.
That's good news for a lot of people who were really mad about that.
Yeah, a lot of people were really mad, and
you go to a movie, you want to be safe.
Exactly. Parents were scared for the safety of their kids.
Of course they were. There are a lot of movies out, Margot, that and the kids are off. It's the week between Christmas and New Year's. You go have a sandwich and a hamburger and chicken tenders. You're going to, you know what kids eat, and a milkshake, and then they're so happy going to a movie theater.
Yeah.
The last thing they want to hear is gunshots.
It shows it can happen anywhere.
That gets under my skin.
Absolutely. And next up, snow overnight has made for some very slick road conditions, causing speed limit restrictions, and PennDOT gave a list of how you should drive in the snow.
Yeah. You live close by the station here, so you didn't have any much trouble, but the roads weren't the best. What tell me what you had. And Mike came in from West Mifflin. Roads were something else today.
Yeah, they weren't great. I was mostly terrified of the hill coming up from our station.
Yeah.
I was considering walking.
Yeah, I had trouble with that last night.
Yeah.
At 7:30 last night.
Because trying to accelerate up a hill while it's icy.
But it's good now, I think.
I think it is getting better.
They do a good job here. They do, very much so. So, yeah, oh, my. All right, you're gonna have news right at the top of the hour here at 7 a.m. Margot Rensel. She's on the news beat this morning. All right, let me say hi to my man, Dick from Dayton. Happy New Year, buddy.
Good morning.
How are you? Good. How are you?
Well, guess what? I was sitting here last night, and it's been slow, but I didn't watch the game, and I turned on Good Morning America. The Buckeyes got beat, didn't they?
Oh, wait, Dick. You know something, because of the bad weather this morning.
Yeah.
I stayed overnight here because I was worried about getting a. Yeah, we had 3 to 5 inches, and I live on a hill, and getting down that hill at 3:30 in the morning, I didn't want to deal with it. I thought, you know what, I'll come and stay here, which was great. So I stayed up till 11 o'clock watching that, and I didn't even watch. I didn't even watch like the New York ball, like New York Times, New York, Times Square stuff.
Or what? They just got beat by the better team. They just didn't look good, did they?
I thought that they got manhandled. I was in shock. Didn't everybody think Ohio State Buckeyes were going to win the national championship? And Miami was superb, and Ohio State couldn't stop the run. How come you didn't watch it? Were you asleep? Were you in bed probably?
No, I called up Channel 2. A lot of people. I don't have ESPN. I have DirecTV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
but they play again, I think, in another week, don't they?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know.
We'll
but
see.
I tell you what, I was very surprised by all of that. I really was. I was surprised.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get snow there? No, in Ohio and Dayton? No.
We have about a half an inch, but it's awful cold out, though.
Oh, is it cold here? It's 14 degrees here, and we got clobbered with snow overnight. The roads here are not great. So,
well, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Dick.
This year.
Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you. All right?
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thanks, buddy. All right, now listen. You got to say hi to Dick from Dayton on New Year's morning. Come on. Happy New Year to all of you. So, listen. If you heading to work today, and a lot of people are working today. Restaurants are open today. Businesses are open today. Not all, but a lot. But, the kids are going to have a blast. This is good sled riding weather. We know that. They're going to be out there. Don't worry. They're going to have a lot of fun. But I'll tell you what's not a lot of fun right now is driving. And authorities, PennDOT has reduced the speed on the turnpike, on the parkways, on 79, and on all of it. So you got to take your time. You got to take your time, believe me. All right? So just relax there, okay? Go slow. Don't tailgate. Don't go flying past people, because you could spin out. And the overpasses and the bridges and so forth, there are quite a few icy spots, is what I'm being told. We had several people call us to report all of that, okay? All right, listen, so Margot's going to have news coming up at 7 a.m. And then I'm going to talk with Chris Bream, big-time professor at the University of Pittsburgh and a regional economist. I'm going to talk to him about our regional economy, what to expect in 2026. What successes should we look forward to? What limitations and concerns do you have? So I'm going to talk to Chris Bream, 7:05, 7:07, maybe something like that, coming right up, okay? And then don't forget, we'll stay on top of road conditions for you, because it's no fun out there right now. Be careful. All right, Margot's got the news coming right up in 3 minutes, top of the hour.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 14 degrees and mostly clear at 7 o'clock. I'm Margot Renzel. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvements with no interest financing if you need it. Trust PJ.com. Crews responded to a fire in Westmoreland County on Wednesday morning. A fire broke out on the 800 block of BD Village Road in Unity Township at 4:30 a.m. A neighbor told KDKA-TV what he saw.
Well, actually, I said the first thing was fire. I was thinking our house was on fire, and it just quick up out of bed and threw clothes on and run out the door. And then when we noticed, like I said, that it was the neighbors, and first thing we did was make sure that everybody was out, everybody was safe.
And thankfully, everybody was safe. Everyone in the duplex that caught fire made it out unharmed. Crews were able to contain the fire in approximately 40 minutes. However, the damage to the building was extensive. Snowfall overnight has made for some slick road conditions this morning. PennDOT lays out a few ground rules when driving in these conditions. Drivers are not to pass or get between trucks plowing the roads. Beware of roads that may look wet because it could actually be dangerous black ice as the temperature outside is 14 degrees. Do not use cruise control while driving on snow-covered roads. Also, state laws do make it clear that if snow or ice from the top of your vehicle strikes another vehicle and causes death or injury, you can be ticketed. So make sure to wipe off the top of your roof as well. You can track your plow at 511.pa.com. Fayette County's district attorney is denying claims made on a viral video live stream that it declined to investigate a reported child predator case. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
It began with a live stream on Facebook. A Clearfield County-based page called 814 Pred Hunters confronted a man in Connellsville, showing him a thick binder said to contain printouts of him trying to arrange an illegal encounter with a minor.
This is all conversations from you to this 15-year-old girl.
After talking to the man for about 25 minutes, the streamer then returned to his car and told his viewers,
"No, the police aren't coming. The DA won't allow them to come. The DA has told them not to accept anything from catch teams."
That prompted not only a Facebook post by DA Mike Auble, but also a call from him to the streamer, telling him that was not true and he welcomes the efforts of such organizations. Pred 814 then turned over its information to the DA's office to help prosecute the case. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Did you make a New Year's resolution? CBS's Stacey Lynn on how the tradition started.
You counted down, blew a noisemaker, sipped some champagne, and announced you're going to exercise more or scroll less this year. Making New Year's resolutions is a tradition that goes back several thousand years. In the late 14th century, it was originally defined as the process of reducing things into simpler forms. It wasn't until the 20th century that we began celebrating New Year's as a holiday. That's when making secular resolutions fully became part of it. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. TJ Watt was a limited participant at yesterday's practice. His status for Sunday night's game remains up in the air. And Miami beat Ohio State 24-14 in the college football playoff quarterfinals. Teams that have a first-round bye are now 0-5 in the playoff, going back to last year when they expanded to 12 teams. 3 more quarterfinal games today. KDKA Radio News Time is 7:03. It's 14 degrees and mostly clear in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast is next.
Only 1 in 5 people with disabilities, including those with autism, are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do?
Okay, try me.
What about a programmer?
That is a job for someone with autism.
What about a teacher?
That is a job for someone with autism.
Oh, how about a healthcare worker?
Yes, those are all jobs for someone with autism. The truth is, qualified people with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas and beliefs. Businesses value diversity, but sometimes don't recognize the unique strengths and abilities of the autism community. Introducing WIN, the Workplace Inclusion Now program by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
Ooh, what about a ranch hand?
Yeah! Sure, that's a job for someone with autism too. To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win. That's autismspeaks.org/win.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today, clouds and sun, brisk and very cold. A couple of flurries as well, high 21. Snow showers, low 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh,
100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Michael Bartley in for Larry Richard this morning. Happy New Year. It's January 1st. We are keeping track of some very treacherous road conditions for you. Got a lot of folks calling in, 866-391-1020. In the meantime, I wanted to get to the bottom line. If you're driving, slow down, take your time. The side road's not good. They're working feverishly to get the main roads, parkways, turnpikes, everything. Turnpike, I heard, is pretty good. And 79, 279, they're working as best they can to get that going. But it's 14 degrees out right now, so this is going to be trouble for a couple of hours, at least maybe the whole day. We'll see what happens. But I wanted to get to some predictions and forecasts. And joining me right now is a dear friend, Christopher Bream, who is a regional economist with the program in Urban and Regional Analysis at the University of Pittsburgh Center for Social and Urban Research. Chris, good morning and Happy New Year. Chris, are you there? Chris Bream, are you there? Chris Bream, are you there? Chris, are you there? Mike, we don't have Chris, do we? Yeah, I know, I see him. Chris Bream, are you there? Yeah, everything's up. Okay. All right, I'm gonna turn him off and Chris, are you there now? Chris, are you there? Chris Bream, are you there? I think he's got some problem with his phone. All right? Okay. All right, well, I'll try him back in a minute here. I will. I'll try him back in a minute. No, I'm going to talk to him about the regional economy and also the national economy. Economists love to go on about what exactly their predictions would be. So let me try him one more time. Chris, are you there? Chris Bream, are you there? No, he's not there. Okay, all right. But anyway, and I see a lot of you still want to call and talk about the roads. I'll do that, and I'll push Chris back because I don't think he's there. Chris, you there? All right. Something's wrong with Chris's phone. I don't know what it is. But Chris, I'm trying. I got you right here. I got you potted up, baby. I got it going here. Come on, get moving. Chris, you there? Chris Bream? Nope. Okay, he's going to have to call back, I think. I think he's going to have to call back. Yes, indeed. I just saw that he left. He's calling back now. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe we must have some weirdo connection or something. But anyway, he has a new book out as well. So, all right, I'm going to try this again. Chris, are you there now?
I am here, sir.
Oh, beautiful. Happy New Year to you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I don't know. Chris, thanks so much. Chris is a regional economist with University of Pittsburgh. Happy New Year to you. Good morning. We appreciate the time. By the way, you have a new book out. What is it?
So a book I've been working on for quite a while, actually, called Beyond Steel, Pittsburgh and the Economics of Transformation. It goes through a lot of economic history that I think a lot of people know or feel they know, but we're still living with the aftermath of the growth and decline of the steel industry here in town.
What about and I was going to ask you about the purchase, the merger of U.S. Steel here. What say you in 2026 the effects of all that?
So I think we don't actually know at this moment, what Nippon Steel's intentions are. I think they're going to make some big investments in the U.S. I think they've announced they're going to make certain investments here in the Mon Valley, which I think will have the effect of keeping open for a while. Some of the plants that are here, I'm not quite sure it's sort of a transformative investment. A lot of people think steel's coming back. I saw a headline thinking that we're going to go back. But, steel employment in Pittsburgh, just to give you a rough number, from its peak before some of our times, but, that from the 1950s till now is down over 95%. Those jobs aren't coming back. Nippon Steel's announced investments in some of its other plants in Arkansas and Illinois as well. There's a lot of competition in steel. In terms of where steel is produced in the U.S., this is not going to become the center of steel production. But nonetheless, the investment is probably going to keep open the plants in Clairton and Braddock probably longer than they would have been if that investment was not planned.
Chris, to the regional economy, I think some people are skeptical given the fact that the city of Pittsburgh raised taxes 20%. Allegheny County raised taxes. Some suburban municipalities raised taxes. Is that a concern as it relates to your forecast? What do you see in 2026 as sort of the what could be the takeaways and predictions?
Well, so there's a lot going on there. Look, a lot of suburban counties have raised their property taxes as well. These are local taxes. I think they're very important. If you're a local homeowner, there's not really any sign people are moving away because of them. I mean, I think here in Allegheny County, we've had a base year property assessment for 12 years. That means sort of for a lot of folks, their property taxes haven't gone up at all despite the inflation, right? We all know that costs have gone up. And so, the taxes are, have not caught up with that. And going forward, I mean, here in this Pittsburgh region, the southwestern Pennsylvania, jobs are growing more in the city center. The city has been sort of attracting and growing jobs better than a lot of suburban communities. So this idea that, things are sort of not doing well in the city, I think is not quite matching the reality at the time, at least.
And so do you see 2026 being a fairly decent year economically for the region?
Well, that's going to depend on things that sort of are out of our control, right? There are these national factors. I mean, the regional economy very much dependent on. I mean, I work for a university, so I'll speak about that for a minute. I mean, we attract a lot of research investment into the region. The federal government has sort of put a lot of that research funding at risk, so I think that's a very big challenge. We can't control that. Unemployment rate is still low in the Pittsburgh region. It's about 4%. That is lower than it's been. Other than over the last year, that is the lowest number the unemployment has been over the last 50 years. Again, it's creeped up over the last year. But, there are a lot of challenges with national uncertainties. I'll just sort of leave it at that for the moment. But I don't think it's a weakness per se for us, but we'll have to deal with all those issues, just like all other regions have to.
Yeah,
it will be a big challenge.
And it's almost sort of the national trickle down deal. And it's so since you brought that up nationally, it's interesting that I was watching a piece last night on the national news that gas prices are coming down. But yet people have to take out an 8-year loan for a new car. Cars are $50,000 to $60,000 for a basic car. That is skyrocketing. The issue of inflation and pricing is going to be still a major issue in 2026 nationally, and that means locally too. Is that correct?
Well, I think. Look, I think my general point is that the Pittsburgh region sort of is embedded in this national economy. So all these challenges that are facing the nation are facing us. I don't study car prices. I actually do need a new car myself, so I'm looking at the prices and probably have the same reaction that you're saying about what they look like. I mean, there are hard to find sort of a moderately priced car, and a lot of folks, don't want to be forced into spending that much money, but. That's true everywhere, I guess is my point. It's not just a Pittsburgh issue.
The issue, Pittsburgh's trying to attract a lot of AI and all that type of stuff. Where do you see that going?
So, look, my colleagues up the street here in Oakland and CMU and here at Pitt, like tremendous AI, tremendous, higher technology base here. A lot of it, built on a lot of academic research. We've been spinning it off into new firms. I think there's a lot of positive things going on. But I also point out that this is a technology. This is from an economic standpoint, from a regional economic standpoint, there are a lot of regions that are very good at AI. There's no one region that is, well, there are some regions that are sort of doing much better at this new AI investment, and it's not necessarily us for a lot of reasons. It's not saying we're not doing well at this. It's not saying it's not going to be an important part of our economy, but it's a very dispersed number of regions that are sort of growing this AI, so you can't really expect us to be sort of that. A lot of headlines sort of make it sound like we are the AI capital of the country or the world, and that's pretty much not true. And it just can't be true. That technology,
it's very competitive.
That investment, that employment, is very competitive. Yes, that's right.
Chris, are you okay with taking a listener's call? Kathy from Delmont wants to ask you something. You all right with that?
I'll do my best. Yes.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, Kathy, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. So I'm not sure of your area of expertise, but just given your book title, I have grown up in Pittsburgh. I used to be an engineer, worked in the mills. Have you ever encountered the idea that the idea of democracy for steel, it seems like the timing of tear down this wall and all that other stuff in Russia's buildup of their steel industry happened at the same time as the collapse of the United States steel industry. Did you ever encounter that notion that somehow we sacrificed our steel industry for democracy? Did that ever occur to you,
Chris?
So, well, that's a big question. I guess the one of my themes of the book, or I'll address, is this decline of the regional, and by that, southwestern Pennsylvania, maybe into Ohio, this legacy historic steel industry declined for a lot of reasons, and the international factors are just a small piece of that. Here in the U.S., growth in steel production grew across the country, and that took away a lot of the steel production here in southwestern Pennsylvania. So I think the question is about, the national steel industry, and, I think that trade issues are a bigger factor there. But here, even if none of that was true, southwestern Pennsylvania really peaked in its competitiveness of steel employment, not just 40 or 50 years ago, but really a century ago. It's only sort of an accident of history that steel even lasted as long as it did here in southwestern Pennsylvania. And we probably would have seen those declines at some point over the last century, no matter what was happening with the global trade that I think the caller was referring to.
Chris, thanks so much. Happy New Year, Kathy and Chris. I got to take my break. I appreciate both of you. Thanks so much, Chris. Thanks a million.
All good, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye. All right, I'm going to take a break, and then try to get some updated road conditions for you. What are your predictions for 26? Huh? Sports, politics? I don't care. News, local, national. What are your predictions? 866-391-1020. I'll tell you one prediction I have this morning is that you're going to be challenged on the roads if you're leaving the house pretty soon here. Be careful. We're hearing all around the region with 3 to 5 inches. And we probably had about 2 inches up until midnight, and then midnight was, and after up until 2:30 this morning, that snow was really coming down. So be careful. All right, I'll be right back.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Happy New Year and more great savings to start the year at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 85% lean fresh ground round, $4.99 a pound, and frozen George's chicken wing sections, 4-pound bags, $9.99 each. In the produce department, extra large slicing tomatoes, 99 cents a pound, and California iceberg lettuce, 2 heads for $3. In our bakery department, assorted fruit-filled mini Danish 10-count packages, $5.50 each. And in our deli department, Lamagna mozzarella or provolone cheese is $4.99 a pound, and made fresh daily street tacos, 3-count package, $5.99 each. Additional savings this week: Green Mountain K-Cups, 10-count package, $5.99 each, and Lean Cuisine Classics or Features, 5 to 11.5 ounce packages, buy 4, get 1 free with your Coons Reward Card.
So start the new year off with great savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
It is now 7:20 from the KDK Radio News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 7:30 news. Margot.
All right, thanks, Michael. We had a very snowy December, but where does this fall on the average of per year? Find out at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
News, information, conversation. Larry Richert in the Big K Morning Show. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Big K Morning Show. Don't forget the legendary, iconic Bill Hillgrove's coming up at 8:07. We're going to try to check in with CBS correspondent Michael Wallace at 8:37. We'll see what happens there. At 9 o'clock, the new laws going in the state of Pennsylvania, and what the state senate, what's happening in Harrisburg, actions, arguments, agendas for 2026. I'm checking in with my guest will be State Senator Jay Costa. We love having him. That'll be about 9:07. Okay, so be careful this morning. We've been getting reports from drivers all around the region, and we checked in with Heather Zare from AccuWeather, and generally, she said this is about the rule of thumb, 3 to 5 inches in western Pennsylvania is what we got. Side roads, city roads, not too good. Not too good. All right. I'm going to check in coming up here right after Margot has news. I'm going to check in with my buddy in Canonsburg. He's going to give me a report about what he's seeing in Canonsburg. Some of my callers said that they didn't hear any trucks going past their house or anything. They're doing. I know they're doing their best. I know it. I know they are. I'm told that the turnpike is looking good. Okay. The Parkway East is looking good. The Parkway West outbound looking good. Inbound, some trouble spots. And I don't know why that is, but that's true. 79, some trouble spots there. 279 trouble spots there. And just to reiterate, PennDOT has reduced, because of that snow, those bands of snow that just pummeled us, especially the one, I guess, after midnight. I was sound asleep, but I guess that really added several inches. Okay. Anyway, PennDOT has instituted a lower speed limit because of this storm. The speed limit, it's been reduced. So I-80 speed limit's 45 miles an hour. That's it. That's it right now. The major arteries, and it's true for county roads as well. The major arteries in Allegheny County, 79. The parkways, 28. 28 north, inbound and outbound, 45 miles per hour. Until they get a handle on these road conditions, because they're not good. Beaver County the same, Greene County, Lawrence County, Washington County, Westmoreland County, all the same. Westmoreland County and in Washington County, 70 and 79, the speed limit's 45 miles per hour. And these, don't forget the road conditions can change rapidly with freezing over. It's 14 degrees right now The high today is 21, and that's the actual temperature. Feels like we'll be way below that. Okay? Which means you got to really be careful. Do you ever have to be careful? It's a great day. It's a great New Year's Day for guess who? The kids are off school. There's snow everywhere. Bundle them up. It's going to be really cold. It's going to be really, really cold. Yes, indeed. Best decision I ever made in my life. Drove here last night. Got here at 8 o'clock. And the roads were bad then that I live on that hill in the city, and there was no way I was getting down that hill this morning at 4 o'clock this morning. And I'm thinking, you better. But I would have tossed and turned thinking, having such great anxiety that when I get up, I won't be able to get to work to do the Big K morning show. So I stayed here. It was fine. I watched Ohio State get beat. And got up, had my coffee here. Totally fine. It was good to go. Good to go. So the bottom line is this. The kids are going to have a blast today. A lot of people go to brunches, and restaurants are open on New Year's Day. A lot of them open, you know. I got to go get my pork and sauerkraut. New Year's Day, we got to do it. And you know what I never got was the pretzel. I didn't get that yet. I got to get that. And then I ain't going out of the house. As soon as I get home from the store, I'm going to get in my pajamas. Ooh, baby. Take my nap, and then I'll be ready to watch some football and watch all kinds of stuff. All right, Margot's going to have news here at the bottom of the hour, and then I'm going to check in with my buddy in Canonsburg, see what the conditions are there, okay? And we'll go from there, all right? Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back, now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
The Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium makes spirits bright this holiday season with Wild Illuminations, a holiday lantern experience presented by UPMC Health Plan. Let your imagination glow. Select nights, November 22nd through January 11th. Tickets available at pittsburghzoo.org.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 16 degrees and partly cloudy at 7:30. I'm Margot Rensel. Crews responded to a fire in Westmoreland County on Wednesday morning. A fire broke out at the 800 block of Beatty Village Road in Unity Township at 4:30 a.m. A neighbor told KDKA-TV what he saw.
Well, actually, I said the first thing was fire. I was thinking our house was on fire, and it just quick up out of bed and threw clothes on and run out the door. And then when we noticed, like I said, that it was the neighbors, and first thing we did was make sure that everybody was out and everybody was safe.
And everybody was safe, thankfully. Everyone in the duplex that caught fire made it out unharmed. However, the damage did experience extensive damage. The start of the new year means several new laws in Pennsylvania. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
Several new laws are going into effect, among them making it illegal in Pennsylvania to ban discrimination based on hairstyles. The Crown Act adds hair textures to protected characteristics in the Human Relations Act. When changed making something legal, it will now be okay for motorcyclists to wear headphones or helmets with built-in phones while driving. Also, whether it's a private or public school, it will become mandatory for schools to let parents know of any incident involving a gun on school property. And insurers will have to cover early breast cancer detection. But Medicaid will no longer cover Ozempic or other GLP-1 drugs for weight loss. The coverage stays, though, for diabetes treatments. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh received 3 to 5 inches of snow last night into this morning, putting December snowfall at 16 inches in 2025. Is this normal? AccuWeather's Heather Zayer answers.
We usually see the bigger snow totals kind of January on. That.
According to the National Weather Service, the average snowfall for Pittsburgh in December is 7.7 inches, and the most December snowfall was seen in 1890 at 41 inches. KDKA Sports is brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. And by Coons Quality Foods, your Pittsburgh's hometown grocer. TJ Watt was a limited participant at yesterday's practice. His status for Sunday night's game remains up in the air. And there will be a new winner in college football. Last year's champs, the Ohio State Buckeyes, were defeated last night, 24-14 against the Miami Hurricanes. 3 more quarterfinal games kick off today in the college football playoff. KDK Radio News Time is 7:32. Our next update at 8. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have until January 15th to get a plan that will be there for whatever the year brings. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun with a couple of flurries today. Brisk and very cold with a high of 21. There'll be a couple of snow showers and a low of 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zayer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
January 1st on the Big K Morning Show. Happy New Year. It's January 1st, 2026. Yes, and it came in like you can't believe with all this snow. Last night was one thing, but then overnight we got several more inches. Woo! Roads are treacherous, what I understand. All right? So take your good old time. Okay, let me go to my man Ed down in Cannonsburg. Ed, you know that one guy. Good morning, Happy New Year, Ed.
Oh, Happy New Year to you.
And you know the. Oh, wait a minute. Aren't you proud of me that I stayed overnight? I stayed overnight here last night because you remember the old neighborhood, Greenfield, and I live way up on the hill. Well, and listen. So I thought. There's no conceivable way that I'd get up at 3:30, get in the car at 4 o'clock, and get off that hill with this kind of snow. So, and then I would have tossed and turned all night thinking that I wasn't going to get off the hill. So I got here last night at 8 o'clock, and the people leaving at 8 o'clock last night were very worried about getting home. Thank God they all got home safely. But I just sat, watched TV, had something to eat, and got a few hours sleep, and I tell you, I'm very proud of my decision that I stayed here because this morning was insane driving. People trying to get to the airport and everything else had great anxiety.
You know what? Out here, I know the roads, what they're like there in Greenfield, and if there's still any more brick and block and
the cobblestone street. Oh my, that's even worse.
Yeah, that's like ice.
I know.
Even with the snow.
Yeah.
But
what are you seeing in Cannonsburg? Because the reason I ask you is that some people said 79 was, and I'm sure I'm hoping it's improved by now, but some people were saying 79, and I'm sure you haven't driven this morning, but tell me what you're seeing on your street and just around the neighborhood. 79 is trouble spot, and so is 70. They reduced the speed to 45 miles an hour. 45, yeah. Even the salt trucks aren't going fast. But they said we got 5 to 6 inches added to the 8 to 9 inches that we had earlier. Wow!
So it wiped out some of these side roads, and 19 looks pretty clear. You know what's nice? It's the 1st of January. There aren't many people out on the road. Only the ones that are traveling or some working. But I look out 19 right now, and there's hardly anyone driving on the road, and I could see the road. So it's pretty clear.
Oh, you can see 19 from your house. Okay, that's really good to hear. Yeah, that's very good to hear. But, and you're right about that. I got to tell you that, the kids are out of school. Mostly, I think people are off today. But there are people like to go because they're off to go to different places. Restaurants and so forth are open. So
restaurants, breakfast,
yeah, I know.
Shopping.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that by the time they can do that, that the roads will be in a little better shape. The guy that really crushed me was when he said from Katanning into Pittsburgh, he said 28 was a nightmare. I hope that's improved as well. But I just don't know.
Well, you know what? It depends on the driver. You got to, if everyone would take their time, you get some of these these heroes that want to fly by you, and next thing you see them off the.
They
the,
really get
the
under
road.
they get under my skin. They do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they just that is so arrogant and so dangerous. You know,
dangerous, yeah.
But you make a good point in the sense that the kids are going to have a blast today. They are.
Oh,
they're off
they
school.
go to
I would
South
do it.
Park, sunny slopes. They'll be sledding all day, and I know I would have.
Absolutely.
Have a year like this with all the snow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
And then
compared
a
to last
lot of people stay up in Seven Springs and all those places on New Year's Eve, and so they're going to have a blast today too. It's going to be really good powder conditions there as well. Yeah, no doubt.
I have a buddy. He's an instructor out there, and the last few years they had to make snow, and then it would just melt.
I know. So they're really happy with all this, and people who love snow are really happy. We had, what did Heather Zare say? We had 19 inches of snow in December, and that's a lot for December.
Yeah.
It really is. Ed, before you leave me, I wanted to run something by you. This story yesterday caught my eye, and I loved hearing about it. And some people think, oh, that's not the best for Pittsburgh. No, I don't know if you heard about this, but Pittsburgh now ranks number 1 as the oldest metro area in the country. Okay, so we always knew we were up there, but among the nation's largest metro areas, those 55 in the U.S. with at least 1 million in population, Pittsburgh now ranks number 1, with the median age being 42.8, and we rank just ahead of Tampa, St. Petersburg, Miami, Florida, all right, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Cleveland, Buffalo, Detroit, and San Francisco. But I thought, and then if you want to know the youngest metros, is Fresno, California, Salt Lake City. I love Salt Lake City. Those are the youngest with the median age. But, I'm sure people are like, we're so old, we just skew old. I think it's a badge of honor, and I love it. I do. I love it.
It is.
I think it's wonderful.
It is. And you know what? Even though the younger people have left some of the areas, they're always coming back. And they always say they miss this place.
Of course they come back.
Constantly.
There's no question about it. Of course they do. I think it's wonderful. And listen, I think, we go on and complain about a lot of things, which people do anywhere. Road conditions and taxes and this and that. But, I'll tell you one thing, it's true. In the state of Pennsylvania, your county and your city should get credit because Pittsburgh, this region, has been often credited with having the best services for senior citizens.
Oh, I believe that.
Absolutely believe it. Yeah,
I believe that.
I
think people don't realize how lucky we are in Pittsburgh. And you hear a lot of negativity with roads and this and that, but it's nothing compared to how we treat the elderly here, how we take care of each other. And it's one of the most important things, and that's why people don't want to leave.
Yeah. Oh, and that's another thing. We are loyal to our neighbors. We are loyal to making sure the elderly are okay. Don't you agree with that? I do. I think it's true.
I agree. I agree.
Like
people
today,
don't want to leave their homes.
Like today, and they don't want to leave they don't want to leave their homes. Like today. This the roads are one thing, but the kids will get over there and they'll shovel the snow for senior citizens. I think. I have neighbor kids.
Oh yeah, they go around. Yeah.
Yeah, because they know that's they can't do it, so there you go. Ed, Happy New Year. I'm so glad for the call. Thanks so much, my friend.
Okay.
You bet. Absolutely. So, Cannonsburg. Yeah, I hope 79 has improved, but don't forget, listen, and you have to, you're going to have to plan accordingly. PennDOT reducing the speed limit to all the major arteries. Okay, so the parkways, 79, 70, 28, 279, all of it. It's all reduced to 45 miles per hour because of the snow. And we really got clobbered. We did. If you want to share some road conditions, I'm totally fine with that. I really am. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. And don't forget, Jay Costa's going to be here at 9:05, 9:07, talk about new state laws and what they're working on in Harrisburg. Okay? Coming up in about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, the legendary, iconic Bill Hillgrove will be here. I'm going to ask him about Pitt basketball. They had a rough loss the other day. I'm going to take his temperature on all of that. And then we're going to talk Steelers for Sunday night. So that'll be with Bill Hillgrove. All right. Okay. I'll be right back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA on the Big K Morning Show. Be careful driving.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight, only $59.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late-day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. Stop smoking with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. No matter how many times you tried to quit, this hypnosis is designed to destroy your desire to smoke without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss 11 a.m. Registration 10:30. Stop smoking 2 p.m. Registration 1:30. MarkPatrickSeminars.com.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Happy New Year with some great savings to start the year at Coons Market. Fresh ground round, $4.99 a pound. Extra large slicing tomatoes, 99 cents a pound. And Green Mountain K-Cups, 10-count package, $5.99 each. Come see us at Coons.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
This may be one of the most failed endeavors in recent legislative times. Do you know one person still who has gotten a warning for the Paul Miller's Law? Do yourself a favor when you're driving somewhere today. count how many people you see still using their cell phone driving.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we go with the Big Three. Oh, man. Margot is doing news today. And, Margot, who just wished me a Happy New Year, the legendary, now with legendary status, Paul Rasmussen.
Wow.
Yeah. He just texted me Happy New Year.
I've got big
and he
shoes
said,
to
he
fill.
said, I said, I missed you this week. And he said, I'll see you tomorrow morning. And I said, no, you weren't. Larry's back. I'll be sleeping in. And he said, he said, good for you. Good for you. So there.
Good.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You deserve it after sleeping here.
Yeah. Wait, I slept. I did get. People are laughing about that. I'm getting a lot of texts that I stayed overnight here because if people knew my neighborhood, and I love the neighborhood, but coming off that hill with 5 inches of snow, I can't. At 4:00 in the morning, and those roads weren't touched. Are you kidding me?
Better safe than sorry.
Margot, I wouldn't have made it in here.
No,
that's
you
the,
would
That's
not
the
have.
issue here. I wouldn't have, and so I never would have slept. But I got a couple hours sleep here. But when I woke up here, I was like, where am I? Where am I? But guess what? I was really happy with myself, thinking, okay, I'm here. Now I can relax. I can do the show. So everything's fine. That was playing it safe. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, speaking of snow, do you think it was a snowy December? You would be correct. The snowfall for December 2025 was higher than the average of 7.7 inches in Pittsburgh.
I thought, and Heather, I thought she told me it was, 16 inches? 16 inches. That's way up there.
That's a lot.
Totally.
There were lots of snowstorms this December, and I remember thinking, this is not normal.
I know. I don't remember December being so snowy, and that's why it made me mad we didn't have kind of a snowy Christmas.
I know, of course.
Because
the
week before we got clobbered, but Christmas it was like 50 degrees.
I know, exactly. Next up, a man was charged after a shooting in Penn Hills Tuesday night near the AMC at the South Hills Village Mall.
Yeah, well, I think people are relieved about that because, it's between Christmas and New Year's. People just want to go out to dinner and get a hamburger and some fries and go to a movie with their kids.
Exactly.
And don't get me started. I'll don't even get me started. That whole story made me so mad.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And on a dark note, a fire at a bar in the Swiss Alps New Year's Eve leaves dozens dead and hundreds injured. It is too early to determine what caused the fire.
What a tragedy. That is. 100 people injured. How many did you say killed, did you say?
Dozens.
Dozens. Yeah, they're not. Oh, my. That is so sad.
And they were all celebrating New Year's Eve.
Celebrating New Year's Eve. Oh, my. You're going to hear a lot more about that story.
Absolutely. We'll keep you updated.
Yeah, for sure. No question about it. Margot Renzel, thanks so much. I appreciate it. All right, you bet. Margot will be back here in about 7 minutes to have all your news at the top of the hour. By the way, you're going to hear so much more about this now that it's the new year. Happy New Year. Is America 250? Yeah, there's no question about it. So this year, 2026, the United States will celebrate its 250th birthday. And, of course, that commemorates the adoption of the Declaration of Independence, July 4th. What year? Come on. 1776. So that was the foundation of the United States as a sovereign nation, severing from British colonial rule and enshrining America's enduring creeds of equality and life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So be proud about that. There's events and initiatives to commemorate the anniversary already underway, which many scheduled throughout the year. Tons of them, many scheduled throughout the year. Today, New Year's Day, America 250, the nonpartisan effort that Congress established in 2016 to plan for the anniversary, will have a float in the Rose Bowl parade. That's today in Pasadena. Its theme is, quote, soaring onward together for 250 years. So there you have it. Yep. And so a gazillion events right around America 250. Yeah. And they had, I saw some pictures last night. The Washington Monument had some huge, like, illuminated banners on it, in Washington, D.C., that said America 250. So that's going to be a lot of fun. It really is. No doubt about that. So, okay, just to reiterate, we're keeping an eye on roads today because we got a lot of snow overnight. And it depends on where you were. They said 3 to 5 pretty much for everybody. So that's a sign to be really careful. The side roads, not too good. Not too good. Depending on where you are, though. Might be fine where you are. I don't know. City roads, not too good. Someone called from Carnegie saying the roads there were not very good at all. Cannonsburg, same. Okay. West Mifflin, same. Okay. It's all around. We got a lot of snow. We did. And I felt so badly last night. I kind of did because of from the pictures I saw, the kids and the parents and everybody seemed to have a really good time at the first night celebration in downtown Pittsburgh, near the Orange Tree and the, Heinz Hall and the whole cultural district. But it looked like the crowd was not as big as in past years. But that snow was teeming down. Mm-hmm. All right, so coming up right after the news, oh boy, the iconic Bill Hillgrove. I'm going to ask him about. I love college basketball. I'm a Marquette guy. My team's terrible this year, but there's some glimmers with the Pitt Panthers. I love Pitt basketball too. I'm going to ask him about that, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the Steelers for Sunday night. So Bill Hillgrove coming up, but after Margot has news at the top of the hour. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
A fire, it can change everything in seconds, but Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh is ready 24/7 to help restore what matters most. From smoke damage to full rebuilds, their experts are trained, trusted, and ready to work with your insurance. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van and get back to normal faster.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master. It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the-right-seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 15 degrees and partly sunny at 8 o'clock. I'm Margot Renzel. Police have charged a man in connection with the Tuesday night shooting near the AMC Theater in South Hills Village Mall. 18-year-old Elijah Brown was charged with aggravated assault, weapons charges, and weapons endangerment. At 4 p.m. on Tuesday, 911 was notified of shots fired, and first responders found a victim of assault at the scene. It was determined a juvenile began arguing with a group of people in what was later found to be a stolen vehicle. The juvenile then punched the side mirror of a second vehicle, which began a physical confrontation. Brown then fired shots at the second vehicle, but no one was struck by the gunfire. The number of flu cases is rising, and as CBS's Michael George reports, it's not too late to get flu shots.
The U.S. is in the midst of a particularly bad flu season. The CDC estimates 81,000 people have been hospitalized from the illness so far, and 3,100 have died, including at least 8 children. Health experts say it's still not too late to get a flu shot, which can help prevent severe illness and protect others. Only about 42% of adults and children have gotten their flu vaccination this year.
Authorities fear the worst after a fire ripped through a bar at a ski resort in the Swiss Alps. Local police commander Frederick Giesler says the early indication is many New Year's revelers were caught up in the smoke and flames.
We have identified 100 or so injured people, significantly in many cases, and sadly several dozen people are presumed to have died.
Officials say it is too early to determine the cause of the fire. Pittsburgh received 3 to 5 inches of snow last night into this morning, putting December snowfall at 16 inches in 2025. Is this normal? AccuWeather's Heather Zare reports.
We usually see the bigger snow totals kind of January on.
According to the National Weather Service, the average snowfall for Pittsburgh in December is 7.7 inches, and the most December snowfall was seen in 1890 at 41 inches. KDKA Sports are brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. TJ Watt was a limited participant in yesterday's practice. His status for Sunday night's game remains up in the air. Also, Miami beat Ohio State 24-14 in the college football playoff quarterfinals. Teams that have a first-round bye are at 0-5 in the playoff, going back to last year when they expanded to 12 teams. 3 more quarterfinal games are set for today. KDK Radio News Time is 8:03. It's 15 degrees and partly sunny. Your AccuWeather forecast is next.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Brisk and very cold today with a couple of flurries. We'll get some sun as well, high 21. Snow showers, low 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Larry Richert has this New Year's morning off. Michael Bartley, happy to fill in for Larry. Happy New Year to all of you. Time now for our Bill Hillgrove segment. And the segment is sponsored by Duquesne Beer. Grab a Duke. Bill, good morning. You look fantastic. Happy New Year to you.
Well, as an older person, I missed New Year's Rockin' Eve. I'm sorry. I was asleep by 10 o'clock.
Well, you did better than I did because I actually, and none of us are getting any younger, and I got so nervous about thinking I wouldn't get off the hill today in the city, in Greenfield, with 5 inches of snow. And it was the best decision I ever made. I came here last night and stayed here overnight, and I was fine. I watched Ohio State get beat, and that was fun. But, I went to bed an hour later than you, but I'll tell you, it was, as the older you get with this kind of snow, you get more and more anxious, I think, about all that.
No question. And I made it up here from Pittsburgh yesterday.
Are you in Conneaut again?
Oh, yeah.
Good for you.
10 inches of snow out there. So as soon as we're finished here, Michael, I'm going out to snowmobile and then probably some ice skating on the lake.
That's beautiful. Wow. That is so wonderful. I'll tell you what, no flies on you, my man. Wow, that's great.
No, that's all in jest. I'll be watching football like everybody else.
Yeah, I know it. And
enjoying the New Year's pork.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have pork and sauerkraut. Yeah, that's wonderful. Oh, man, that's wonderful. Bill, I wanted to ask you about the what you think the status, what's going on with the Pitt men's basketball. And I'm a Marquette grad, and their team's terrible this year, not doing well at all. I hope that makes a comeback. But Pitt's kind of batting 500. What's going on there?
Yeah, it's been good and bad, and I think a lot of people are disappointed with their 7-7 record. But the last couple of games, I'm seeing flashes of that team developing, and they're young. And I think it takes a dozen games or so to figure out your role and how you can help the team. And I think I see that starting to take shape. So that game against Miami was encouraging. I know they could have won it, probably should have won it, but. In this day of NIL,
oh yeah,
I'll bet you that Miami's NIL figure is much larger than the Panthers, and that's a reality that everybody has to live with. They were 3-17 last year. They completely redid the roster, new coach, but I think their money commitment is very, very high, as it is for football. And a Panther fan texted me yesterday. I hate Ohio State. I hate Miami. Who should I root for? He said Miami because if they win and keep advancing, Pitt gets more money.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Clemson on Saturday here in Pittsburgh, I guess.
And they beat Syracuse last night at Syracuse, and I imagine they're coming straight to Pittsburgh, making it an extended road trip. But they're good. They're a solid team, and this will be a big challenge. But like I say, Michael, from what I've seen the last two games, I'm encouraged by that team. And I know, they didn't have the availability of that 6'11" transfer, Deshaun Jackson, because of health issues. And a lot falls on the shoulders of Cam Corhan.
Mm-hmm.
But he's their most consistent player, and I think he played 39 minutes at Miami, which is a lot. But, they have to do what they have to do. So it'll be a much more competitive ACC schedule than maybe 3 weeks ago than people thought.
Yeah, Bill, I have to get to the Steelers with you. I take it you weren't at all surprised that game was moved to Sunday night, the Sunday night football game, as a marquee matchup, and it'll have huge ratings.
Yeah, not surprised at all. And somebody said to me, well, they blew it. They should have beaten Cleveland and won the division. I said, I'd rather beat Baltimore to win a division than backing in.
Yes.
And okay.
Everybody got so mad, but we're at home. Relax.
Yeah, and we played well against Baltimore, usually this time of year. Last year, I know, was an exception. But, bring them on. And let's see what we have. With Aaron Rodgers, anything is possible. I thought he won that game last week, but on that final play, the officials didn't agree with me, which they often don't.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was a classic PI. He never looked back, the defender. The ball was catchable. There was an arm bar. I mean, it just they didn't call it. And, you win some, you lose some. You got to move on. You got to play through it.
Yeah, you do. And I guess I was surprised when I saw that incoming Baltimore is favored to win the game by 3.5 points. I didn't understand. I'm not getting that, and I don't know. I'm just not getting it.
Well, yeah, it didn't surprise me. I think there's a school of thought that Baltimore is a better football team, but I'm slightly optimistic about Sunday night. I really am, and I don't know why. I feel good about Aaron Rodgers. I know T.J. Watt is probably a long shot. But, from what I've seen of this football team, they're capable. And they beat Baltimore once in Baltimore, so let's beat them again.
Yeah, and then, and people were mad about the Metcalf thing as well, and I get that. I do. I get it. But you know what? And we know he's sort of, when he's in there, the other players, they have to watch him the most, and other players get freed up. But the Steelers adjust to that for Sunday night, right?
Yeah, and hopefully Calvin Austin is back, and so that'll be one more additional target for Aaron. And, they've had to depend on the tight ends on receiving ends of footballs, and so be it.
Yeah.
They're pretty good at tight end, even without Darnell Washington. So I think Jonnu Smith and the Big Muth, I think they can get it done. So we'll just wait and see and hope that the Steelers can be consistent against Baltimore. I think that's the key. Just be consistent. Move the ball, use the clock, shorten the game, and, defend against the run. And Derrick Henry's a load. I understand that. But the Steelers have to figure out a way to not let him beat them.
And wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree, Bill, that it's AFC North Championship, winner take all, and it's in Pittsburgh? Isn't the crowd going to be a factor?
It should be. But you wonder with the weather and being a night game just how that's going to turn out. But I think the crowd should help a lot. And I think, that terrible towel, it's going to have an impact on the game. No doubt about it.
No doubt about it. Bill Hillgrove, the legendary, iconic Bill Hillgrove, have a great day in Conneaut. Go to the Silver Shores for lunch. Go to Sharky's for breakfast. But that's not going to be easy today. It's too cold. and you guys got way more snow than we did.
Yeah, I'm going to burrow out and have a good day.
You bet. Absolutely. Burrow out and have a good day, and safe travel back to the Berg for the Pitt game, Pitt and Clemson on Saturday. Bill, Happy New Year. We love having you.
Thank you, Michael. Likewise, and it's always a pleasure.
My pleasure indeed. All right, Bill Hillgrove. Man, I love that trademark voice. Isn't that wonderful? Okay, okie dokie. I wanted to, when we get back, I wanted to share some funny information about New Year's resolutions. Maybe not too funny. Do you have New Year's resolutions? Do you? Uh-huh. Are you doing it? Huh? The success rate's not too good. I'd love to hear from you about your New Year's resolutions. I always have one every year, and I kind of blow it. So Let me know what yours are. 866-391-1020. By the way, the sun is up. Okay? Now you can really see how much snow we got out there. And give me an idea if you cared to. Give me an idea what your roads look like. Whether in the city, outside the city, in the suburbs, whatever it might be. 866-391-1020. Okay? All right, I'll give you a little hint here. You ready? They're not going to believe this, but maybe you would. 90%. 90% of New Year's resolutions fail by mid-February. That ain't too good. That ain't too good. But they say don't get too ambitious and too nebulous in terms of too general. You have to make it narrow. All right? You have to be realistic. All right? All right. 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. Happy New Year.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Only 1 in 5 people with disabilities, including those with autism, are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do?
Okay, try me.
What about a programmer?
That is a job for someone with autism.
What about a teacher?
That is a job for someone with autism.
Oh, how about a healthcare worker?
Yes, those are all jobs for someone with autism. The truth is, qualified people with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas and beliefs. Businesses value diversity, but sometimes don't recognize the unique strengths and abilities of the autism community. Introducing WIN, the Workplace Inclusion Now program by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
Ooh, what about a ranch hand?
Yeah! Sure, that's a job for someone with autism too. To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win. That's autismspeaks.org/win.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines,
Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition, too. It's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
It's approaching 8:20 on the Big K Morning Show. From the KDK Radio News Desk, here's a look ahead at the 8:30 news. Margot's in the newsroom.
All right, thanks, Michael. Are you sick with the flu? So are many others in the United States. Details coming up at 8:30 on The Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard on The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Happy New Year. I'm sure you looked out by now and you saw the snow we got. AccuWeather was telling us before that we got 3 to 5 generally around the region. Some people got a lot more than that. Some people got a little less than that. Side roads very, 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 very iffy today. Be careful. The main roads coming along, but PennDOT still has that 45 mile per hour speed limit on those roads. So just be careful. Take your time. Don't be rushing because you're gonna, you're gonna get in trouble. Believe me. Okay, Linda in Greensburg. Linda, Happy New Year.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
And I'm very thankful that you're on live.
Oh, good.
And the comment that I want to make is as a sign of hope for people that if somebody makes New Year's resolutions and they don't follow through them completely into February, that there is the rest of the year. Because I used to smoke, and I quit smoking about 24 years ago. I'm glad I did because I saved money.
Good for you. Yeah, I know. And you're healthier probably.
And I just took it one day at a time and just, just decreased day by day.
Well, let me just give those figures for you again because I know you're called because I was given those figures. But 90% of New Year's resolutions fail by mid-February. 23% quit in the first week. 43% by the end of January. But A, don't give up, and B, you have to be realistic. So don't have vague goals. Statements like eat healthier that lacks concrete, metrics and for success, and have realistic plans. Going from zero to intense workouts is. People will tell you it's unsustainable, so you have to kind of think this through. But I'm with you, Linda. But I'm with you. I'm with you in the sense, don't give up. Don't you dare give up.
Right.
Yeah. No question about it. Yeah. So
and you have a blessed day and a good year ahead, and I just pray for all of the world that things will just get better for everybody.
Yes, I do too. And I hope we have a decent year. Linda, Happy New Year. Thanks for the call.
Thank you.
You bet. Absolutely. So you know what else? I mentioned to Bill Kilgrove there, and he chuckled because I think he has the same plans. I'm making pork and sauerkraut today. Absolutely. And I wonder if you are too. Do you have a good, decent recipe? I just do. I let that simmer in the pot. I put the sauerkraut in there with the pork. I let that simmer for a couple of hours, and that comes out. Not even, you don't need a knife for that pork. Nothing. So eating pork is a New Year's tradition. It's a widespread tradition, no doubt about it. And I can't remember, even as a kid, we did it as well. It's particularly in German, Eastern European countries where it sort of started out. It's believed to bring good luck and progress in the coming year. The primary reasoning is that pigs root for food with a forward motion, symbolizing forward momentum in life. All right? There it is. And in terms of prosperity and abundance, the round, plump shape of pigs and the fact that owning them was a sign of wealth in the past, that all symbolizes a quote-unquote fat or full wallet, a fat wallet or a full wallet, and general abundance. Okay? All right? Now, the sauerkraut that I have to have with it. The pork is commonly served with quote-unquote lucky foods that have their own symbolic meanings. Okay, sauerkraut is common in Pennsylvania Dutch and German traditions. The green leafy strands of cabbage symbolize, did you know this? Did you know it? Symbolize money and long life. How about that? Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that good? People have a lot of different recipes for pork and sauerkraut. If you want to share one, give us a call, 866-391-1020. I don't know why I had this, and I don't know where I got it, but I have it on a day like today, I'll make it, and I'm going to make it today. So I just brown the pork chops in a pot. Now, this is going to sound crazy to you, but it's not. I brown them with olive oil and some butter, brown them, all right? You don't even have to spice them up that much, a little salt and pepper, all right? And then I take the bag of sauerkraut, and I put the whole thing in there, all right, with a whole jar of Heinz chili sauce. Mix it up. All right, with the pork chops in there. And then guess what? I let that simmer, kind of gets to a boil, and then I let that simmer for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And then when you pull those pork chops out, guess what? They are so tender you cannot even believe it. Pork's kind of easy to make, I think. I really do. I really, really do. So, oh boy, I see I had a feeling people wanted to talk about this. Todd, I'm gonna fit you in here, Todd, in North Huntington, about the pork. You stay right there. Don't you move. I want to hear about that. All right, Margot's got news in about 3 minutes, and then I'll be back. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 15 degrees and mostly cloudy at 8:30. I'm Margot Rensel. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For your homes, windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. Crews responded to a fire in Westmoreland County on Wednesday morning. A fire broke out at the 800 block of Beatty Village Road in Unity Township at 4:30 a.m. A neighbor told KDKA-TV what he saw.
Well, actually, I said the first thing was fire. I was thinking our house was on fire, and it just quick up out of bed and threw clothes on and run out the door. And then when we noticed, like I said, that it was the neighbors, and first thing we did was make sure that everybody was out and everybody was safe.
And everybody was safe, thankfully. Everyone in the duplex that caught fire made it out unharmed. Crews were able to contain the fire in approximately 40 minutes. However, the damage to the building was extensive. Pittsburgh received 3 to 5 inches of snow last night into this morning, putting December snowfall at 16 inches in 2025. Is this normal? AccuWeather's Heather Zare answers.
We usually see the bigger snow totals kind of January on.
According to the National Weather Service, the average snowfall for Pittsburgh in December is 7.7 inches, and the most December snowfall was seen in 1890 at 41 inches. The number of flu cases is rising, and as CBS's Michael George reports, it's not too late to get a flu shot.
The U.S. is in the midst of a particularly bad flu season. The CDC estimates 81,000 people have been hospitalized from the illness so far, and 3,100 have died, including at least 8 children. Health experts say it's still not too late to get a flu shot, which can help prevent severe illness and protect others. Only about 42% of adults and children have gotten their flu vaccination this year.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. TJ Watt was a limited participant at yesterday's practice. His status for Sunday night's game remains up in the air. However, Aaron Rodgers has hope for Sunday's game, saying in his press conference,
We'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, we're always adapting. We had a lot of opportunities in the Cleveland game. Just didn't execute very well.
There will be a new winner in college football. Last year's champs, the Ohio State Buckeyes, were defeated last night 24-14 against the Miami Hurricanes. 3 more quarterfinal games kick off today in the college football playoff. KDK Radio News Time is 8:32. Our next update at 9. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Happy New Year and more great savings to start the year at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 85% lean fresh ground round, $4.99 a pound, and frozen George's chicken wing sections, 4-pound bags, $9.99 each. In the produce department, extra large slicing tomatoes, 99 cents a pound, and California iceberg lettuce, 2 heads for $3. In our bakery department, assorted fruit-filled mini Danish, 10-count packages, $5.50 each. And in our deli department, Lamagna mozzarella or provolone cheese is $4.99 a pound, and Made Fresh Daily Street Tacos, 3-count package, $5.99 each. Additional savings this week. Green Mountain K-Cups, 10-count package, $5.99 each. And Lean Cuisine Classics or Features, 5 to 11.5-ounce packages, buy 4, get 1 free with your Coons Reward Card.
So start the new year off with great savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today, clouds and sun, brisk and very cold. A couple of flurries as well, high 21. Snow showers, low 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
The Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back to the Big K Morning Show. It is 14 degrees. Oh boy, 14 at Pittsburgh International. We got 3 to 5 inches overnight. Most freeways around the metro area, speed limit reduced to 45 miles per hour. Be careful out there. Believe me, and side roads are treacherous, according to all the folks who've been texting and calling in. Okay, I want to get to CBS Radio News correspondent Michael Wallace. Michael, good morning and Happy New Year.
Hey, Michael, Happy New Year. How you doing?
Fine. Listen, speaking of New Year's Eve, I think there's a big collective sigh of relief last night and into today, given there was so much security in New York, all over, every celebration around the country, and things went very, very well.
Yeah, everything was relatively safe. I mean, last year on this morning we were talking about the truck attack in New Orleans, unfortunately, and I think, 11 people killed there. So a year later, things were a lot quieter, thankfully. And, of course, as you mentioned, security was so tight at all these events anyway. But, unfortunately, that's the world we live in now. Whenever we have big gatherings like that, we always have to worry about that potential.
Yeah, and I was on the air last New Year's Day morning, and you probably were on with me, and that New Orleans deal was so sad. And the National Guard was on Bourbon Street and in New Orleans last night, and it got me to thinking. I wanted to ask you that. So yesterday, the president announced that he's taking the National Guard out of Chicago, Portland, and L.A. And the Supreme Court had something to say about that as well. Was that a surprise, or was the Supreme Court decision, that had to be heeded too?
Yeah, I think that court decision last week, Michael, kind of sealed the deal for the president. The court basically ruled that he couldn't send troops to the Chicago area over the objections of local officials. Chicago's mayor, Illinois' governor, had said this is unnecessary and unconstitutional. So President Trump said now that he's going to, at least for now anyway, stop his effort to deploy Guard troops to L.A., Chicago, and Portland, Oregon. So, I think it was probably coming after that court ruling. But as you mentioned, Guard troops are still in New Orleans. They're still in Memphis. The governors of, Louisiana and Tennessee have welcomed the Guard troops there to help crack down crime in cities, which, of course, by the way, led by Democrats there. And then the Guard troops are going to stay in New Orleans through the Super Bowl and through Mardi Gras for several weeks. So where they're welcomed by governors, they will likely remain. But in these cities where they were not wanted, the Guard troops, at least for now, are not going to be deployed there.
My guest is Michael Wallace, CBS Radio News correspondent. You've heard him on the air a gazillion times. Michael, what are the main issues that you see in terms of major coverage for 2026 looking down the road?
Oh boy, where do you begin? Right?
I'll tell you. I'll begin. I had a University of Pittsburgh economist on this morning, and the economy is going to be a huge story, no question. Pricing, inflation, all that type stuff, and it's pocketbook issues are a big issue.
Absolutely. There was a lot of fear about President Trump's tariffs and what impact they would have. Depending on who you believe, they haven't had a huge impact yet. Inflation did tick higher a little bit during the year, but it hasn't been the huge jump that some had expected. The stock market's still near record highs at the end of 2025. Are the concerns about a potential bubble bursting when it comes to AI and all the investment that's been put into that. So there are a lot of question marks there. The job market has showed a couple of signs late in the year of maybe weakening a bit with unemployment ticking a little higher. There were a lot of companies late in the year announcing tens of thousands of job cuts and layoffs, like Amazon and Verizon, big names like that. So, yeah, you're right. As we head into the new year, there are a lot of question marks there. We mentioned immigration and the National Guard troops. Immigration is going to be a big one this year. Ukraine, certainly. There's work going on for a potential peace plan there, but every time they seem to make a little progress, there's it's one step forward, two steps back. I just filed a story this morning about how the CIA has confirmed or found that Ukraine did not launch an attack on President Putin's residence in northwestern Russia, as Russia had claimed. A lot of developments that we could see there throughout the year, too, as we try to finally get some peace in Ukraine.
And I think as of today, a big story, Michael, I think you'll agree, no question about it. Folks like you and I are going to be talking about it, and you guys will be reporting on it. As of today, the 22 million people in this country, to see their monthly premiums for health insurance will double in a lot of cases because the subsidies for the ACA go away, Obamacare go away. That begins today, and I would think on the Hill that is going to be a predominant conversation.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, as we all know, that was the big sticking point of the government shutdown for several, 40-something days in October. And, one of the ways they ended that shutdown was the GOP promised that they would vote on those subsidies at some point, and of course that basically didn't happen as the year wound down. So, yeah, millions of people, a lot of them seeing their premiums almost double, if not more. A huge issue as we head into 2026, and of course, healthcare insurance for most of us, premiums have been going up, not at that level as people in the Affordable Care Act, but all of us are seeing premiums rise every year. And
folks that are on employee health care, they're seeing theirs go ticking way up. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that's an issue, whether Congress will actually do anything about it. And if they do, whether the president will sign whatever they come up with, obviously that remains to be seen. But you're right. These health care subsidies for ACA recipients and for everyone in general, even on their employer plans, that's going to be a big issue in 26.
And I think America 250 will be a big deal.
Yeah, I think so too. You haven't heard a lot about it. We've heard a few mentions of it in recent days. They had a second confetti drop in Times Square last night for New Year's Eve to celebrate the ushering in of this 2026, the 250th birthday of the country. And I hadn't realized till covering the New Year's celebrations during the past few days that there's going to be a second ball drop at midnight on January 3rd to celebrate January 4th, signing of the Declaration of Independence.
That's the first I heard that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they had that hadn't been too widely reported.
But wait,
we learned that earlier this week
in New York or in D.C.?
Yes.
Oh, in New York?
No, in New York. In Times Square. Then on July 3rd, at that night at midnight, they're going to drop the ball and celebrate the incoming July 4th. And a ball drop outside of New Year's Eve in Times Square has never been done, so that's going to be a first.
That's going to be really cool.
So there's a website. The name of it escapes me right now, but there's a website with all the events that are planned for the 250th, and there are dozens of them around the country. But you're right, we haven't heard a whole lot about it yet, but I think as we get deeper into the year, we'll be hearing some more about the celebrations.
I bring it up today because in your newscast, CBS Radio newscast, I heard it. I heard it today because we're into the new year, and then I looked in some of the national coverage. It begins today because it's the new year. That type thing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess, the hope would be on most of our parts that celebrating the 250th might help bring us a little closer together. I mean, you know how polarized the country is.
Good luck with that, my man. Good luck with that.
Well,
good luck.
Exactly.
Hey,
exactly. And even some of these 250th celebrations, Michael. I mean,
I know.
There's been a lot of fighting over some of the details.
I know.
I mean, President Trump put his face on the passes for the national parks deal.
I know.
People are upset about that. And
people are upset about that, and then
250.
I know, but it's the 250th year of the country, and I know, and people were mad about Trump putting his face on the stuff. I get that part, but and then I hear people like, oh, I'm not going to watch that if Trump's on. That's not fair either. It's about the country, not him. Everybody just get it together. But hey, Michael, bringing us together. Good luck with that, my man. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Who are you trying to kid?
Oh, and by the way, Michael, we'll have the midterms coming up too. So
yes. Huge. That's a huge story. Believe me. Michael Wallace, Happy New Year. I'll let you get back to work. This was great. We'll talk to you down the road.
All right, Michael. Have a good New Year.
You too. I really appreciate that. What a huge talent, Michael Wallace, CBS Radio News. Okay, so. Pork and sauerkraut. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. By the way, speaking of new laws taking effect, all that type stuff, my guest at 905, 907 area, State Senator Jay Costa, ranking member, very respected, wonderful man. He's going to talk about some of the new laws that, and we're going to play that David Bolorado story before Jay. And talk to Jay about the new laws and what they're working on in Harrisburg that could get passed this year. It's quite a few things, okay? But in the meantime, pork and sauerkraut, somebody wanted to talk about that. Hey, that's for good luck. I got to get one of those pretzels, too. All right, Happy New Year. I'll be right back.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back. Now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
A fire, it can change everything in seconds, but Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh is ready 24/7 to help restore what matters most. From smoke damage to full rebuilds, their experts are trained, trusted, and ready to work with your insurance. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van and get back to normal faster.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master. It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And Margot's got the big three. Hi, Margot.
Hi, Michael. First of all, Aaron Rodgers has hope for Sunday's game, saying in his press conference.
We're always adapting. We had a lot of opportunities in the Cleveland game. Just didn't execute very well.
Let me play that one again.
We'll be fine. Yeah, we're always adapting. We had a lot of opportunities in the Cleveland game. Just didn't execute very well.
And I had I don't know if you listened to my interview with Bill Hillgrove this morning, and I love him. He thinks the Steelers are going to win Sunday night like I do, and you do too. Yeah, and just everybody just settle down and quit being negative. My Steeler glass is always half full, never half empty, and I can't help it. And Aaron Rodgers, right? We'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. If your quarterback thinks you're going to win, that's a good sign.
And how can it not be an advantage, playing at home at Acrisure? Come on.
You got the city staring down at you. You got to win.
Absolutely.
All right, next up, flu cases in the United States are up right now. Are you sick from the flu, Michael?
No, please. I'm knocking on wood in here right now. No, but guess what? I know a lot of people who've had it, and it's no fun. Temperature, high temps, all that type stuff.
Yeah. Next up, a fire in Unity Township left a duplex heavily damaged. However, everybody got out safe, and it took crews only 40 minutes to contain the fire.
Luckily. Wow. Okie dokie. Margot, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Thanks a million. I just wanted to make sure I fit this in. And don't forget, now that the sun is up, you can see for yourself how much snow we got. A lot. Be careful driving if you're going anywhere. And the kids are going to have a blast sled riding and doing everything they're doing. Yep, indeed. Yep, no doubt about it. So I felt badly about hearing about the city paper. The Pittsburgh City Paper is closed after 34 years of operation. They closed down. I was very sad about that. The city paper was very, very, and I guess they posted that on social media or whatever, that they're closed. They're owned by the Block family, the Post-Gazette. So that's the end of the Pittsburgh City Paper. Very, very, very sad to me because, they did a really nice job in terms of, they weren't hard news, some opinion, whatever, and I'm a retired journalist, now I'm opinion, but mostly opinion, but, and I love news, but their feature reporting was really, really, really good. Really good, One of their workers said this is a loss for us, but it's a bigger loss for Pittsburgh readers. The city deserves better. It's very sad. And I listen, if I was searching for information for brand new restaurants and all that type stuff, I would log on to the city paper or Pittsburgh Magazine. Phenomenal. I love Pittsburgh Magazine. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And the publisher, Betsy Benson's a dear friend. But, I knew people that worked at the city paper. They also did cultural offerings like nightclubs and bands and music reviews and restaurant reviews, neighborhoods. They did a really good job with that. So I was very, very sad to hear that the Pittsburgh City Paper is now closed. It's over, ended. So we'll see how that evolves and all of that. We'll see what happens. All right, so listen. We've heard all morning about we got a ton of snow. Be careful out there. Coming up in a couple minutes after Margot has news, don't forget, there's some new state laws coming into effect as of today. Today's January 1st. As of today, State Senator Jay Costa will be my guest coming up right after news, and 9:05, 9:07. Okay, he's going to talk about the new laws, and then I'm going to ask him about what's on the docket for 2026, what's contentious, what seems to be like it's almost kind of a shoo-in to be passed. I know there's marijuana legislation, there's all sorts of things, and there's AI legislation that they want to wrestle away from the federal government, and so the Pennsylvania has some control because we have a lot of AI centers here. Carnegie Mellon and Pitt and Duquesne and all we have such brain power in Western Pennsylvania. Seton Hill, Sisters of Charity, I love them. Anyway. All that, okay, and so that they don't want to be under the auspices, under complete control of the federal government. So there's a lot of legislation that they'll be working on coming up in 2020. Well, in this year, it's 2026 now. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So there's some legislation that took effect at midnight about motorcyclists, about hairstyling and things like that, okay? And we'll ask Jay about all of that, okay? In the meantime, if you're traveling, be careful. And, that pork and sauerkraut, I'm having it. That New Year's pretzel, is that just a Pittsburgh thing, getting a New Year's pretzel? Is that just or is that an every place thing? I'm going to find out and let you know. That New Year's pretzel, that's a big thing. I got to get one of those too for dessert. Yeah, the dessert ones. You understand? Yeah, New Year's Day, we always had pretzels, big pretzels. Yeah, you get that at Oakmont Bakery. They're sort of like pretzel coffee cake type things. Eat that after you have pork and sauerkraut. Don't kid yourself. All right, it's 8:57. I'm going to take a break. Margot's has news, and I'll have Jay Costa right here. And I'll be back. Michael Bartley, KDK.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020. At KDKA-radio.com.
Officer, can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within. Over enemies of fear. Enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 15 degrees and partly sunny at 9 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensel. News is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. Crews responded to a fire in Westmoreland County on Wednesday morning. A fire broke out on the 800 block of Beatty Village Road in Unity Township at 4:30 a.m. A neighbor told KDKA-TV what he saw.
Well, actually, I said the first thing was fire. I was thinking our house was on fire, and it just quick up out of bed and threw clothes on and run out the door. And then when we noticed, like I said, that it was the neighbors, and first thing we did was make sure that everybody was out and everybody was safe.
And thankfully, everybody was safe. Everyone in the duplex that caught fire made it out unharmed. However, the damage to the building was extensive. Fayette County's district attorney is denying claims made on a viral live stream video that it declined to investigate a reported child predator case. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
It began with a live stream on Facebook. A Clearfield County-based page called 814 Pred Hunters confronted a man in Connellsville, showing him a thick binder said to contain printouts of him trying to arrange an illegal encounter with a minor.
This is all conversations from you to this 15-year-old girl.
After talking to the man for about 25 minutes, the streamer then returned to his car and told his viewers,
"No, the police aren't coming. The DA won't allow them to come. The DA has told them not to accept anything from KESH teams."
That prompted not only a Facebook post by DA Mike Auble, but also a call from him to the streamer, telling him that was not true and he welcomes the efforts of such organizations. Pred 814 then turned over its information to the DA's office to help prosecute the case. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
A United States Postal Service carrier was robbed Wednesday morning in Pittsburgh's Belts Hoover neighborhood. On the 500 block of Climax Street around 10 a.m., a driver stopped in front of the carrier, made verbal threats, and then demanded her postal satchel and key. The Postal Service employee, afraid, gave the woman the items, police said. The suspect then fled from the area and no description of the suspect or vehicle was provided. Anyone with information about the incident can call the U.S. Postal Inspection Service at 877-876-2455. The ball dropped twice in Times Square last night. CBS's Stacey Lynn explains why.
It wasn't too much champagne making you see things. The big ball did really drop twice. First, the obligatory countdown to midnight. Then, 4 minutes after the clock struck 12, it dropped again, but with a very patriotic makeover. It was all lit up in red, white, and blue. That's because as the new year began, the United States officially began celebrating its 250th anniversary, also known as the semi-quincentennial. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. 3 college football playoff quarterfinal games today. At noon, Oregon faces Texas Tech. 4 o'clock, Alabama against Indiana. And the nightcap, 8 o'clock, Georgia versus Ole Miss. Pitt women's basketball hosts Wake Forest at 6 o'clock, and the Pens host the Red Wings tonight at 7. Also, ahead of Sunday games, Aaron Rodgers has hope, saying in a press conference,
We'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, we're always adapting. We had a lot of opportunities in the Cleveland game. Just didn't execute very well.
KDKA Radio News time is 9:03. It's 15 degrees and partly sunny in Pittsburgh. The AccuWeather forecast is next.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, Or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun with a couple of flurries today. Brisk and very cold with a high of 21. There'll be a couple of snow showers and a low of 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zayer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Happy New Year from the Big K Morning Show and all of us at KDKA, the voice of Pittsburgh, KDK Radio 1020. So, Jay Costa, State Senator Jay Costa, ranking member, all around great guys, my guest. And before I even bring Jay on, I just want to tell you that there are new laws statewide went into effect at midnight. And there's a very busy agenda for 2026. Some already look to be a compromise. Others could be very, very contentious discussions and agendas. But as of midnight, there are changes here in Pennsylvania. Before I bring Jay in, let's get a little background from our own David Bollerado.
Several new laws are going into effect, among them making it illegal in Pennsylvania to ban discrimination based on hairstyles. The Crown Act adds hair textures to protected characteristics in the Human Relations Act. One change making something legal, it will now be okay for motorcyclists to wear headphones or helmets with built-in phones while driving. Also, whether it's a private or public school, it will become mandatory for schools to let parents know of any incident involving a gun on school property. And insurers will have to cover early breast cancer detection. But Medicaid will no longer cover Ozempic or other GLP-1 drugs for weight loss. The coverage stays, though, for diabetes treatments.
Thank you, David Bollerado. Jay Costa, State Senator Jay Costa, good morning and Happy New Year, my friend.
Good morning, Michael, and Happy New Year's to you and all your listeners.
Thank you so much. So I wanted David Bollerado's story, and I know you know David, and he's probably done a gazillion stories with you over the years. Mm-hmm. The issue of guns in schools, can you be a little more specific for us?
Well, I think right now there's a question as to whether or not we should permit school instructors, for example, and different administrators to be able to carry weapons. Right now we can't do that. There's a question with regard to school safety officers or other types of officers that are in schools. That conversation will continue, but there are folks who feel strongly on both sides of that equation, and we're going to continue to take a look at that as we go forward this upcoming year.
Yeah, and I hear that. I'm sure that you're really you get a lot of reaction on that. Jay, you know, the new law regarding the hairstyles and all that type stuff, how did we get to that? And what is that? What exactly does that entail? If you can share a little bit more on that.
So the Crown Act issue goes back probably about 5 or 6 years, where there was an incident, I believe, in Pennsylvania, where a student was disciplined, I would say, for a hairstyle that she wore, and that became an issue. And at the end of the day, legislation was proposed by who's now Speaker Joanna McClinton, and been advocating for a couple of years now. It would pass the House frequently, the last 2 or 3 sessions, but would not see any light in the Senate. As part of the negotiations that we had with the governor and others in October and November, it was agreed that we would advance that measure through the Senate. It provides for you can't discriminate against a person based upon the nature and the style of hair that they wear, and that's something that is done in some communities across the Commonwealth and across the country. And it was an important piece of legislation and one that's really allows people to make a statement through their hairstyle and not be discriminated by it.
It's gotten national attention, and I think other states are looking at that, because it makes a lot of sense to me. Jay, coming up in 2026, it's going to be a busy year for you guys.
It is going to be a busy year, Michael. We start Tuesday. We go off for first day, and then late in January we're there. And really the process begins with the governor's budget address the first Tuesday in February. And that'll really kick off our discussions with respect to certainly budget matters, but also policy matters as well. He'll lay out his agenda for spending, but also revenue collection and also policies that he would want to see enacted. We anticipate that there's going to be a number of issues on the table that we're going to have to talk about between now and June 30th. Certainly, recreational marijuana is going to be one of those conversations that we have. Mass transit and transportation funding is going to be a big item for us because, we can sort of kick the can down the road and we're going to need to address it early 2027. So we need to be well prepared with a revenue stream to be able to support not only transit funding across the state, but also transportation for our roads and our bridges to ensure that they're safe for motorists. The other area is something called our skill games. Michael, there's been a lot of conversation on how we regulate and whether or not we provide parity with regard to taxation, with regard to skill games that we now find not only in bars and taverns, but we find them in grocery stores, we find them in cleaners, and they're unregulated, and we need to get our arms around it. That has been identified as a revenue stream potentially for transit funding and for the general fund. So that's some of the things that we're working on. There are a number of other items. Energy policy is going to have a major play, I think, as we go forward the next 6 months. Now that we've addressed the issue with regard to the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, that's sort of been off the table now. It's not a barrier to folks making investments here. Now we have to adopt an energy policy. Governor's put forward a lightning plan, which we think is very thoughtful, has various components that allow us the opportunity to help grow jobs here by utilizing working in this energy space that's going to allow us to be able to create the electric generation that creates the data centers, that allows for the jobs. But we know we have to do it in a balanced way, and I think that's going to be the challenge going forward.
And you know what, Jay? I don't know if this is the right description, but on several pieces of legislative proposals, it seems that Harrisburg and all of you have to be in the mindset or talking and considering ways to almost protect the state from the federal legislation, as in AI, for example. And you and I had talked about that, and I hope I'm explaining that right.
No, you're right. I think there's a number of areas where we need to be concerned about federal action, whether it be something that Congress does, or the president signs, or if it's executive orders or edicts from the president. We need to be mindful of them, and we take that into consideration. Certainly one of the areas is AI regulation, and whether there should be a one-size-fits-all for the whole country. I don't believe that to be the case. I think my colleagues on both sides of the aisle feel the same way. States should have the ability to manage and regulate AI as it moves forward, and again, be thoughtful and be balanced. And whether it be in the space of healthcare or some other type of development, we need to be thoughtful, and stakeholders need to be at the table as we draft those regulations and those policies.
Yeah.
Similarly, in the healthcare space, Michael, I mean, we know that what's coming down the road with the Medicaid program and with the Affordable Care Act.
And the subsidies that as of today are gone.
Are gone, and that's a big deal to a lot of people. People don't realize, doubling, tripling, and quadrupling of their premiums every month. Folks are not going to continue to have health care. I think I saw something that Penny put out, which is our marketplace exchange for health care. 1,000 people a day in Pennsylvania were declining to re-up their health insurance because of the cost. That's staggering, and we need to take steps to be able to address that. We need to put some of these things into state law to allow us the opportunity to be able to do that. We've been advancing these measures to sort of enshrine some of the benefits of the Affordable Care Act in Pennsylvania law. We're going to continue to pursue that as we go forward. That healthcare delivery, healthcare is going to be a priority along with education, along with, as I mentioned, the energy space, and looking to make certain we have tax equity and fairness with respect to skill games and the like. So we have a lot on our plate this upcoming year, and it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I was looking last night and reading about some states, and just a handful have temporarily approved subsidies for folks, part of the 22 million whose monthly premiums would double. But other states are saying we don't have that kind of money. It's such a challenge, and it really is. And you know, Jay, overall in this healthcare thing, if hundreds of thousands of Pennsylvanians go off health care, doesn't that affect our economy in general and you know our healthcare system?
There's no question that it does, Michael. On the economic side of things, as you look at Pittsburgh and Allegheny County, you know, we are a major healthcare delivery hub. And when you talk about not having folks having benefits, it does a couple things. They don't go see the doctors, which means there's less activity at the doctor's office. They end up getting sicker, and they end up in hospitals, which they can't pay for. And hospitals have to deal with uncompensated care, which is where we were before we put into place the Affordable Care Act, which that's been addressed. That's all going to change again. But we're only talking about the healthcare side. We also have to look at the Medicaid side, what's taking place in that space. When those changes go into effect, in January 21, a year from now, that's going to have a major impact on the healthcare delivery. But we do a lot of healthcare delivery 24/7 in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County, specifically in the Oakland area, for example. That will be impacted. There's no question about it as these changes grow into place. And that's why we're fighting to maintain them, not only for the economic benefit, but more importantly for the health benefits of the people who we represent.
Boy, it's going to be a very, very, very busy 2026 in Harrisburg. State Senator Jay Costa, always a pleasure. Happy New Year. Tell your family, and I really appreciate the time.
Anytime, Michael. Happy New Year to you as well. Take care, buddy.
Yep, absolutely. Boy, there's just a lot going on. What are your predictions? What are your predictions generally for 2026? Huh? What are they? 866-391-1020. Oh, man. This is going to be a very interesting year here. Good or bad? You think good? You think bad? In the middle? 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Ah, the Internet. A place where your curiosity can flourish. Unless malware gets in the way. It's a place that can surprise you. With phishing websites and trackers. The Internet is wonderful, but you must protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. Tech Radar named it the #1 VPN in 2025. A single NordVPN account secures up to 10 devices. What else? This cybersecurity tool also encrypts your browsing. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. NordVPN scans the dark web to check that the information associated with your email address is not exposed. Just a few clicks and you're safer online. Browse with more peace of mind. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss all-time favorite recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
9:19 on the Big K Morning Show. It's New Year's Day. Oh, I hope you have a fun day. The kids will be out there, and they're going to be sled riding. And if you're driving, be careful. From the KDK Radio News Desk, here's a look ahead at the 9:30 a.m. news. And in the newsroom, Margot Rensel. Margot?
All right, thanks, Michael. A USPS mail carrier was robbed Wednesday morning. What you need to know at 9:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Talk about the news you hear. It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Gonna knock off a few phone calls here. And then when I get back after that, I got the update on the New Year's pretzel. Just relax. I got it for you. Just hold on. Hold your horses on New Year's Day. Just settle down. All right. Bishop and Denora. Bishop, you're first. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Brother Barley.
Thank you.
Let me just say this. As you travel, be safe. But when you're traveling outside of Pennsylvania, etc., the Drury Inn, especially in Orlando, Florida, great places. And Brother Barley, you'll like this. They got a little bar, they have free dinner and everything. You get drinks for free.
I don't even drink anymore. Wait, are you in Orlando now?
I am.
Oh, wow.
I'm on my way back.
My niece is the main anchor at the NBC station there. You got to listen to her. You have to watch her. Yeah.
I probably did see her.
West 2, Channel 2, West 2 News. Yeah, Meredith McDonough. That's my niece. Yeah.
Yeah, she was on last night.
Yeah, she's phenomenal.
Let me say this. Yeah, I think she was on last night.
She might have been. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just say this, Brother Bartley. With everybody, let's have a great, happy New Year, and let's have a great year 2026. Regardless of what, let's protect and look after one another. But what the state rep Jay Costa was saying, and I caught the snippets of it. Listen, hair should not be an issue in school. You should be able to wear your hair the way you want.
Agreed.
Number two is, with the guns in school, I'm a resource officer. Sometimes I carry it, sometimes I don't carry it. And I have other apparatuses on the etc. There should be no guns that's permitted in any school far as students, parents, etc. Off limits. None.
Agreed.
Except the official ones who should have it or have the potential.
Agreed.
Now, 3, the phones. I believe the phones should be banned because the kids misuse it and abuse it. That's why you have an office.
You mean the cell phone? You mean the cell phones is what you're talking about?
The cell phone.
Yeah.
The cell phone.
Yeah.
You can ask the office to call home, and they should oblige that within reason. They should oblige that to do that.
Uh-huh.
All right, but because you know what, Brother Bartley, parents call their kids in the middle of the school. They're in school.
Yeah, I know. They're in school.
So
Can you imagine those when I was in school? Those nuns. If you looked anywhere away and you weren't paying attention, you were in deep trouble.
That's right. Because let me tell you something, Brother Bartley. I've had kids come to the office, or they come to my office, or say, my parents coming to give me this. I said, well, how that happen? Oh, well, they called me and told me they were going to bring it. What? How is so that should be banned. So I think that the schools could be on the right trajectory. I know it should be a zone-free zone of guns. If you come to a school with a gun, that should be my senator, Bartolotto, you should hear this, Costa, you too. It should be an automatic felony, no exceptions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Hey, Bishop, wait. Before you go, I thought I read that, and I know you're vacationing in Orlando, but last night was like really cold there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was chilly.
I heard it was like 28 degrees in Orlando, Florida, or something last night. Wow.
It might have been. And let me tell you this, Brother Bartlett.
Yeah.
We were in Clearwater, too. Did you know that they open up warming stations at around 35 degrees?
Are you kidding me? 35 degrees to us as we walk around with short sleeves on.
At 35 degrees.
I never knew that.
It's considered cold. And they open up warming stations. I called my guys. Can you believe it? They having various warming stations open for people because, there's a lot of homeless down here.
Yeah, I know. So, but 35 degrees is 35 degrees ain't nothing for us.
Yeah, but they consider that cold down here.
Yeah.
And the iguanas or whatever you call those, lizards or whatever.
Yeah.
They start falling off trees.
Yep.
So
I know.
See you in a few days.
Okay. Safe travel.
Councilman on Monday.
Safe travel. David in Wilkinsburg, hang on. I'll get to you after Margot's newscast. Don't you love the fact that this radio station, this historic, iconic brand, this radio station, doesn't matter if our listeners are in Denora, Oakland, Bloomfield, or Orlando, or Honolulu, or Thailand, or Argentina, or Dublin, or Nairobi. It doesn't matter. They call in. They want to make sure they're heard. I love it. And they listen to us on our app, okay, or KDKA-Radio.com, no matter where you are. I love it. I absolutely love it. I do. All right, after the break, David in Wilkinsburg, I promise I'm going to get to you. But I wanted to clear something up on the pretzel real quick. Yes, it is sort of Pittsburgh-based. I'm so happy because when I lived in the Midwest, I never saw New Year's Eve pretzels. Never. Anyway, it's a sweet doughy pastry, big time. You get it anywhere you want, And again, it's to bring good luck and prosperity in the coming year. The tradition has, again, German origins, and it's particularly popular in regions of Germany and in some areas of the United States with strong German heritage, such as Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Yes, indeed. So I'm telling you, if you're in Scottsbluff, Nebraska, and you say, where can I get a New Year's pretzel? They'll be like, what? What are you talking about? Yeah. No, but then we got them in the Berg. I'm having pork and sauerkraut today, and I'm having a New Year's pretzel, and I'm going to watch football, and I'm going to be so happy. I'll be back after Margot has news.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a Canine Companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi! That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 15 degrees and mostly sunny at 9:30. I'm Margot Renzel. A United States Postal Service carrier was robbed Wednesday morning in Belts Hoover. On the 500 block of Climax Street around 10 a.m., a driver stopped in front of the carrier, made verbal threats, then demanded her postal satchel and key. The Postal Service employee, afraid, gave the woman the items, police said. The suspect then fled from the area and no description of the suspect or vehicle was provided. Anyone with information about the incident can call the U.S. Postal Inspection Service at 877-876-2455. Dozens are presumed dead and about 100 injured in a fire that swept through a Swiss Alps bar during its New Year's Eve celebration. The cause is unknown. Here's one: several helicopters deployed to the scene lands on site. A new Pennsylvania law will go into effect in 2026 that will require schools to notify parents about weapon incidents within 24 hours. State Senator Jay Costa told Michael Bartley about how this opens up the discussion for other weapon laws in schools.
Right now, there's a question as to whether or not we should permit school instructors, for example, and different administrators to be able to carry weapons. Right now, we can't do that.
He went on to say,
there are folks who feel strongly on both sides of that equation, and we're going to continue to take a look at that as we go forward this upcoming year.
KDKA Sports are brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. 3 college football playoff quarterfinal games today. At noon, Oregon faces Texas Tech, 4 o'clock, Alabama against Indiana, and at the nightcap, 8 o'clock, Georgia versus Ole Miss. Pitt women's basketball hosts Wake Forest at 6 o'clock, and the Pens host the Red Wings tonight at 7 o'clock. KDKA Radio News Time is 6:31. Our next update at 10. 9:31. Our next update at 10. I'm Margot Renzel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the US, we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
What does a teddy bear dream of? A teddy bear dreams of a best friend that tucks them in at night and wakes them up in the morning, who they share laughs and very secret secrets with. A best friend who they grow up with. What teddy bears don't dream of is being left alone, outside in the rain, in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Brisk and very cold today with a couple of flurries. We'll get some sun as well, high 21. Snow showers, low 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Everything you need to start your day with the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back to the Big K Morning Show. Michael Bartley in for Larry Richard. Brilliant sunshine right now over the Pittsburgh region. But don't let that fool you. At Pittsburgh International right now, it is 13 degrees. You know what the feels like temperature, the wind chill temperature? 2 degrees. 2. Wow. My man Lenny McAllister's coming up. He's gonna take over at 10 a.m., 20 minutes from now. And I'm going to ask him how his drive-in was, because this morning was not too good. We had a lot of calls about 28, the parkways, side roads were terrible. I don't know where you live, but not you, Lenny. I know where you live. I'm not going to say, but I'm just saying that rhetorically. So I'm going to talk to him about his drive-in. I'm going to take one last call. David in Wilkinsburg. David, you're my last caller on this New Year's morning. Go ahead, David.
Okay, Michael. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Hey, is that on Carson Street? It's either called the Pretzel Shop or Pittsburgh Pretzel.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, but
it's still there.
Yeah, I know. But the New Year's pretzel, don't forget, the New Year's pretzel is like a pastry pretzel.
I used to go to that Pittsburgh Pretzel Shop on Carson Street all the time.
I love that place too. I love it. Yeah.
Great. And you can stop there in the morning on your way to work and get pretzels for everybody for lunch for work.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Maybe I'll swing by there on the way home.
I didn't know where that last guy was coming from that called from Florida. What was his name? Barkley?
No, Bishop. Yeah.
Bishop. Yeah. He began to be.
Yeah.
He said something about kids taking guns to school. I never took a gun to school, and
I never did either. No.
That did.
No, and he was against the kids taking guns to school, of course, and that was after Senator Costa called about the new legislation that began today.
Where are they getting these guns?
I don't know, and it's very disturbing. I'm with you on that.
They're kids.
They're kids. I know they're kids. They're kids, and it got under my skin and it was, I think, a juvenile that opened fire outside the theater in South Hills Village. That really got under my skin the other day. And I think kind of the same thing at the waterfront. What the heck, you know?
One time here in Wilkinsburg, I saw a juvenile young lady who was very quick and apparently very strong pistol whip an adult in the street. I couldn't do nothing about it. I'm up in a high-rise.
That's terrible.
Pistol whip with a pistol.
My Lord, have mercy.
The guy was bleeding out of the ear and everything.
Oh, my. David, what did you want to say about marijuana? Because I got to run here. I got to get Yep.
Medical marijuana and recreational pot should be taxed heavily, Michael.
Okay.
Taxed heavily.
All right.
For projects like cleaning up the riverbeds, for energy, electricity production, technological advancements in it, for all these electronic gadgets out there.
Yeah.
They should tax heavily medical and recreational marijuana. Here in Wilkinsburg, it's running rampant. All these cigars, these little cigars, they sell in all the convenience stores. I think a majority of them get stuffed in the middle of the cigar with marijuana, pot, hash, Panama Red.
Wow.
They stink. They smoke them walking down the street, and they stink like pot.
Oh,
and they come into buildings and stink like pot.
David, thanks so much. Happy New Year. I appreciate the call. Happy New Year to you. Lenny's up at 10 o'clock. How would that guy called because Jay Costa was going on about what took effect at midnight, and then they're going to have a busy year. That CBS News radio news correspondent that I spoke with, man, nationally is a major busy year. How was your drive in?
Slower than normal.
Was it? How long did it take you? How much more time did it take you?
I probably could have gotten here 10 minutes sooner.
Okay.
5 to 10 minutes.
No, I'm going to ask you is, the Parkway West was a trouble spot, but inbound, I know that's not the way you come westbound.
It seemed okay.
Did it seem better?
But you got to remember two things, Michael. Number one, there's not a lot of people on the roads.
Correct.
Number two,
school's out.
Number three, if you go methodically, in the lane that is clear, you will get there. Not as fast as you're used to going, but you can get there. But the flip side is if you're impatient and you think you're going to pass people, some of these lanes are not completely clear, and that's where the trouble will come into play.
All right, listen. So I know you're a suburban Republican, and what were the suburban roads like? Okay,
the same. No,
really.
Some of them were clear.
That's what I'm hearing.
Some of them were clear, and some of them were snow packed with ice underneath.
Okay, because listen,
and there was a very bad accident close to where I lived last night as this snow was coming in. I heard it. And then you heard nothing but fire trucks afterwards.
Wow!
So there were people that were unfortunately caught up in the worst of this.
The reason I'm asking is because PennDOT has not yet upped the minimum the speed limit. It's still 45 miles per hour on the major arteries.
I can see that,
and I guess I can see it too. So I stayed here last night. I'll tell you why. You ready? And people were like, "What?"
There was a party.
But when I got here, guess what? David Bolorado, several people were like, "What's it like out there?" They were nervous about leaving because at 7:30 last night, 7:45, the roads were bad.
It started coming down.
They were really bad.
It was coming down steadily.
And then when you look at the thing, and I'm thinking, if I stay home and I'm going to leave my hilly neighborhood at 3:30 in the morning, I ain't going to get off the hill, number one. And number two, I'll toss and turn all night having anxiety, worried about, am I going to get here? And if I don't get here, who the hell's going to do the show? That's it. So I did it. And I got here, brought some dinner, and it was totally fine. I watched television. I watched the Ohio State game, and then I slept, back in sales, and it wasn't bad at all. But I tell you, I'm glad I did it because those squalls at midnight were unbelievable. But I did feel sorry for, first night celebration. I think their crowd was way down, but it looked like the people were having a blast. They really were.
I'm certain that they were warm.
I think so. What did you do last night?
I stayed home with my family.
Good.
Everyone
does.
One kid made cookies with his mom. The other kid made dinner with same mom, and we just sat there and watched TV, and we had sparkling grape juice
as your toast
at midnight.
That's so cute. That's so nice. Wow. I'm glad you got here safely. So my ride home is going to be okay. Do you think?
Your ride home will be fine. And by the way, people that have done this industry have done that stay overnight at the station. I did it in Chicago. I slept in a conference room for a week. Because of the snow, and I was working at night until 10, and then I was turning around and filling in for somebody at 6 o'clock in the morning. There was no need to try to drive home in the snow, and it was Chicago.
When I was on television news in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and Green Bay before Milwaukee, and that's a snow belt.
Oh yeah,
we stayed at work all the time.
You have no other choice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know. All right, Lenny's coming up at Lenny, don't leave. We got Margot's going to have the top three. We'll have a last couple words with you because I want to know what you have coming up at 10 o'clock. Lenny McAllister, Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Every Friday at 6, we bring you the best players, the best sounds of the game, and the best matchups in the WPIAL. This week, Penn Hills hosts Central Catholic, presented by Invisalign. Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine, official sports medicine of high school basketball, and brought to you by tobacco-free Adagio Health. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Here we go, Margot. New Year's Day morning. Margot has the Big Three.
All right, thanks, Michael. The average inches of snowfall in December for 2025 is 7.7, but this past 2025, we got 16 inches in December.
Unbelievable. And that was Heather Zare from AccuWeather was my guest in the 6 o'clock hour. And she said that they're looking at the rankings and so forth. That's got to be right up there. Could be in the top 5, I guess. I think that's what she said. Yeah, but December, 16 inches of snow in December is a lot.
It sure is.
It is.
With the average being 7.7.
Yeah, and the temperature in this December has been pretty low. Pretty low. Today is quite chilly.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next up, a fire broke out at a Swiss Alps bar last night, leaving dozens dead and more than 100 injured.
That is such a very, very sad and tragic story. My, oh my.
It is, while they were celebrating New Year's Eve.
It
is unclear what started the fire.
Okay. Sad.
Next up, a United States Postal Service carrier was robbed on Wednesday morning in Belts Hoover.
Yeah, and that's getting under my skin, too. I imagine Lenny's going to be talking about that one for sure. That Leave the mail carriers alone. They have enough to do, you know?
Absolutely.
Come off it. All right. Margot, thanks so much. Speaking of Lenny, he's here coming up at 10 o'clock. What do you got going for this big show today?
Well, I will have 3 different hours worth of guests coming on. 12 o'clock, I'll have somebody talking about what folks can do with their taxes. Now we're in a new year. We're going to be looking back at last year, and he's going to talk about some of the tax credit scholarship programs that are out there.
Because some things changed for 2025 tax year we're talking about.
Yes, so they're going to be able to use individual taxes to not only go towards Pennsylvania scholarships, but if the state opts into the federal program, there'll be opportunities for that as well. So we have somebody coming in to talk about that. 1 o'clock, we're going to have a panel of 3 different former elected officials to talk about their outlook for 2026.
Oh, whoa!
So that'll be kind of cool.
Relating to what area of
basically regionally, because these are going to be former regional elected officials, and it kind of came up organically. Michael, somebody called in. Mark Brentley called in and said, "Hey, you all should ask us what we think based on our experience." I said, "You know what? Fine, let's do it." So 3 of them are coming on at 1 o'clock, and then 2 o'clock, Audrey Guskey is going to come in and talk about consumer trends. Coming out of 2025, and what say she in regards to 2026, especially with the economic numbers that you and I talked about with Joe Mystic.
Yeah.
What does that look like for the everyday person? It's one thing to talk about the macro economy. It's different to talk about what does it mean for your individual wallet or pocketbook.
Yeah, I had Chris Bream on, the regional economist.
I'm familiar with Chris Bream. He does good stuff.
And he has a new book out too, relating to the steel industry. And he's a regional economist. And so much of our local economy is so tethered to the national and worldwide economy. There's no question about it. People brag about or go on about, some gas prices are down, okay, and trending in that direction. I'm so glad about that. But at the same token, brand new cars and vehicles are so expensive, $50,000, $60,000, $15,000 more, that people are taking out, and this affects all the local economy as well. People are taking out an 8-year loan, pay off an 8-year loan for a car, when normally that would be 3 years.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Usually 3 to 5 years. Now we're talking about 7 to 8 years.
7 or 8 years.
But here's the thing: we knew that this was coming in April. I remember going on the air in March and saying, if I'm going to buy a new car, which I did, because I used that to go back and forth to Florida, I said, I'm doing it in March. I'm doing it before these tariffs are announced, and people thought I was nuts. There are people that called in, and some of them agreed and said, yeah, if I do it, I'm going to do it just like you did, Lenny. And other people were like, you're being paranoid. Well, we're seeing the other side of that now, Michael. So it's like, yes, the gas prices are going down, but they always go down in the winter because people don't drive as much, and they spike in the summertime. But now we're seeing that those new car prices are also becoming stubbornly high for the everyday person to buy a new vehicle.
Yeah, no doubt. What was your third thing? I'm sorry.
I mentioned my 3 things.
Oh, okay.
I mentioned my 3 things.
What was the third one? No, you didn't.
Audrey Gusky. That's what we're talking about consumer trends right now.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Are you going to do politics is your thing?
Yeah.
You talking politics today? 2026?
A little bit. I'll leave the phone lines open. I'm going to try to be
People
diverse.
love calling.
Yes.
Yeah. They do. What are your New Year's traditions?
Traditions?
Like, do you eat pork and sauerkraut? I'm going to make it. I'm making it.
I don't really
I'm going to
eat
make
pork,
it.
Michael.
Huh? Oh, you don't?
Pork.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
So,
all right.
We'll have some greens. We'll have some black-eyed peas later on the day.
Do you do the Pittsburgh pretzel, like the pastry?
No.
So you're not. See, I'm Irish. I'm superstitious. I have to do.
We do. I mean, we have the greens. We have our black-eyed peas.
Yeah, there you go.
But there are things that African American families do that
cabbage. Cabbage. That cabbage. That's prosperity and good luck.
Yes. So there may be some cabbage.
And greens. No, but greens is the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Yes.
I mean, in terms of it's good luck.
You got to understand, Michael. I am married to a Southern woman.
Yeah.
So this is not going to be all yinzered up. This is going to be
all yinzered up.
This is going to be reflective of both sides of my wonderful marriage, and that's going to include this North Carolinian. That's going to make some greens, make some black.
Well, then you do have New Year's traditions.
I said yes. I told you what they were. I just said they're not completely the Pittsburgh pretzel, things along those lines.
I didn't know that. Is it common African Americans to have greens on New Year's Day?
Very much so.
You know why? Because I didn't realize when I looked up, because people were going on about the pork and sauerkraut. And I looked up about the sauerkraut part of it, and it said cabbage and greens are prosperity, health, and good luck for New Year's Day. Well, Lenny, I'll tell you what. Guess what? You're going to have a non-yinzered up tradition, and guess what I'm having?
Very much yinzered up.
Very yinzered up. And don't you ever forget.
No, let me say this very quickly.
What?
So you got to understand, my maternal grandfather was a white guy from Chicago. So my mom, growing up, would do a lot of these traditions. I grew up with some of these things.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then I married a woman from the South.
Yeah.
And then,
there you go.
We get a little bit, but nowhere near as much as I used to growing up.
I love being yinzered up. That's going to be my new thing. Thanks for telling me yinzered up. I'm going to say that all the time.
Put it on a T-shirt.
Yeah,
make some money.
Exactly. All right, Lenny is here from 10. You 10 to 3?
10 to 3.
10 to 3 today. Give him a call. He's got a great show. No question about it. Okay. Thanks everybody. It was so fun today. Oh man. And drive carefully out there. And Margot's got news coming right up.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs, it's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia, who quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 16 degrees and mostly sunny at 10 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensel. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. A new Pennsylvania law will go into effect in 2026 that will require schools to notify parents about weapon-related incidents within 24 hours. State Senator Jay Costa told Michael Bartley about how this opens up the discussion for other weapon laws in schools.
Right now, there's a question as to whether or not we should permit school instructors, for example, and different administrators to be able to carry weapons. Right now, we can't do that.
He went on to say,
there are folks who feel strongly on both sides of that equation, and we're going to continue to take a look at that as we go forward this upcoming year.
Police have charged a man in connection with a Tuesday night shooting near the AMC Theater in South Hills Village Mall. 18-year-old Elijah Brown was charged with aggravated assault, weapons charges, and weapons endangerment. At 4 p.m. on Tuesday, 911 was notified of shots fired, and first responders found a victim of assault at the scene. It was determined that a juvenile began arguing with a group of people in what was later found to be a stolen vehicle. The juvenile then punched the side mirror of a second vehicle, which began a physical confrontation. Brown then fired shots at the second vehicle, but no one was struck by the gunfire. Pittsburgh received 3 to 5 inches of snow last night into this morning, putting December at 16 inches of snowfall in 2025. AccuWeather's Heather Zaire says,
we usually see the bigger snow totals kind of January on. That.
According to the National Weather Service, the average snowfall for Pittsburgh in December is 7.7 inches, and the most December snowfall was seen in 1890 at 41 inches. Did you make a New Year's resolution? CBS's Stacey Lynn on how the tradition started.
You counted down, blew a noisemaker, sipped some champagne, and announced you're going to exercise more or scroll less this year. Making New Year's resolutions is a tradition that goes back several thousand years. In the late 14th century, it was originally defined as the process of reducing things into simpler forms. It wasn't until the 20th century that we began celebrating New Year's as a holiday. That's when making secular resolutions fully became part of it. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
In KDKA Sports, 3 college football playoff quarterfinals today. At noon, Oregon faces Texas Tech. 4 o'clock, Alabama against Indiana. And at the nightcap, 8 o'clock, Georgia versus Ole Miss. Pitt women's basketball hosts Wake Forest at 6 o'clock. The Pens host the Red Wings tonight at 7 o'clock. KDKA radio news time is 10:03. It's 16 degrees and mostly sunny in Pittsburgh. Your AccuWeather forecast is next.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the US, we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun this afternoon with a couple of flurries. It'll be brisk and very cold with a high of 21. A couple of snow showers and a low of 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Have an issue in your community? Talk about it now with Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Everybody. Appreciate Mike hooking me up with my normal theme song as I come on filling in for Marty Griffin. And it's also appropriate because, yeah, it's a new year. Let's go crazy. And then there's a lot of you out there that are like, whoa, 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 did you see 2025? Let's not go that bleeping crazy. And I feel you. It's a new year. There are certain things that we definitely do not want to bring from 2025 into 2026. And I'm inclined to talk about that at 866-391-1020. It's the beauty of having a new year where it just seems like a natural place to have new beginnings, for better or for worse. Last year, we had a new presidential administration. We had a new mayor that was going to be elected in the city of Pittsburgh. We had new economic realities. We had some newness in some other regards. We had a new quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So you always have these iterations of something new. It just seems like January 1st is like a really good time to celebrate those. Now, before I get started on the more serious things, and I do want to bring up some serious things, but more from a reflection standpoint versus a pound the table, this is what I think perspective. There are some other cool things that happen on January 1st for an assortment of people out there that they used to run these things all the time. I didn't see them. I'm sure somebody ran this. And if you have a story out there yourself at 866-391-1020, share it with me. But, for example, growing up, I always remember, because I'm born in January, but not born on January 1st. And there was always that little, youthful envy, wasn't full-blown jealousy, but just youthful envy. When you watch the radio, when you hear the radio broadcast or you watch the television, segments at the end of the newscast where they go, and at 12 o'clock and 37 seconds, baby Margaret was born, and she was the first baby born at fill-in-the-blank hospital this year in our region. And look at her. She's baby number 1 for our region. And you sit there and you go, I was born in January. Why couldn't that be me? So, and it's funny because I had a chance to talk to a good friend who I've known him and his kids for years, and his birthday is today. So he's not going to be my friend anymore because, again, now that youthful envy has now become full-blown adult jealousy, and I looked at him and I said, why couldn't I be born on January 1st and people celebrate me at the beginning of the year? That's not what I said. What I did say was that I would actually wish him publicly, and his initials are DM, he knows who he is. I told him I wish him a happy birthday publicly, and I would use this actually as a way to riff off of those things that people do, significant things that people do on January 1st. Now, being born, and if you have a birthday on January 1st, call in. I'll wish you happy birthday, 866-391-1020. Having a baby, you can't necessarily plan for January 1st. I had one kid that was literally born 7 hours into his due date. I was due on Christmas Day. I just told you I was born in January and not on January 1st. My mother didn't appreciate, me working overtime, if you will. And I worked overtime for a couple of weeks. I didn't just work overtime for a couple of days. So the having a baby on January 1st, you can't necessarily plan per se. You can, but not really. But then I actually know of a couple, wonderful couple. I know they're not listening right now because they're down in the Cackalack. That's where my lovely wife and I met these folks. Known them for 35, going on 40 years, hard to believe. They don't look it, by the way. They look amazing. They've always been a stunning couple. One's a former Division I athlete. The other one's a former Division I cheerleader. They both were just amazing people. He's now a minister and a civic leader, and she's doing the same exact thing and all that jazz. Now, I bring them up because you don't know them, obviously, but they fit into the story of people that did something on January 1st. Their anniversary is on January 1st. Now, ironically enough, I do believe that their child was born, I believe, on December 31st, but I'm not too certain about when their daughter was born. But I do know that they got married on January 1st. And I know that there are people that have done that as well, regardless of the day of the week that January 1st falls on. It's just that way of kicking off something new, something exciting with the beginning of the year, just like the New Year's resolutions, just like the I'm going to lose weight, I'm going to go to the gym. By the way, the good news is there's no traffic on the roads. Drive carefully. The bad news is, if you think you're going to sneak into a gym today and say, let me get a workout in real quick to start my resolution, you and about 2/3 of your neighborhood are thinking the same exact thing. So do not get discouraged if you go to the gym and you go, I was really ready to get started, and oh my gosh, there's like 80 people in here. I'm not doing this. I'll come back tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow it's going to look the same way, and probably Saturday. It takes 3 weeks to start a new habit that will stick. So I encourage you, if you have those New Year's resolutions, and one of which, let's say, is going to the gym, or, you're going to not smoke as much or stop smoking, or you're not going to eat as many sweets, give yourself the grace of getting through the 3 weeks, especially if you have obstacles day 1, day 2, day 4, day 5. Work through them. Give yourself 3 weeks. By the time we get to playoff season, number 1, we'll probably be complaining about the Steelers. Number 2, you'll feel better about where you are. Don't let the obstacles from today, tomorrow, Sunday get in the way of getting those 3 weeks in. Because if you can get those 3 weeks in, you will absolutely, positively launch yourself in a positive direction for 2026. So I put that out there. 866-391-1020. Sienna, happy birthday.
Hello.
You're on KDKA.
Hello, thank you very much. Yeah, I was born at midnight, but then I have 3 other members of my family who were born on holidays, too.
Okay, which holidays?
My mom was born Christmas Eve.
Wow.
I have a brother who was born on Valentine's Eve and a sister born on Valentine's Day.
This kid's born on Veterans.
Oh, and I have 2 children who were born on Veterans Day.
Wow. So you all found ways to save money with Hallmark. You just buy one card for 2 holidays and go from there.
And one present.
There you go. Happy New Year, happy birthday, and enjoy your day and enjoy your 2026.
Thank you very much, and you too.
God bless you. Listen, by the way, let me do this too. Now we're talking about relatives that were born on holidays. I have a niece that turned 21 on Christmas. Now, I don't think she went out drinking. The good news is she turned 21. The bad news is if you're going to turn 21 and you do come from that type of family where you're going to go out and celebrate, quote unquote, turning 21 in style, the one day you don't want to do it is Christmas. It is the one day where everything shuts down. Now, good for her. And, I know her mama. Her mama's my sister. So I know she come from good stock. So I know that she wasn't sitting there counting down the days to get to 21 to go out and do what 21-year-olds have a tendency to do when they turn 21. But the flip side is it's kind of cool to have a birthday on a holiday because you can do it upright. Now, the flip side is you can also get kind of like 2-for-1 gifts, and then after a while, you're like, okay, you got to look at relatives like you're being lazy. Which is why the flip side of the way I did it is it's just far enough away from Christmas where if you're not going to get me anything for Christmas, you're not going to get me anything for my birthday as well, so I'm not really missing anything. But if you do get me something for Christmas, it's just enough far away for you to consider getting me something again for my birthday. Which when you're young, that matters. At my age, my Christmas gift was seeing my family together in Florida. Seeing them laugh, seeing them play cards together, seeing them play video games together, taking morning walks with my wife where there was no snow, where there was no ice, and temperatures were generously above, 15 degrees or wherever we are right now. That was my gift. You get older, you all understand that things matter differently to you. So, anywho, 866-391-1020, shouting out the people with special days today. If you want to call in throughout the show, I'll be here until 3. 866-391-1020. If it's a wedding anniversary, if it's an anniversary of something big in your life, if it's a birthday, call in. We'll celebrate you. I know enough people that have this as a special day that I get it. I might even ask you the rationale behind why you did it. Why did you get married today? Was it because you were in Las Vegas? These people were not in Las Vegas when they got married, the people I was talking about from college. That was just what they were going to do. And by the way, they were like high school sweethearts and then college sweethearts. So there was like, shoulder shrug. Oh, you all are getting married. I would have never guessed. But it was cool the way they did it. But I wouldn't mind hearing your story. Like if you were born on January 1st and you were due 2 weeks later, I wouldn't mind hearing that story. Tell me what happened. Or, if you were like me, you were due a week earlier. Look, I was due on the 25th, and I was born on the 13th. So there were issues there. Maybe there's a story there. I would love to hear it. It's the kind of thing you do on January 1st, the new beginnings, the new optimism. So throughout the show, 866-391-1020, if you have something like that, call in. In the meanwhile, Michael, I see you. Others, I see you calling in. I'll get to what you have on your minds, and I'll share a little bit of what's on my mind as well when we come back here on News Radio, KDKA.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Happy New Year with some great savings to start the year at Coons Market. Fresh ground round, $4.99 a pound. Extra large slicing tomatoes, 99 cents a pound. And Green Mountain K-Cups, 10-count package, $5.99 each. Come see us at Coons.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have until January 15th to get a plan that will be there for whatever the year brings. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I'm going to have these phone lines open all show long. 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister filling in for Marty Griffin. As I told Michael Bartley, always enjoy catching up to him. As I told Michael Bartley, number one, I will be talking to somebody about how you can donate to tax credit scholarships. Now that we're past 2025, we're going to start looking at our tax returns and things along those lines. I will have somebody in from the Diocese of Pittsburgh to talk about that. 1 o'clock, and this came up organically for those of you that were listening to me filling in for Marty on Monday. I had a former elected official said, you know what? It would be great if you all did a panel and talked to former elected officials and talked about where they thought things were going in the upcoming year. Part of me thinks it was a dare. Part of me thinks it was a great idea. Mostly a great idea. Maybe a little bit of a dare. I don't know. Either way, I said, let's do it. It's the new year. I'm feeling, optimistic. I feel empowered. Let's roll. So we got 3 former elected officials coming on the air at 1 o'clock, and I'm going to bounce those type of questions off of them. Where do you see things going? Why? They'll do a little bit of history, lesson-ish type of things, I'm certain, but it's good to talk to them. 2 o'clock, Audrey Gusky. Consumer trends. We know like I said, we know what the macroeconomic numbers are looking like. How is it playing out for everyday Pennsylvanians, everyday Pittsburghers, you and me, for our pocketbooks, for our wallets, for our households? So I'll talk to her at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll be here till 3. You'll be here if you call 866-391-1020, and you'll be on the air like Michael from Wexford is. Happy New Year. You're on KDKA.
Happy New Year, sir. Good morning, and thank you.
Good morning, child of God. How are you?
I am extremely grateful for a number of economic achievements in 2025, and I'm very optimistic about 2026. And just very quickly, my 401k is at an all-time high, as is the stock market. I know you follow these trends more than most people. Third quarter GDP was at 4.3%, inflation 2.7%, national gas at the pumps $2.83, unemployment 4.6%. I think we are definitely on the right track economically, and I am extremely, as I mentioned, optimistic about 2026.
Now, all those numbers are good numbers that you listed, Michael, except for the unemployment rate going up. But otherwise, to your point, they didn't expect the GDP to be at 4.2, 4.3 like it was. The gas prices are going down, even though, like I said, seasonally it goes down around this time, but still going down is still beneficial. And just the same, inflation is not as low as they would like it to be, but it is still going in the right direction. And that was a surprise when those numbers came out, I think about 3 weeks ago, or no, maybe about a month ago, talking about what inflation looked like for the third quarter. So in that regard, everything except that unemployment number, which is going up, it's going in the wrong direction. To your point, and let's not forget the stock market, where, if you do have a 401k, you are pleased with where the stock market, generally speaking, is going. And that was not what it looked like it was going to do in April and May, when we saw all types of disruptions to the stock market. So I can see why you say you're optimistic.
So the unemployment rate, we're not a full employment, but I promise you most elected officials would be elated with a 4.6% unemployment rate.
Well, they would be elated with a 4.6 unemployment rate if it was coming down from 6. But when you've had it at 4.1 or 4.0 for the longest time, and all of a sudden it goes up to 4.6, they're going to at least, as I have done as well, you're going to keep your eye on it. You're going to look at job creation. You're going to look at what the macro economy is doing and how it's impacting those job numbers and try to get ahead of those trends, or at least they should be doing that. I know that's how I'm looking at things, looking at it and saying, okay, these numbers are going in the wrong directions. We're seeing job creation slow down. What types of things should be put into place to reverse that trend? That should be what elected officials and civic leaders such as myself are looking at going into this new year.
Yeah, I'm no expert, and I'll let you go, and I thank you, but what I've read is that the private sector jobs are growing, public sector jobs are decreasing, and I'm all in favor of that trend.
Well, Michael, I appreciate your phone call and happy holidays to you. Be safe out there on those roads. If that's the trend, then we should see that in the job numbers coming out from BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in the coming months. We should see that from ADP, who does it from a private jobs and private sector perspective. That is something that we should be able to see soon. And I will say that a lot of economists are hoping to see that soon. Because we haven't seen that trend over the last, and I've mentioned this previously on the airwaves, whether my show or filling in for Marty, or when Michael Bartley and I were on with Joe Mystic and Lynn Hayes Freeland on Tuesday. 3 out of the last 6 months, we have lost jobs in the job market. 3 out of the last 6 months. Over the last 7 months, we average only 34,000 jobs created in this economy. That's not enough. Private sector, public sector. I can understand where people are trying to say we may need to cut back on public sector jobs. And we saw, this time last year, we were going into the era of Doge for several months. So I understand that. But our economy is expanding. Our population is expanding. Employment opportunities that can bring about self-sustaining jobs, those opportunities have to expand as well. It's non-negotiable. So we'll see how things go. Michael, I appreciate your phone call. Appreciate all the phone calls over the first half an hour. Going to a break, and then after the news with Margot, I'll go to George. I'll go to others. 866-391-1020. We'll keep it rocking and rolling. Happy New Year. Hear from all of us here at News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly, and the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 16 degrees and mostly sunny at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Margot Rensel. A new Pennsylvania law will go into effect in 2026 that will require schools to notify parents about weapon incidents within 24 hours. State Senator Jay Costa told Michael Bartley about how this opens up the discussion for other weapon laws in schools.
Right now, there's a question as to whether or not we should permit school instructors, for example, and different administrators to be able to carry weapons. Right now, we can't do that. There are folks who feel strongly on both sides of that equation, and we're going to continue to take a look at that as we go forward this upcoming year.
Fayette County's district attorney is denying claims made on a viral live video stream that it declined to investigate a reported child predator case. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
It began with a live stream on Facebook. A Clearfield County-based page called 814 Pred Hunters confronted a man in Connellsville, showing him a thick binder said to contain printouts of him trying to arrange an illegal encounter with a minor.
This is all conversations from you to this 15-year-old girl.
After talking to the man for about 25 minutes, the streamer then returned to his car and told his viewers,
"No, the police aren't coming. The DA won't allow them to come. The DA has told them not to accept anything from catch teams."
That prompted not only a Facebook post by DA Mike Auble, but also a call from him to the streamer, telling him that was not true and he welcomes the efforts of such organizations. Pred 814 then turned over its information to the DA's office to help prosecute the case. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, it is not open today. KDKA Radio News Time is 10:32. Our next update at 11. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
This could be the time to buy a house, says real estate expert Steve Kirch. He says people who are listing their homes in winter want to move.
Either for a job or some other reason.
Kirch says that could put you in position to get some concessions from motivated sellers.
Pay some closing costs, maybe drop the asking price a bit.
But with that said,
although that doesn't mean they're bargains by any means.
I'm Rob Hart.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Brisk and very cold with a couple of flurries this afternoon. There'll be some sun at times as well, high 21. Another couple of snow showers tonight, low 18. Partly sunny, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Now, you know how some people are just some people. There are those people. In a good way or a bad way. This is in a good way. So, during the commercial break, I checked Facebook, and I lo and behold, I see my friends from college that I talked about celebrating their anniversary. And I look at the picture that they have on there, and some people are just those people, right? They've been married for over 30 years. Told you, high school sweethearts, college sweethearts got married on January 1st. They look like freaking Black James Bond and like the classiest Bond girl you'd ever see. He's sitting there in a tux. She's sitting there all dressed up. They're looking at the camera like, where's the camera for Vogue? Okay, where's our photo shoot? Oh, it's right there. Like they're on the red carpet, but not quite the red carpet, but they know they're going to be on some magazine cover. And I'm like, Yeah, that's them. And again, they don't look like they've been married for 30 years. And they're wonderful people. So shout out to them. And I know there are other stories like that out there. You got married on January 1st. You started a new job on January 1st. You moved on January 1st. You decided to do something different. This is when I lost 150 pounds. This is when I decided to write the great American novel, and I got done by December 31st, and then it got published, a year later. I don't care what it is. There are people, whether it's they were born on January 1st, or they got married on January 1st, or they did something significant where they literally, some things you can plan, some things you can't. But they literally had their lives change at the very beginning of the year. I'd love to hear your phone calls. I know we're going to change gears and talk about different things throughout the next 4.5 hours, but at any point in time, if you want to share that, 866-391-1020. In the meanwhile, going back to phone lines, George in Clareton, Happy New Year. You're on KDK.
Hey, Happy New Year there, child of God. I forgot to beat you to that today.
I appreciate you doing that, child of God. How are you?
Right back at you. All right. And I loved who was doing the news today. Was that Margot the...
That was Margot. That was... Well, we're not allowed to say Margot the Magnificent because that conflicts her, because then she has to choose between the person that gave her that moniker and other people here at the station. And she doesn't like that moral conflict. She feels like it's unfair and unjust, and she loves everybody and yada, yada, yada. Even though I asked her to bring me a bagel today, and she did not bring me a bagel, so...
Oh, man, I got 5 sitting in front of me. Blueberry. I'm with my son-in-law, and my grandson's making breakfast. And when I hear that term, magnificent, I think of the song that used to be on Whammo way back around 90. I'm the Magnificent. Remember that jam?
I do remember that jam. And Margo knows I'm just teasing her because I can't eat anything until sunset anyway. Because, again, it's the first.
Talking today, and we're talking about everything, and we're both, no one's too far from the middle, I believe, of the bell curve, politically or anything, but we're kind of on slightly different edges of that golden mean, right in the center of a bell curve. A couple of standard deviations away, as you might say, but we're just discussing everything today, and all within reason, and that's how it kind of should be. I don't know why people can't do what we're doing, but humans, how they are. We're really getting into, one of the things I talked about was Department of Education. I don't know what Trump's done with the Department of Ed, but I know he's cut an awful lot of other public entities. But the Department of Ed, and coming from like an education background too for a bit, I don't have an utmost respect for them, to tell you the truth, because they seem to just go with the flow. You buy into the new computer softwares every single year and always change for change's sake, and there's never a real baseline with what their stances are.
Well, with the Department of Education, it's interesting because the Trump administration wants to eliminate the Department of Education. That was part of one of the big tenets or big planks of the Project 2025 platform.
Right.
And the reasoning behind it is this was something that was started under Jimmy Carter. This is not something that's been around for 150 years, number one. Number two,
right.
if it's not helping to promote the advancement of increased academic success, and it's nothing more than a filter through which money will go through to help other communities that need it at the local and state level, the rationale was get rid of the department, save money, send the money to the states. Now, there's also a counter-argument to that. There's a counter-argument of, okay, if you leave it to states, and states have a poor reputation of making sure that their underserved communities get the attention that they need, where's the federal oversight for that? If there are states that have a reputation for discriminating against underserved communities, where's the backstop to that? And people will say, well, you can handle that in different ways, the Department of Justice and things along those lines, but there's an argument to say that you start really asking to go back to the days of the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s where we were fighting over everything from busing to, separate but equal type of facilities. So there's an argument to be made economically, culturally, socially. But yeah, people haven't, George, people haven't talked about the Department of Education being one of the bullseye departments under DOJ in the new Trump administration like we were 10 months ago.
That's very well laid out, the way you hit it on all different angles. I often fear, the caveat being distribution. and we always wonder what's going to happen to the lower SEC communities. But a lot of times it doesn't occur, but once you have it wide open, it's pretty much fair game where that could just go back to how it used to be, almost back to the days of Crow and everything else. And I was a kid, student from the 60s on, 61 on, I was probably in kindergarten, when I was 35 years old. So I saw these changes. I was cognizant of these changes. I was out of school once Carter come into play, but I was working for U.S. Steel Claret at that time, and we had a lot of great discussions when we could on those issues. We had guys coming back from Vietnam. We had females that were just hired in the mill, September 74. And it was just a time for fervor of thought and imagination. And it seemed like, I don't know, being on the cutting edge of a lot of different changes, that keeps people pushed to the forefront than getting complacent.
Well, and people seem to forget that public schools have been resegregating themselves for 30 to 40 years. People seem to forget that because the schools are based on redlining, delineations that were drawn in the 1930s, that based on that alone, you're going to have the disparities when it comes to funding. You're going to have the disparities in regards to diversity. And do these school districts look like America? And that goes to everything from who's teaching the kids to who are the administrators that are guiding the lives of these children. And we've been going in the wrong direction for a while. And then on top of that, I bring up the fact that, I've said this previously, that the school-to-prison pipeline is primarily a public school-to-prison pipeline that has been built since the 1980s. All these things have been in place for 40 years. One of the few backstops that have been there has been the Department of Education, for better or for worse. You at least have it there, whether it's Title I funding to make sure underserved communities get additional funding, all the way through different types of rules and regulations that prevent school districts and other schools from discriminating against different types of Americans, not just African Americans, not just Latino Americans, but American children with disabilities, American children with learning disabilities. What do you do to ensure that those Americans have optimal opportunities to be the best that they can be? These are things that need to be thought through.
Some of those laws stem from the old PL 94-142, Public Law 94-142, which was the least restrictive environment on how we wanted to became a mainstreaming movement, either late 80s, early 90s. I know I studied it as a returning student in 92. I had a lot of group discussions and projects on the LRE, least restrictive environment. And in the beginning, we were working with kids that maybe had CP, cerebral palsy. Then behavior started entering it, which is a little more abstract, needs to be addressed, just like mental health and many things. But that's kind of where we go. But it's something we do with education, and teachers used to be criticized too, saying we go a mile wide and an inch thick or thin. You know what I mean? It's like the difference of an artery and a capillary. Something that holds the heartbeat pulse away from the heart to maybe a superficial blood vessel you break in your nose when you're sneezing while shaving. But that's what we do. And it used to be, I observed this as a non-traditional student in the 90s, 80s too. February, I used to say, was Education Month. Everyone postured for education, even back 92, 93 with outcome-based education. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Different things that were coming, and then it was caveated, that's being funded by fiber optics. And then you had a guy, Senator Ivan Itkin from up around Evans City, perhaps. He was pushing for what was called a mellow bill, how teachers might be able to retire with X amount of years, like other government employees, perhaps. That all those fell by the wayside. And I used to say February at that time, not so much now, but at that time was Education Month, because in those days the Super Bowls were over by January 22nd, 26th, which is near your birthday too, isn't it? When's your birthday?
It is. My birthday is January 13th.
You know how I know that?
How's
That's
that?
an Old Flames, and I'll leave with this. Guess where she was from?
Where's that?
The infamous North Versailles.
North Versailles.
Sweet to home, brother. Happy holidays to all you guys, and keep up the good work. I like the energy out this radio, man.
Thank you, kind sir. God bless you. Appreciate you. Happy New Year to you and yours as well. Phone lines, 866-391-1020. Willing to go different places with you today as we go and give some outlook on where are we going in 2026. Again, if you have something celebratory, I'm down for that as well. Do that. There's a couple things that I remember from January 1st over my time over the years that just kind of crop up. I'll get to that eventually, but I do want to get to your phone lines as well. 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister filling in for Marty Griffin here. Happy New Year on News Radio KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, my name's Robin Fletcher. I've smoked for 46 years. I went to a seminar in March 27th and seen Mark. My best friend came with me. We both went to it, and neither one of us smoked a cigarette in almost 7.5 months. I took my 3 sisters and my brother-in-law and my sister's best friend and them went. None of them have smoked a cigarette, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
My name is Jen Carpenter. I went to a Mark Patrick seminar, the Stop Smoking, and it worked. A friend of mine also went, and he still no longer smokes, and it was just amazing.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Only $59.99. Hypnosis designed to work without anxiety, irritability, or weight gain. Only $59.99. Become a non-smoker. That's right. Hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West in Greentree. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great, but I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Here's your Jill on Money question of the day.
Rita from Pennsylvania asks, as our first child is applying to college, we would like her to have some ownership of her education. We have a Pennsylvania 529 account, but we would love for that to grow for another 4 years while she's in college. If we had her take out a tax-deferred student loan, would we be able to pay off the loan with the 529 account after graduation? Yes, Rita, you would be able to use up to $10,000 from the 529. Just make sure you check in with the 529 plan administrator because the rules vary by state.
Have a question? Go to JillOnMoney.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward with growth opportunities, great pay and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces. Go to careers.progressive.com and apply today.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Lenny McAllister filling in for Marty Griffin today until 3. Marty's show usually goes until 2. But as we all well know, what Marty Griffin can do in 4 hours, it takes the average mortal man 5 hours to do. Thus, I have to be here an extra hour. You see how you compliment the regular hosts that way when you fill in for them? So that you can do the cross-promotion. Everybody feels good about Marty, but I still get to be here. Which then allows me to open up the phone lines at 866-391-1020 and feel like that I can take phone calls and be okay. I'm just kidding. Marty will not be here tomorrow either. It will be me until 2 tomorrow. We're getting things back on track after the holiday season, then he'll be back on Monday. Like I said, phone lines are open, kind of taken wherever you want to go, including what do you want to see? in 2026. I made the joke at the beginning of the show. Mike played one of the theme songs I usually play during my radio show 2 to 5 on Sundays, and kind of made the joke of, yeah, let's go crazy in 2026. Let's have some fun. Let's make this happen. Let's make the most of life. But then, did you see 2025? Maybe we shouldn't go that crazy. Now, and so I throw out there and say, what do you want to see? We had a phone call earlier in the hour talking about, optimism economically. There are people that obviously don't feel that way. There are some people that do. Valid arguments that Michael from Wexford brought up. The stock market is up. It didn't look like that was going to be the case after Liberation Day in April. There was a lot of disruption in the markets for several weeks after that. It has gone up since. Now, the flip side is unemployment's gone up. People are sliding out of the workforce, and job creation's down. GDP's higher than what they thought it would be. So maybe what you're looking to for 2026 is some more economic clarity, some more economic momentum. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's, we're going into America 250. For those of you, and I didn't even realize they did this, we did our little sparkling grape juice thing, literally sparkling grape juice. We have a 16-year-old, a 12-year-old. There's no wine there. I don't even drink. So if we were going to participate, there was going to be non-alcoholic drinks. And my wife's not a drinker. I mean, will she have a drink? Yes. Will she have a drink every weekend? No. Will she have a drink every weekend day? No. Will she even necessarily have a drink if we go to dinner? I mean, no. She does, but she doesn't. So you get my point. Celebrating last night was sparkling grape juice at midnight. But what we missed, because, we have a preteen and a teenager who was done with us at 12:01, previously scheduled video games already in progress were, reinstituted at that point in time. They apparently had a second ball drop in Times Square to signify America 250. Now, I bring that up because maybe what you're looking forward to in 2026 is something significant in America 250. Now, I've already had an opportunity to be in multiple documentaries. And I don't say this to toot my own horn. I say this to say that people are already thinking about this, trying to capture the national mood going into America 250 this upcoming July. And it was interesting to be involved in some of those projects, to be involved in some of the whether it's the interviews, written interviews, or what we documented that will be published via film going into the spring and the summer. It would be interesting to see what your mood is going into America 250. I know what I said during the documentary, and basically it's what you've heard me say here previously, which is we have a lot of challenges. We have had a lot of challenges over American history. This feels different, but they all felt different. In that with the right leadership and the right trust and the right hope and the right aspirational intentionality, we'll get through it. Just like we have throughout 250 years. It may be bumpy. It may be ugly. It may take longer than it should take, but we'll get through it. So I'd love to hear your perspective on whether it's America 250 or just plain old what 2026 is going to look like. Culturally, economically, politically. Just kind of want to hear what your aspirations and your hopes are for this upcoming year. In the meanwhile, I'll keep the phone lines open, 866-391-1020. I'll get to a couple of things that hit my mind in regards to January 1st from a historical standpoint. There were 3 that I wrote down. Actually, 4 that I remember about January 1st. One doesn't tie to the first per se, but it kind of does. For me, the other 3 kind of are tied directly to the date. I'll talk about that after Margot brings us the news. I'll do that during hour number 2 on News Radio KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 18 and mostly sunny at 11 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensel. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Trust PJ.com. The start of the new year means several new laws in Pennsylvania. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
Several new laws are going into effect, among them making it illegal in Pennsylvania to ban discrimination based on hairstyles. The Crown Act adds hair textures to protected characteristics in the Human Relations Act. One change making something legal, it will now be okay for motorcyclists to wear headphones or helmets with built-in phones while driving. Also, whether it's a private or public school, it will become mandatory for schools to let parents know of any incident involving a gun on school property. And insurers will have to cover early breast cancer detection. But Medicaid will no longer cover Ozempic or other GLP-1 drugs for weight loss. The coverage stays, though, for diabetes treatments. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
A United States Postal Service carrier was robbed Wednesday morning in Belts Hoover. On the 500 block of Climax Street around 10 a.m., a driver stopped in front of the carrier, made verbal threats, then demanded her postal satchel and key. The Postal Service employee, afraid, gave the woman the items, according to police. The suspect then fled from the area, and no description of the suspect or vehicle was provided. Anyone with information about the incident can call the U.S. Postal Inspection Service at 877-876-2455. Police have charged a man in connection with a Tuesday night shooting near the AMC Theater in South Hills Village Mall. 18-year-old Elijah Brown was charged with aggravated assault, weapons charges, and weapon endangerment. At 4 p.m. on Tuesday, 911 was notified of shots fired, and first responders found a victim of assault at the scene. It was determined a juvenile began arguing with a group of people in what was later found to be a stolen vehicle. The juvenile then punched the side mirror of a second vehicle, which began a physical confrontation. Brown then fired shots at the second vehicle, but no one was struck by the gunfire. Pittsburgh received 3 to 5 inches of snow last night into this morning, putting December at 16 inches of snowfall in 2025. AccuWeather's Heather Zayer says,
we usually see the bigger snow totals kind of January on. That's
according to the National Weather Service. The average snowfall for Pittsburgh in December is 7.7 inches, and the most December snowfall was seen in 1890 at 41 inches. KDKA Sports 3 college football playoff quarterfinals games today. At noon, Oregon faces Texas Tech. 4 o'clock, Alabama against Indiana. And the nightcap, 8 o'clock, Georgia versus Ole Miss. Pitt women's basketball hosts Wake Forest at 6 o'clock. And the Pens host the Red Wings tonight at 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time is 11:03. It's 18 degrees and mostly sunny in Pittsburgh. The AccuWeather forecast is next.
Only 1 in 5 people with disabilities, including those with autism, are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do?
Okay, try me.
What about a programmer?
That is a job for someone with autism.
What about a teacher?
That is a job for someone with autism.
Oh, how about a healthcare worker?
Yes, those are all jobs for someone with autism. The truth is, qualified people with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas and beliefs. Businesses value diversity, but sometimes don't recognize the unique strengths and abilities of the autism community. Introducing WIN, the Workplace Inclusion Now program by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
Ooh, what about a ranch hand?
Yeah! Sure, that's a job for someone with autism too. To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win. That's autismspeaks.org/win.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will bring a couple of flurries. We'll have some sun and it's brisk and very cold with a high of 21. Snow showers, low 18 tonight, high 27 with some sun tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Marty Griffin on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, so like I said, every time I hear this song, and I say it every time I hear the song, it was Pete Callender on WBT in Charlotte. He would literally let this run for like 10 minutes, and this is what he would do his monologue to. And it was generally a pre-written monologue that literally, this is before radio had TV attached to it, like right now. So you can literally read a script if you wanted to. I never really did that. I never did that. But he would. And so you could tell it was planned and thought out. It was almost like, and I did do this when I had my TV show on PCNC. I would have my, you have your monologues. My show was very much like Fareed Zakaria in the sense that I would have a panel, but I would give an opinion at the beginning of the show that led into the panel discussion in the topic of the week. So, but then you're reading off a teleprompter with that. And that, again, is television. So I would write the editorial / monologue. But even with that, you have B-roll cutting in. You're displaying what you're talking about. If you're talking about, the uprisings and tensions in Ferguson, you're showing pictures from Ferguson. That was something that I would do in 2014. If you're talking about the economic crisis in Greece, you're showing the impact of the economic crisis in Greece and how it's impacting, the European Union and how it can impact the world economy. I mean, you're showing those images. But with WBT, they would play the song and you can't see anybody because, again, back then radio was radio. So he's reading it off a script, and every time I hear that song, that's what I always go to. So, digressing, if you will. I wanted to go into some of the things that I think about with January 1st. And again, phone lines are still open, 866-391-1020. If you want to call about something celebratory, your birthday, your anniversary, the milestone of you giving up smoking or drinking, or anything else, or something you started doing, writing, exercising. I'm going to start calling a friend a week every Tuesday, or every Thursday, starting January 1st, and I did that 9 years ago, and guess what? I keep in touch with all my circle of trust now. We always talk. We do coffee, whatever the case may be. If you want to celebrate that, you can still call in 866-391-1020. It's interesting, during the commercial break, two things hit me. One that David Ballarado brought up by way of Margot, talking about new laws in place. And I want to talk about something else as well. These two things primarily hit my generation, Gen Xers. I see you out there, shouting you out. You wonderful people in your 50s that look like you're still 28. And I mean that in the most genuine of ways. Most of you, some of you, you need to put down the pierogies. But most of you make 55 look amazing. Just putting that out there. That said, these two stories kind of hit Gen X in a different type of way. It does kind of hit the younger generations. The millennials, yeah, I get it. Gen Z, kind of, sort of. But this was, to me, these two things exemplify Gen X. Number one, it will be reported but underreported, the Crown Act here in Pennsylvania. And there are people that will sit there and say, why are we writing a law making it hard to discriminate against people that wear their hair a certain way? That's silly. That's the epitome of overreach of government. And philosophically, I'm there. But pragmatically, I know that there have been reports over the years where if you take two resumes and one has an ethnic name and one has a non-ethnic name, and I put that in air quotes, non-ethnic, a majority name, the one with the majority name will get a phone call back, if not an in-person interview. The one with the ethnic name with the same qualification, same GPA. Literally, they've done these studies with the same resume. They don't get a call back at all. We've heard the stories. You take a piece of property. If it's presented by a majority family, it's appraised a certain way. It's listed a certain way. It has a certain value. You take the same property, and they've done this where people have switched out and then ended up suing entities as a result of getting these findings in real time. Same property, same attributes, same conditions, just presented with people that are quote-unquote ethnic. The appraisals go down. The values go down. The opportunities dry up. Now, why am I bringing up those two examples? Because when you go into corporate America, And this particularly impacts women of color. If they go into certain corporate environments with their hair a certain way, and you may think that I'm referring to the wildest of haircuts, like Busta Rhymes. Go look up Busta Rhymes on Google, for those of you that don't know who Busta Rhymes is. I'm not necessarily talking about that, even though that could still be covered by the Crown Act. I'm talking about black women that go into the corporate environment with either an afro or they decide they want to have a very low haircut. They are judged and have been judged for years. And when I say years, I'm not talking about the last 5 years. I'm not talking about since the Obama administration. I'm talking about, again, Gen Xers going back to the 90s when we first got into the workforce. There was a very clear delineation between how different types of people were treated. One person comes in with Kool-Aid color hair, shaved a little bit on the side, but they come from a certain background. They're seen as being unique. African American women come in with an afro or something that's also self-expressive. They're directly told, get a different haircut, go to the stylist, you got a week, or don't come back. And it was grounds for termination. These things happened. And by the way, it happened and there was no recourse for years. Now, yes, has this come more to light? Has this become more prevalent over recent years because of, the uprisings with Ferguson and what happened with Trayvon Martin, what happened here with Leon Ford and Jordan Miles here in Pittsburgh, Darren Manning in Philadelphia, Ezel Ford in California, Sandra Bland? Have those type of circumstances going into George Floyd just brought about a different type of awareness about race and culture that we weren't having, let's say, in 1998? Did having a black president have something to do with that? Absolutely. But at the same exact time, it was due time to put something into place that says, if we are a melting pot, people should be able to wear attire that, for example, reflects their orthodox beliefs, but just the same, they should also be able to wear their hair in a manner that reflects who they are as well, whether that connects to their religious beliefs, as it does for some faiths, or their cultural just affiliations and expressions. Now, I know that some of you out there, and you can call in 866-391-1020 if you like. I'm not really going to harp on this. I'm going to get to the other thing about Gen X if you want. But I know this is something that a lot of people might think isn't really a big deal. And I'm not going to make it out to be the biggest deal. It's not education in Pennsylvania. It's not the macro or micro economy. It's not gun violence in the streets. It's not fixing the homelessness problem. It's not getting people back into downtown Pittsburgh. I understand that. I'm not making that out to be the case where they're akin. But I am saying this is something that had been going on for decades, that some Americans had to go through and be critiqued on and, in some regards, discriminated against because of, in ways that other Americans did not. these are the type of things that I'd like to think we're going to do better in 2026 and beyond, so that we can get to a point in time where we don't have to spend time writing legislation to make sure that if you're of a certain ethnicity and you wear your hair a certain way, you don't have to be at risk of losing your job. I want us to get to that point in time as a society where this is truly a pointless law. But I felt as an African-American man who has African-American women in his life, that with this law coming into effect today, that I needed to highlight that this is a real thing. And it's been a real thing. And hopefully we can get past this so it's not a real thing any longer. 866-391-1020. I'll talk about that and the other significant thing for Gen Xers that happened over the last 12 hours when I come back from break on News Radio KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Ah, the Internet. A place where your curiosity can flourish. Unless malware gets in the way. It's a place that can surprise you with phishing websites and trackers. The Internet is wonderful, but you must protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. TechRadar named it the #1 VPN in 2025. A single NordVPN account secures up to 10 devices. What else? This cybersecurity tool also encrypts your browsing. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. NordVPN scans the dark web to check that the information associated with your email address is not exposed. Just a few clicks and you're safer online. Browse with more peace of mind. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, now I do want to talk about the other thing significant going into January 1st, 2026 that did hit particularly Gen X kind of hard. I don't know if it hit us hard, but something of note. So I'll get to that in a little bit. 866-391-1020. In the meanwhile, let me get to these phone lines. Ralph in Bloomfield, Happy New Year. You're on KDKA.
Happy New Year. I'll give you another, hope you had a nice night. Just tuning in. But you were talking about the hair. I'm going to give you another side of this. At least from a white guy's perspective that's in your age range. I have really long hair. I tie it up in a ponytail a lot, and I notice I get treated different. People make assumptions. That you're a stoner, smoke weed, you play guitar. I've had all kinds of things. I'm like, I don't do any of that. People make unfair assumptions, regardless of race. You should be able to wear your hair whatever way you want. It doesn't matter. This isn't the Yankees where they're telling you to shave your beard or whatever. And I have that too. Well, I actually shaved it off. But people perceive you a way, and they make a assumption that is not correct. and it's totally unfair. So I would love to get past the way you look, on how you wear your hair, or a lot of other things. Just get past it.
No, and Ralph, I agree, but the challenge is this. When you are going to your demographic, because I know several white men that have longer hair that put it in a ponytail, but if they put it in a ponytail and they dressed in a suit, people would look at them and say, yeah, maybe he plays guitar on the weekends and he's part of the Grateful Dead crowd that goes around from city to city, but they still let him do his job. Versus over years where, particularly again, African-American women, who are generally speaking the ones at the lowest rungs of corporate ladders and the lowest parts of the cultural totem pole, for years have been told, go get your hair relaxed. You're making too much of a statement, or else this will impact your career. That's the challenge, where they're literally telling them you have to look less Afrocentric in order to fit in here, in order to keep your job. Even if you, and again, if you go look at the numbers, African-American women, generally speaking, do rather well. Once they get into higher education, they're generally much more than African-American. Yes, much more than African-American men. They're the ones with the advanced degrees. But you're telling them not to wear their hair a certain way. That's where the discrimination comes in that needs to be, halted.
Shouldn't matter.
Yes.
I don't care how anybody wears their hair. You do whatever you want to do. It's not right. Just whatever way you look, you need to get like that. You need to get past it. I want to see what the core of the person is. Can they perform? And are they good people? Like, those things are like what's most important. I could care less one way or the other, but there's a lot of folks out there that are different on how you visually see them, but they are top tier performers or very good at what they do. It shouldn't matter.
Ralph, I appreciate your phone call, and I agree with you on that. And that's, like I said, I'd like us to eventually get to a point in time where we don't have to have a law about this. Yeah, I can understand where people would get frustrated and say, are we really spending time drafting the law, putting it through a committee, getting it out of committee, and in Pennsylvania, you got to vote on something 3 times. Then send it over to the other chamber, and then get it passed there. I understand. I will also remind you, this kind of ties into something else I'm going to bring up in the other half of the 11 o'clock hour. There have been multiple opportunities. There have been multiple times in American history where we had the opportunity to do the right thing the first time around. And in fact, we had laws that kind of covered things the first time around. And we literally had to spend time writing another law and fighting another fight. Because despite having what we had on the books the first time around, we said, I don't want to do that. Never you mind. I'll do what I want. And we've said that on small scales. We've said that on large scales. We've said that in ways that have pushed back and discriminated against people from all different types of backgrounds. Not just, again, I bring up to people all the time, go to the beginning of the 20th century and go look at how Irish and Italians were treated. Go look at how Jews were treated in America. Go watch All in the Family. Archie Bunker didn't just have a bunch of black jokes. He had it for everybody because that was what we had done at one point in time, even though we had laws on the books. And it wasn't just somebody speaking a certain way in their living room. It was people that made decisions that also thought that way and then subsequently implemented things that reflected those attitudes. So this is not the first time where we had to write a law over something that really addressed common sense and common decency. It's unfortunate that in 2026, here's where we are. but ideally it's also something to aspire to. Let's make these things moot in 26 and beyond afterwards. 866-391-1020. I see Keith up there. I see others calling in. I'll get to you after Margo in the news as we go into the second half of the 11 o'clock hour on News Radio KDKA.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back, now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
Happy New Year and more great savings to start the year at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 85% lean fresh ground round, $4.99 a pound, and frozen George's chicken wing sections, 4-pound bags, $9.99 each. In the produce department, extra large slicing tomatoes, 99 cents a pound, and California iceberg lettuce, 2 heads for $3. In our bakery department, assorted fruit-filled mini Danish 10-count packages, $5.50 each. And in our deli department, Lamagna mozzarella or provolone cheese is $4.99 a pound, and made fresh daily street tacos, 3-count package, $5.99 each. Additional savings this week: Green Mountain K-Cups, 10-count package, $5.99 each, and Lean Cuisine Classics or Features, 5 to 11.5 ounce packages, buy 4, get 1 free with your Coons Reward Card.
So start the new year off with great savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 18 degrees and partly sunny at 11:30. I'm Margo Rensel. Police are investigating 2 unrelated shootings that took place early Thursday morning. Police arrived to the 8,000 block of Bennett Street in East Hills at 7:30 a.m. this morning to find an adult female suffering from gunshot wounds to the thigh. Earlier, police were sent to the 1,000 block of Constant Street in East Allegheny 30 minutes after midnight, also finding a female with a gunshot wound to the leg. Both unrelated victims are in the hospital in stable condition. The Violent Crimes Unit is investigating both. A new Pennsylvania law will go into effect in 2025 that will require schools to notify parents about weapon incidents within 24 hours. State Senator Jay Costa told Michael Bartley this morning about how this opens up the discussion for other weapon laws in schools.
Right now, there's a question as to whether or not we should permit school instructors, for example, and different administrators to be able to carry weapons. Right now, we can't do that.
He went on to say,
there are folks who feel strongly on both sides of that equation, and we're going to continue to take a look at that as we go forward this upcoming year.
Swiss police say dozens of people are believed to be dead in a fire in a ski resort in the Swiss Alps called Crans Montana. Police say more than 100 others were injured, many seriously. The fire broke out early this morning in a bar packed with revelers celebrating this New Year. BBC News reporter Sylvia Costello spoke with witnesses.
Another guy, he thought his little brother was in there. He just ran in and tried to help some of the victims. He said he saw people completely burnt. Another man told me he came round because he heard this had happened, and he said there were just injured people lined all the way outside the bar.
Authorities are working to identify the victims. KDKA Radio News Time is 11:32. Our next update at noon. I'm Margo Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together we pick vegetables and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends. At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Ryan Shalaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. More than 1,000 local homeowners have trusted us to sell their home the simple way. No hassles or fees, just a fair and easy sale. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for a cash offer today. That's 412-500-9057.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within. Over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun this afternoon with a couple of flurries. It'll be brisk and very cold with a high of 21. A couple of snow showers and a low of 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, 35 past the hour here. Phone line staying open, 866-391-1020. I brought up the Crown Act, but I also put out a little caveat at the top of the show. If you want to call in and celebrate anything, because January 1st has a specific tie to your family or tie to you. It's your birthday. It's your anniversary. It's something of significance that is tied to January 1st forever. Call in. I'll celebrate you. 866-391-1020. In the meanwhile, going back to the phone lines, Keith in Missouri. Happy holidays. You're on KDK. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Can you hear me okay?
I can. How are you?
Doing well. You were talking about the discrimination and just sharing a couple of experiences and then a comment. When I was younger, before all this computer stuff, I applied for a job by submitting a resume by mail. It was accepted, did a phone interview, was accepted that I could come to start work tomorrow. And when I showed up, being an African American, they said, no, you can't work here. And it wasn't just bluntly. They ended up saying, leave our office or we're calling the police. I had another situation in a housing, similar situation, went to buy a house and same kind of discrimination, over the paper application and things, everything looked fine. But when I showed up in person, it's like, you're not going to buy this house. We're not going to sell it to you. So having experienced that, I hear where you're coming from. I'm thinking that's going to change significantly in the future, however, because I think most of the routine jobs that people are going to be holding are going to be robotic rather than manual labor. I think the days of manual labor are going to leave us with very few exceptions. I mean, there are just some things that do have to be performed by humans, but 90%, I think, of our labor force is going to be robotic, and most of the jobs coming forward will be in either computer technology or kind of mind jobs, things that you have to do with your head as opposed to your hands. So that's just my comment, and wondered about yours.
Well, here's the thing about that, Keith. First of all, I appreciate you calling in. Happy New Year to you and yours. The thing about that is that kind of fits into the whole work from home aspect of things, where people, if you work from home, how you look doesn't matter as much. You're on a Zoom call, and if you can get stuff done, people have a tendency to forget about those things that may have bothered them at the water cooler. Now, the interesting thing to me is those type of, service-driven jobs, those service-level jobs, where it's goods and services that you're selling versus, manual labor like 50 years ago, 40 years ago, even 30 years ago. They're now trying to bring people back into the office. I mean, we're seeing it more and more in downtown Pittsburgh and other cities around the country because you have all this real estate that's unoccupied, and you have, periphery businesses that are affected by that. Once you start introducing that dynamic over again, I appreciate your phone call. Once you start introducing that dynamic all over again, some of those cultural issues could resurface if we're not careful. Now, I'm not saying that they will. This is not 1974, and I know there are people that will sit there and say, and I can't stand when they do this, racial divisions and cultural divisions have never been worse than they are right now. Go read a history book. Go read the newspaper from 10 years ago. For everybody that says that racism's never been worse, I remind people that 10 years ago at this time, we had a black dude as president who had been president by that point in time for 7 years. We could say things are bad without going that far. So I think that we run the risk of certain things rebubbling again if we go back into the office and you do not address these things. I don't think they're going to be as bad. But I will say this. I do think that people are getting bolder again, and that's an unfortunate reversal. I think people are more inclined to say how they feel and not take the extra moment to pause and try to be considerate about American diversity the way we were just 15 years ago. We're more inclined to say, I don't like it, I don't care, deal with it. And that works in some instances. It works in social media. You can kind of avoid people. It doesn't work as an American society from an economic standpoint or from a political standpoint, civic standpoint, because that's not how the system was built. You can't have a free market economy if you won't let the free market fully work. And you can't work an American democratic republic that's based on a constitution if you're not following the constructs of that constitution. It's as if we forgot that. And in 26, with America 250 and everything else, we genuinely have to be reminded of that, and we need leaders that embrace that. And too many of the leaders out there right now, political or civic, don't know how to talk to all different types of people consistently and in a principled fashion at the same exact time. That has to change too. Patricia in Bloomfield, Happy New Year. You're on KDKA.
Yes, happy New Year. I'm glad you and your family are doing well. I listen to KDKA, permanently set on KDKA. Listen to you all the time, admire your expertise and your opinions. I agree with you most of the time. Anyway, I'm talking discrimination. Many years ago, it was in the late 70s, 80s. I don't know if you recall the disco heaven downtown. You might not remember. It was the place to be in the 80s. We used to go there after work, a restaurant. All of us would go. So one night we decided we're going to go somewhere. I forget North Hills. We went to some club or something. And we're at the door getting in. And while one girlfriend that worked in the kitchen, she was Jamaican, so she was dark. So the guy says that he didn't card anybody else. He said, "I want to. Can I see your identification?" And I'm looking around. I says, "No other black people in the whole place." And I said to him, "You know what? I know what this is about." I says, "You can stick this place and your money." I said, "We're going somewhere else." You know, it was very blatant.
Yeah.
It upset me. It was like, I said, "I know what you're doing." So that just upset me. Then one thing historically, because I'm like you, I read a lot now that I'm retired. I'm old. I'm 73, so I'm reading a lot. It's mind-boggling, and you know this from a perspective of all things. People, you hear something, you believe it, but you have to read. You have to know things that go on. I read a book or watched a movie about, you probably know this, about the first black woman who ever got the death penalty was in Georgia.
Yeah.
Way back in, you remember the story?
Yep.
Where she killed the guy who framed her, and she murdered him, and she defended herself, but she was sent to the electric chair. It's just mind-boggling. I just can't believe that these things still exist. You know.
But
you know what I mean, Len?
Patricia, I appreciate your phone call, and I do. And in the complexity of where we are at America 250 in 2026 is the fact that we truly are at a reflection point. We really do need to take a moment to think about where we are at this fork in the road. Because there are certain things that have clearly gotten better over the years that clearly are never going to go back to the way they used to be. But then we're also seeing signs of a willingness to roll back the wrong things at the wrong time and think that there's not going to be a consequence to this. You know, if we continue to allow the type of tensions that we've seen culturally and civically on the things that make us different, quote unquote, even though we're all Americans, it didn't work when our country was 250 million people strong. Why do we think it's going to work when we have 325 plus million people? It didn't work when there were closed economies in Eastern Europe, and China was not an open economy. And even Japan, which was growing, was not the same economy. Germany was split. We only dealt with half of that economic engine. The European Union was not a thing economically, which, by the way, that started in the late 90s on January 1st. I do believe it started in 1999. The Euro and the European Union and the like. If it didn't work then for us, why do we think it's going to work now? So, Patricia, to your point, I appreciate you and Keith's phone call. We're at this reflection point where we're at this fork in the road. And whether it's from a civic perspective, an economic perspective, a political perspective, a leadership perspective, what are we going to do that's different in 2026? We keep saying we're going to do something different, and then we get 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks into the new year, and we give up on the aspirations to be historic, and we go back to doing what feels good. And then we go back to complaining about this doesn't work. Why doesn't this work? And then we go vote for the same type of people that do the same type of things. We complain about the same type of things, and then we find ourselves mostly in the same situation, and in many instances, heading in the wrong direction. That's what we need to be mindful of moving forward. Ted, Bishop, I see you both. You heavy hitters. I'm going to get to you both after the break on News Radio KDKA.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I stopped smoking with Mark Patrick's hypnosis when nothing else worked. 1 year later, my wife Michelle and I attended the Mark Patrick Weight Loss Hypnosis Seminar. In 2 months, lost 43 pounds, and she lost 18 pounds.
And we feel great. Join Mark Patrick's Hypnosis, lose the weight, or stop smoking, only $59.99. Seminar Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Have an issue in your community? Talk about it now with Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Busting a groove going into 12 o'clock here. Lenny McAllister filling in for Marty Griffin. Happy New Year. Phone lines open 866-391-1020. Going to the mayor of Mount Washington, Ted. Happy New Year. Kind sir, you're on KDKA. Ted. Ted in Mount Washington, you were on KDKA. Oh, Ted. I hyped you up for 2 straight weeks, or 2 straight days, man. Call back, Ted. I think that you may have been on mute and then realized you weren't on mute. Call back. I'll get you on as soon as I can. But in the meanwhile, oh, there's Ted right there. Ted, happy holidays. You're on KDK.
Hey, happy holidays.
How are you?
All right.
Just all right.
What's going on, Lenny?
Just all right? Ted and my wife, just all right? Oh, my gosh.
My goodness.
You must have something on your mind then. What's up?
Oh, yeah. Real quick, give me the download on the Ed Gainey mayor term. Break that down.
It was rather disappointing. I don't like the fact that, and let me put the caveat on this. So I've known Ed Gainey since 1985. So it gets a little awkward because people don't know if critiques of people you've known for 40 years are personal or objective and professional. So let me put that out there and say this is objective and professional as an African American that has been analyzing politics for over 20 years now. I don't like the fact that I feel like the opportunity to do something historic was fumbled. That there was an opportunity to do something meaningful that could have transformed the city of Pittsburgh because he was the first African American mayor. That he was somebody that was Gen X, that was well-liked in communities, that people were really tried to put goodwill behind. If you go read the articles on Ed Gainey in the first year of his administration from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, you could see they really wanted him to succeed. I heard it from civic leaders and corporate leaders around the region. They really wanted him to succeed. And the ability to transform this city and be a 2-term, 3-term mayor and really have something to allow this city to build upon just got fumbled as far as I'm concerned. In that the significance of being the first black mayor was the fact that he was the first black mayor. Not he was the first black mayor and this legislation came in because of the political capital, or this came into place because of the political capital that he then spent because of the historic coattails he rode in on. I look at that, and if there's an overarching theme that I see, that's what I see. And I've always said this about people that have come into those situations, that you have to be mindful as a historian of where you sit in history, and you have to act that way. You can't act as a partisan. You can't act as an operator. You must act as somebody that is always going to take a historic viewpoint as to who you are and what you need to be doing. I will tell you, Ted, just bluntly, you know, I've been in that situation in other aspects of my career. If I'm ever in that situation again in other aspects of my career, that's the approach that I will take once again. I can tell you I do that here on News Radio KDKA. I enjoy being Republican. I enjoy being conservative. I enjoy being on the airwaves and cracking a joke. But I never forget that there's only been about 7 black hosts on KDKA over the course of 100 years that actually did talk radio on these airwaves. So I always come into it with that. When I used to do PCNC, I know that there was only Chris Moore and me. I have an obligation to speak to certain issues in a certain way, with a certain term, with a certain image, and with a certain perspective that enables people to be better. I don't feel like we got that out of the Gainey administration, and I think that all the policies that came from the administration subsequent to that led back to that greater theme of disappointment. Is that fair, unfair? Your thoughts?
Well, he didn't take the Nelson Mandela approach. And what I mean, when you're the first black anything, to me, he was too much of an activist and not enough of a mayor. You know, living in Mount Washington, you know, he never came up here. If he did, I didn't see him. When you go to Beachview, when you go to Brookline, you have to represent the whole city.
Yes.
Not just Homewood and the North Side.
You're a diplomat. You are a diplomat. You're an executive. And you have to bring people together. Yes. Not just the people that got you there. You got to bring everybody along for the ride.
You have to do that. And he didn't have a vision. He didn't articulate where was he going to take the city. I didn't hear that from him. You just can't say, you know what, we need a city for all. What does that mean? What kind of policies are you going to have to really, implement it?
But Ted, that goes to your point of an activist versus an executive. And
yes.
There's not a lot of people that understand how to do both. You can speak like an activist and use activist language, but you have to act like an executive. And too many people in office, and whether it's at the county level or at the city level, too many people talk and act like activists and don't have the visionary actions of an executive that makes sense to grow a region, to make things better.
You're right. And I'll tell you where you really blew it. And I'm glad that you're going to have these politicals on at 1 o'clock. When it came to the president, remember when Mondani met Trump?
Yep.
And everybody thought it was going to be an explosion? Okay? They said some bad things about each other. But when it came to getting things done, you leave your politics at the door and you can make deals. When that AI convention came here, and you're talking about Pittsburgh Public Schools, the mayor could have been the biggest champion in the world, along with the county exec. to get resources, to connect with business people, to connect with colleges, and he blew it. Absolutely blew it. Same thing with the county exec, which is a disgrace.
Well, Ted, I will tell you that Pittsburgh spoke in regards to the mayor, and I appreciate your phone call. Pittsburgh spoke in regards to the mayor in 2025. They can speak in regards to the county executive in 2027. But it seems like there's a theme there. And then we talked about this yesterday with Joe Mystic and Michael Bartley and Lynn Hayes-Freeland. We talked about it. It's gone on for far too long. This is part of the problem when you have a certain tone and a certain voice that is articulated continuously. And we wonder why we stay in this stale rut that we're in. In 2026, 2027, 2028, we deserve to do much better. That's it. 866-391-1020. I'm going to Margot in the news. I'm coming back afterwards. I'm taking phone calls from Bishop and Vicky, and I will catch up to you then at the 12 o'clock hour on News Radio KDKA.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
A fire, it can change everything in seconds, but Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh is ready 24/7 to help restore what matters most. From smoke damage to full rebuilds, their experts are trained, trusted, and ready to work with your insurance. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van and get back to normal faster.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master.
As the new year bows, we at the Allegheny Institute for Public Policy rededicate ourselves to our founding mission of 30 years ago to defend the interests of taxpayers, citizens, and businesses against an increasingly burdensome and intrusive government. Help us to continue advocating public policies that roll back the size and scope of local government while making it more accountable. Make your tax-deductible donation today at AlleghenyInstitute.org. That's AlleghenyInstitute.org. Happy New Year.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 20 degrees and mostly cloudy at 12 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensel. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing. If you need it, trust PJ.com. A new Pennsylvania law will go into effect in 2026 that will require schools to notify parents about weapon incidents within 24 hours. State Senator Jay Costa told Michael Bartley about how this opens up the discussion for other weapon laws in schools.
Right now, there's a question as to whether or not we should permit school instructors, for example, and different administrators to be able to carry weapons. Right now, we can't do that.
He went on to say,
there are folks who feel strongly on both sides of that equation, and we're going to continue to take a look at that as we go forward this upcoming year.
Pittsburgh received 3 to 5 inches of snow last night into this morning, putting December at 16 inches of snowfall in 2025. AccuWeather's Heather Zayer says,
we usually see the bigger snow totals kind of January on. That's
According to the National Weather Service, the average snowfall for Pittsburgh in December is 7.7 inches, and the most December snowfall was seen in 1890 at 41 inches. Crews responded to a fire in Westmoreland County on Wednesday morning. A fire broke out on the 800 block of Beatty Village Road in Unity Township at 4:30 a.m. A neighbor told KDKA-TV what he saw.
Well, actually, I said the first thing was fire. I was thinking our house was on fire, and it just quick up out of bed and threw clothes on and run out the door. And then when we noticed, like I said, that it was the neighbors, and first thing we did was make sure that everybody was out and everybody was safe.
And everybody was safe. Everyone in the duplex that caught fire made it out unharmed. Crews were able to contain the fire in approximately 40 minutes. However, the damage to the building was extensive. The ball dropped twice in Times Square last night. CBS's Stacey Lynn explains why.
It wasn't too much champagne making you see things. The big ball did really drop twice. First, the obligatory countdown to midnight. Then, 4 minutes after the clock struck 12, it dropped again, but with a very patriotic makeover. It was all lit up in red, white, and blue. That's because as the new year began, the United States officially began celebrating its 250th anniversary, also known as the semi-quincentennial. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
In KDKA sports, 3 college football playoff quarterfinal games today. At noon, Oregon faces Texas Tech. 4 o'clock, Alabama against Indiana, and the nightcap at 8 o'clock, Georgia versus Ole Miss. Pitt women's basketball also hosts Wake Forest at 6 o'clock, and the Pens host the Red Wings tonight at 7 o'clock. KDKA Radio News Time is 12:03. It's 20 degrees and mostly cloudy in Pittsburgh. The AccuWeather forecast is next.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back, only $59.99. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. Also, lose all the weight you want, only $59.99 with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings, late-day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating, and lose the weight. Weight Loss Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun this afternoon with a couple of flurries. It'll be brisk and very cold with a high of 21. A couple of snow showers and a low of 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Lenny McAllister filling in for Marty Griffin. Happy New Year to you and yours. Phone lines open 866-391-1020. At the bottom of the hour, I have Michael Frecker on from the Diocese of Pittsburgh. We're in a new year, which means that eventually you'll be reviewing your taxes from last year, and there are some new options out there to help kids that are looking for the best academic fits for them and their families. So we'll talk to him about that. 1 o'clock hour, as I mentioned, I'm going to have 3 different former elected officials on, and we're going to talk about their outlook for 2026 politically here in the region, very specific to the region. So I'm looking forward to that conversation as well. In the meanwhile, 866-391-1020. Happy New Year to the bishop down in Donora. He is now on KDKA.
Happy New Year to you, Brother Lenny, the bishop from Donora on his way back from Florida. However, I want to say real quick, I give a C to Mayor Gainey. He did some good things and some things he could have worked on a little bit better. As far as a little bit more transparent as far as the city of Pittsburgh. It also helped trying to deal with the schools, even though it's a separate autonomy. But he does, I thought, could put some input. That being said, I think in 2026 we need to protect each other, love each other, look after each other, protect each other. I do believe that the mayors and certain governors, especially in the north, is going to have to hold their ground. I think nationally it's going to be a little bit more challenging because of the leadership that we have at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue that has been erratic and irresponsible. Also, I believe that there's a possibility the winds of war are blowing. A lot has to do with what he's doing and not going before Congress, etc. And I believe the Congress is broken, and that's why the Congress needs to be reformed or and better selections as far as elections, in my opinion. Now, me going into politics in a few days, as far as being a councilman, elected a councilman.
Congratulations.
We have to be, well, thank you. We have to be responsible as far as our boroughs, towns, and cities economically and for the entire population that we may serve. Now, I will say this, Brother Lenny, that when it comes down to schools, and, I work in schools, and I consider myself an expert now because I've been considered one of the best from what I've been told. But I think kids should be able to wear their hair the way they want to wear it. I think that there should not be firearms, except for the ones that are licensed or have the authority to do so in law enforcement, if you please, or resource officers, if you please. But parents should not, and others, be allowed to come there with firearms. And I hope that Jay Costa and my state Senator Barlotto is listening, that it should be a felony if somebody comes there with a gun. Can
I get to that for just a second, Bishop? Because I want to remind people that we have drastically militarized schools in America, particularly public schools, and the whole movement, and we don't even talk about this anymore, the whole movement not that long ago was to move away from having so many police officers on school campuses and get it back to a point in time where kids felt safe and they didn't feel like they were going to quasi-jail and being locked down just to be able to go to the calculus. And we have stopped talking about that, where we have just accepted the fact that we're going to have, officers on school campuses with weapons, which, again, you're still dealing with young people. It's got to make them both feel a little safer, but also a lot more anxious. That doesn't seem to be the most productive way to create the optimal learning environment for kids. We don't even talk that way anymore.
Well, here's the thing with me. I am more so, I know I can protect the school with my eyes closed. And I would challenge don't come to my school because you're going to be in trouble if you're doing ill will. I like to build relationships and a mentor. I'm that third element to help the teacher and the student find common ground to being a successful student. That's how I go about my job, all right? And it's had huge – people write stories. Well, I ain't got to toot my own horn. You can Google it. People write stories about me. I mean, because I build relationships and make a kid or a student feel good to come to school and to learn. And I've been pretty good with that, and the Lord has blessed me. But I don't like to turn the school into a military zone and feel like, they're coming into where they have to be constantly protected in a military state or an extension of a military state. I think we do need to get away from that. But, Brother Lenny, there's a lot of things that we can do to make the school safer. I would not, like Penn Hills, I think, has it in place, I believe, where the parent cannot just arbitrarily show up. They have to make an appointment. That's the way it should be. Except for normal deliveries like, from a copier place or somebody has to work on a building, etc. That's one thing. But parents should have to make an appointment before they are allowed to come to that school. They just can't show up.
Why?
And that's how you can secure that even more so.
Well, I don't agree with that because look, if you're paying with your tax dollars and your kids are invested there and your kids are actively present there, if I can walk into my state representative's office whenever they're open, why can't I walk into my kid's school and talk to somebody? Now, there's a certain way of code of conduct you should go in there.
But that becomes safety issue.
Why?
Now, let me just say this.
Hold on, Brother Bishop. And then I got to let you go. I got other college, but I got to push back on that. How is it automatically a safety issue if I want to come up and I want to talk to a teacher when they have available time, or I want to talk to a principal, or I have a concern? It might be a concern that I see in my own child that I want to get to them sooner than later. It shouldn't have to take an appointment for that, especially, again, if we're talking about public schools and we're talking about people that, among other folks, we're talking about principals. We're talking about assistant principals. Can I go into a superintendent's office and talk to a superintendent that's making $250,000 a year? Are you telling me I should have to get an appointment for them too, or should I at least be able to go note my concern at a public office with a certain code of conduct in place?
Well, I don't think that you should be able to make an appointment. I think they should be able to see you, but call and say, "Hey, Superintendent Johnson, I would like to meet with you with this."
But we don't do that. We don't. You can walk right into your state representative's office, who's somebody that gets paid 1/3 the same amount of money that a superintendent does, and we don't do that with them. We walk in. If they're available, great. If not, then we can set an appointment and go home. Why should we be able to do that with state representatives that are writing laws in Harrisburg, but we can't do that with let's say, a superintendent that's guiding your kid's education at the local level? That's making 3 times as much money sometimes 4 times as much money.
Well, that's different because you got to understand something here, brother Lenny, and we'll talk about this some other time. There are certain times that teachers and administrators have different meetings. They might not be there, so you just gonna show up and say, "A superintendent, I want to meet with Superintendent Johnson." Well, they're not here. Well,
I want to log a concern. Or I want to set an appointment. And Brother Bishop, I appreciate your phone call. I could say this about state representatives. I could say this about state senators. I could say this about Congress people. I could say this about city councilmen. They have meetings. They got responsibilities. But there's this thing about shielding people in school environments. I'm not saying you go act buck wild on them. I would never advocate for that. But there is something to be said about accessibility and accountability for people that, among other folks, that are on the public dole in particular. And then if you're talking about people that are impacting your children's lives, I would like to be able to have ongoing communication with them. I do expect a certain code of conduct from the parents. I'm not absconding that responsibility for them at all. But this is what frustrates people about public education when you're siloing these people in a quasi-ivory tower. It creates a separation that leads to disconnects, leads to mistrust, and leads to less than favorable results. I'd like to see that bridged. Now, I know we went down that rabbit hole, and I'll get to other phone calls at 866-391-1020. I see Vicky. Vicky, you're up next. I know we're talking about discrimination. Listen, it's ironic because people think that when you bring up discrimination, you're only talking about African Americans, or you're only talking about Latinos, brown and brown-skinned people, or black folks. But I was at the Eli Sharabi event on July 7th. Heard about him being a hostage of Hamas for over 400 days. I did, by the way, mention the discrimination that Jews went through early 20th century here in America. How anti-Semitism is on the rise. They will not replace us was a chant in Charlottesville that came from anti-Semitic behavior decades earlier. Again, we're at a reflection point, where we can see that we can either really build upon the really good things we've done over the last couple of decades to be a more inclusive and stronger society, or we can start adopting some ways that contravene what makes America unique and special as we hit America 250. Personally, I think they're gonna politicize America 250 in a way that's going to be more divisive. I think that's the challenge we need to be mindful of not doing. Don't just splash red, white, and blue all over the place and then redefine patriotism going into July in a way that's going to divide people. That's my concern. America 250 should be the best of us, not the reflection of where we are right now. And I know it's going to end up being both. But the ratio needs to be a lot more of the best of us, not a reflection of where we are right now. Because if it's the latter and not the former, this summer is going to be hot in a variety of ways. Vicky, then Anthony, after the break on News Radio KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
This is CBS Eye on Veterans. One of the most heroic veterans we've ever met was Army combat veteran and Medal of Honor recipient Staff Sergeant Clint Romeshay, who shared the miraculous story of a battle at the remote combat outpost Camp Keating, where he and his team defied the odds and defeated a day-long surge of enemy Taliban forces in Afghanistan.
Taliban had us outnumbered about 8-1. They had the high ground. They had us outgunned. But we're going to just spearhead into them and counterattack. And we're going to take the ammo supply point. Then we're going to close the front gate. Because as I explained to them what we were about to go do, I said, this is volunteer. And each one of them said, we'll follow you anywhere.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward with growth opportunities, great pay and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces. Go to careers.progressive.com and apply today.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, going back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister filling in for Marty here on News Radio KDKA. Happy New Year, happy 2026. Vicky in Butler, Happy New Year, you're on KDKA.
Happy New Year. You were talking earlier about discrimination in many ways. Well, you didn't mention people with mental illness. I'm going to try to make a long story short here. I busted my butt to get through nursing school. I worked full-time and everything. I got a great job at a great hospital, and I was up and coming. I mean, I got so many awards. They sent me to Phoenix. They sent me to Washington. And one day, I opened up to the wrong person. It was my supervisor, and I opened up to her about that I had problems with depression and anxiety, and and I don't know why I opened up to her, but I did. And next thing I know, her supervisor called me in and said that I had to bring an excuse from my psychiatrist to say that I'm able to work. I felt like I was a kid in school, happened to bring a teacher my excuse or whatever. Do you know of any job that would require an excuse if they had diabetes, a heart condition, anything like that? No, it was just what I was going through, and I opened up to the wrong person. So that's discrimination right there against people with some mental illness. And it ruined my life. It did. It ruined my life.
Well, first of all, Vicki, I know it changed your life. I would say just from the strength that you speak to me on the radio that it's not ruined it, because you still sound like a strong enough person to share that story. So I appreciate you doing that for us here at News Radio KDKA. Second of all, I would say that, part of when I was talking about the Department of Education, one of the things I did bring up were, people with learning disabilities. And I think that when you start talking about federal protections, part of the protections still also go to people that do have mental illness, the invisible illnesses, whether it's physical, emotional, or mental, that people go through. It's very easy, to your point, to sit there and say, I walk with a cane, do not discriminate against me. People are less inclined to do that. But if you have fibromyalgia, if you have diabetes, if you have certain other illnesses that are being addressed and cared for, and you're showing a competency at your job, if those two things are true, the third thing where you're being discriminated against should not come into play. And Vicki, number one, I appreciate your call. Two, I tell you that you are stronger than you think, and that your life is not ruined, because I'm listening to your strengths. So thank you for being a strong woman and coming into 2026, sharing your story. And I continue to advise you to just continue to put one foot in front of the other. But I also commend you for bringing up your story, because there are people that have gone through those scenarios that we need to make sure that we have a layer of appropriate protection for. Again, we are no longer a country of 240, 250 million people, and we're not dealing with closed-off markets around the world that don't have as much competition. We need every viable resource to help make America great as we can possibly get. So thank you, ma'am, and God bless you going into 2026 and beyond. Anthony, I got a couple of minutes, but I wanted to get you on. You're on KDKA. Happy New Year.
Let me say this. I am so disappointed in Corey O'Connor. For him to bring into his administration Purdue Lights, Ricky Burgess, and a motley crew of losers from prior administrations, instead of setting his own course, is a disappointment. Not a surprise, because I always said he was woke-like. But there's not going to be much progress if you don't open it up to a lot of new ideas. And I guess people who thought they were voting for his father are in shock.
Anthony, I appreciate your phone call. Yes and no. I think that the wonderful thing about Pittsburgh is the fact that it's very parochial. The downside to being so parochial is you're inclined to do the same exact things over and over and over again, and thinking that it's going to benefit you better one time versus another time. The same political entities, consultants, bureaucrats, technocrats, they get hired. In part because, again, let's just be honest, the population's kind of plateaued off. You don't have a whole lot of brand new talent coming into the region or staying in the region once they go to CMU, Pitt, Duquesne, Carlo, Chatham. Heck, a lot of times we don't even try to hire those people from Westminster, IUP, Penn West. Those are great colleges, Grove City, Gannon. We can go up 79. Great talent. I really believe, and I used to push for this on my PCNC show, and I've been pushing for it ever since on this show. I really believe we have the opportunity to be a world-class city, not just a world-renowned city. We have a chance to be a world-class region, not just a world-renowned region. But it takes breaking some of those molds. To Anthony's point, it can't be the same hires. It can't be the same people. With a little bit different of an idea based on the same ideas we've heard forever. You're not going to get progress that way. You'll continue to complain. You won't find new things to champion, though. Going to the bottom of the hour for news and then coming back here on News Radio KDKA.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 20 degrees at 12:30. I'm David Bollerado. Police are investigating two unrelated shootings that took place early this morning. Police arrived on the 8,000 block of Bennett Street in East Hills around 7:30 this morning to find an adult woman suffering from gunshot wounds to the thigh. Earlier, police were sent to the 1,000 block of Constant Street in East Allegheny just 30 minutes into the new year, also finding a female with a gunshot wound to the leg. Both unrelated victims are in the hospital in stable condition. The Violent Crimes Unit is investigating each. Police have charged a man in connection with a Tuesday night shooting near the AMC Theater at South Hills Village Mall. 18-year-old Elijah Brown was charged with aggravated assault, weapons charges, and weapons endangerment. At 4 p.m. Tuesday, 911 had been notified of shots being fired, and then first responders found the victim of assault at the scene. It was determined that a juvenile began arguing with a group of people in what was later found to be a stolen vehicle. The juvenile then punched the side mirror of a second vehicle, which began a physical confrontation. Brown then allegedly fired shots at the second vehicle, but no one was struck. It might be raining in Pasadena, but that didn't stop the Rose Parade from kicking off, since umbrellas are prohibited at the parade. Rain poncho-clad people lined up along the parade route to watch the marching bands and the parade's famous floats. And Philadelphia hosted its 125-year-old New Year's Day tradition, the Mummers Parade. Parade participants in colorful costumes who belong to organized clubs perform routines before crowds of spectators. On Wall Street today, the market is taking the day off because of the holiday. KDK Radio News time is 12:31. Our next update's coming up at 1 o'clock. I'm David Bollerado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Happy New Year with some great savings to start the year at Coons Market. Fresh ground round, $4.99 a pound. Extra large slicing tomatoes, 99 cents a pound. And Green Mountain K-Cups, 10-count package, $5.99 each. Come see us at Coons.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot. All to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Brisk and very cold with a couple of flurries this afternoon. There'll be some sun at times as well, high 21. Another couple of snow showers tonight, low 18. Partly sunny, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Now, call it because it's Pittsburgh, or call it because it's me, Lenny McAllister, filling in for Marty Griffin, who, by the way, is a Central Catholic dude. Or whatever the case may be, or just call it because it's January 1st. But for a little bit, I'm going to get a little bit all Catholic-y on you for a second. At 2 o'clock, I'm going to have Professor from Duquesne University, Audrey Gusky, talking about consumer trends. What did we see going out of 2025? What can we expect going into 2026? But I'm also going to talk to my buddy, Michael Frecker, who is the Director of Planned Giving over at the Diocese of Pittsburgh. I'm going to wish him a Happy New Year, and I'm going to talk to him a little bit about what you can do to help kids find education fits that best fit their academic and scholastic needs. Mike, Happy New Year to you, kind sir. You're on KDKA.
Happy New Year, Lenny. Great to speak with you. Thank you for a quick opportunity here. And we have a lot to look forward to. And we've got a lot of work to do, of course, too.
Yeah, so let's talk about, and again, full disclosure, people know that my kids have been in Catholic schools for years. I'm a Catholic school guy. I'm a Central Catholic quasi-alum. I was there for a couple of years. So I obviously believe in the mission of Catholic schools, but what you do is not necessarily just Catholic schools. Part of what you engage in is the whole ongoing, and this has been going on for years now, almost 2 decades. In fact, I do believe at least 2 decades. The EITC and OSTC programs that do benefit Catholic schools and other non-public schools. I know that you're involved in that back and forth. Can you talk a little bit about what the changes are recently? Because as we start, people are going to start getting their W-2s, and they're going to start looking at what they can do with their taxes. And this is the time of year where they can look to do something that can benefit those that really need the hand up.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Well, Lenny, and I'll share this with you. My kids went to Catholic school, and ironically, I only went to Catholic school for 3 years. I was really a product of public schools, so I'm not against public schools. I love public schools, and I've helped many teachers retire, with my prior background in financial services. But I'll share with you, the school choice argument or the school choice advocacy is so important for everybody, because my firm belief is that competition is good, and we do raise a lot of money for education through our state budget and through all types of funding, federal, state, and local. Matter of fact, the average cost per student in Pennsylvania now is around $23,000 per student. So it's not that we're not spending money, but what parents are looking for choice. They're looking for the opportunity, if they can have a voice in it as a consumer, meaning they're sending their kids to the school where they would like to send their kids, and there's money available for tuition assistance. If they're a middle class or lower income or somewhere in between, they might qualify for tuition assistance through this great program, through the Educational Improvement Tax Credit Program, which was voted in 2001, and now this program's been around 25 years. But quite a few people still don't understand it or don't know anything about it, which is really interesting. But the budget has thankfully been steadily increasing because there is a demand. There's a demand for the product, meaning school choice and private education along with other school choice alternatives. And in our case, with the Diocese of Pittsburgh, we're raising the bar and trying to raise awareness, but also raising more money for helping families in need, throughout the diocese. And that's from pre-K all the way up through high school. And the Educational Improvement Tax Credit Program, we have, through our own entities that we've applied for credits. We have credits available for families that would like to be a donor. And what's interesting is that you can be a donor even if you're only offsetting $2,000 of your own Pennsylvania state tax liability. So what does that mean? That means if you look at your W-2, or if you're self-employed and you're paying at least $2,000 to the state of Pennsylvania in income taxes, you can make a donation through one of the entities, whether it's ours or someone else's. We have these LLCs, these limited liability companies that are set up just as a pass-through to collect a donation, and then that donation is sent through the tuition aid process for the students applying that are eligible for tuition assistance. So the taxpayer, by contributing through this mechanism, is able to get a 90% Pennsylvania tax credit. So they're able to exercise their vote of school choice in that regard. They can designate a school, they cannot designate a student. So you can't say, hey, I'm going to put $2,000 in and I want my kid to benefit from it. No, if your child or family member is eligible for tuition assistance, they can apply for aid just like everybody else, and if they're eligible, they're going to get their share of aid. But really, the beauty of this program is that it is one form of school choice for the donor, for the taxpayer to say, I would like to redirect 90% of what I'm going to owe Pennsylvania in income taxes, and I'm going to make this as a donation to this scholarship program, to this organization. And we have such a need. We have such a great high demand for more families that would like to send their kids to our schools and other schools throughout the region that are other choices beyond our Catholic schools. But, of course, I'm going to promote our great Catholic schools in the Diocese of Pittsburgh and the work that they're doing. But it really is. It's a wonderful program. We're looking to just expand the bandwidth, if you will, the available people that can participate, and we've made it so much easier. So we have what is a pledge form online. Someone can go to our website and go to diopitt.org/EITC, and they can pull up a pledge form and just make a pledge, which is non-binding, and say, okay, I'd like to do this. Let me try it. Let me give you my information. Here's who I am, and here's what I think I'd like to be able to participate with. I pay $3,000, let's say hypothetically, in Pennsylvania income taxes. I'd like to donate $3,000. Then you'll get an email with a response to go on and do an actual subscription form so you can be a donor. And we ask everyone to make a 2-year commitment because it is a 2-year program to be able to receive this 90% tax credit. But it really is such an easy program to participate in. We've expanded this, and when the program started, in just shortly after it was voted in 2001, it was really originally just set up for larger corporations. So smaller businesses or individuals couldn't participate. Then in 2014, the state allowed for LLCs to be created as literally pass-through entities, these special purpose entities, so donors could go through a process where they can donate, whether they're a small business owner and they have an LLC or a partnership or an S corporation, and now individuals in the last several years that we've been able to do this. About the last 8 years, we've accepted individuals that can participate, and we've even lowered our minimum donation to $2,000.
So, Mike, let me ask you this question, because I don't want people to miss this number, because you put out a lot of great information out there. That's okay. No, that's what I want you to do. But at the same exact time, I don't want them to miss this point. You said that roughly some school districts are approaching $23,000 per student that is spent. And I know that there are some school districts, including ones in Pittsburgh and ones in Philadelphia, where that number is approaching $30,000 and up.
That's right. The state average now is reaching $23,000.
Can you tell me what the average amount of a Catholic high school tuition is? Or maybe, I mean, look, I know Central Catholic's expensive, but it's not $23,000 a year. And I know there's other Catholic high schools in the region that are in the mid-teens, perhaps. So
that's right.
We're talking about you can for the amount that you're sending your tax liabilities for $23,000, you can possibly help 2 kids or 3 kids based on the tuitions. Am I wrong in that assessment?
No, that's right. People that are doing well, and they're let's say they're paying the state routinely $5,000 or $10,000. They can make that donation, and they can now help 1 or 2 families, 1 or 2 students, because what we're looking at is our average tuition aid, because there's been such a high demand, and we're trying to spread the tuition assistance dollars throughout the need, and we're only in the recent past, maybe only able to help on average about $2,000 per student, maybe a little bit more in the high schools, of course, $2,000 to $3,000. Well, now, because of the increase of credits, and we're making it easier for donors to participate, we're trying to raise our bar and raise far more money. So now we want to get that number up for the average tuition aid being closer to $4,000 or $5,000, and that will help families that really want to send their kids to one of our Catholic schools, or the Extra Mile program, which is for our elementary school, which is predominantly African-American kids in the city. And families, there's only maybe 10% of those students are Catholic, but they really see the value. The parents see the value of this great program, and likewise the Crossroads Foundation, the Crossroads program, in a similar way helps the student scholars attend one of our high schools. And this is just an easy way for people to say, hey, listen, I would like to help. I'd like to participate in some way, even if it's a small way. And I could redirect part of or all of the money that I'm going to owe the state in my own Pennsylvania income taxes and benefit.
Now, I'm talking to Michael Frecker of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. He is the Director of Planned Giving. We continue this conversation when I come back from the break. If you have questions you want to ask them, before I let them go at the top of the hour, 866-391-1020. But again, I know you all are going to be looking at your tax bills soon. You got some refunds, I'm sure, coming in. There's an opportunity to help others that need that help pull themselves up. So I'll continue this conversation with Mike Frecker when I come back here on News Radio KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
This may be one of the most failed endeavors in recent legislative times. Do you know one person still who has gotten a warning for the Paul Miller's Law? Do yourself a favor when you're driving somewhere today. Count how many people you see still using their cell phone driving.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back, now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
It's Marty Griffin on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Lenny McAllister filling in for Marty. I'm talking to Mike Frecker of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. So, Mike, you mentioned that this continues to increase in funding because the demand continues to increase. It's to my understanding that each year thousands of kids are left on a waiting list because, in essence, the way the law is written, it's to hit a certain cap. It's not to meet all the demand. And so there's something called an escalator law that they're trying to put into place where it basically says we will elevate the cap of tax credits that's allowed to be used until all the demand is met. Because over the course of 25 years, parents, the more they find out about it, the more they apply for it.
That's correct. That's correct. I believe there's around 70,000 families that are turned away in most recent data that are eligible for tuition assistance, but they're not getting it because again it's a limited dollar amount that each of the that the entire state puts out a limited budget, of course, and then those organizations, the scholarship organizations like ours and all the others, have a limited amount of money that we can raise because of the way the whole program is developed. So we're trying to advocate for this. Is not taking away from public education. This is giving parents a choice, And as I said when we first started our conversation, my firm belief in everything that we do, competition's good. It raises the bar for everybody to succeed. And this program's been it has been wonderful and successful when you look at the development of the families and the students that come out of the program.
And Mike, this is not a Catholic program. I mean, I think people sometimes think that EITC or OSTC, the C stands for Catholic, but it does not. This is tax credit. So we're talking about different types of schools and different type of opportunities, even if it's a private school, even if it's, another type of institution that a child could go to get the best academic and scholastic resources to benefit that child. Is that not correct?
That is absolutely correct, Lenny, and we actually have expanded where we're helping some other schools in the state that are Catholic, but also I've asked for if we can help a donor that would like to split a donation with another great school in our area that's Christian based, the Neighborhood Academy, which I've known people that are involved in that great organization. So we have a donor that's just come in and split a donation with one of our Catholic schools and the Neighborhood Academy through the EITC donation. So I'll give you a quick plug for not only our Catholic schools but also schools like the Neighborhood Academy in our area.
So what would it take to allow people to one, benefit all the kids that need the support that they're looking for, and two, do it in a way that's most economically efficient in 2026? Before I let you go, what things would you advise people to do if they want to be on board with this and help kids and families help themselves academically and scholastically?
Well, I would say if they're an individual, look to, they can go on our website on www.diopit.com/EITC, and they can get some information about our scholarship organization, our program. They can go onto the state website, to the DCED. The other part of the increase that came about just recently with the state budget also is the economically disadvantaged schools, which is administered by blocks, and they do a great job in administering this program. This benefits all schools, all economically disadvantaged private schools throughout the state. A corporation could make a donation, and they're not going to be able to designate a school, but they can know that it's going to be evenly distributed throughout the state to families in need. And the economically disadvantaged schools are where 51% or more of the students are eligible for and receiving EITC tuition grants or OSTC tuition grants. So it's a very equitable distribution of funds, and it's another way that they can participate, generally in this EITC program. If they're a corporation here in the Pittsburgh area or beyond that pays Pennsylvania income taxes and would like to participate in some way. But I'm going to encourage individuals, because there's many individuals in the listening audience that pay $2,000 or more in Pennsylvania state taxes that would maybe consider, if this is easy to participate, that they could contribute through our program or a program like ours.
Mike, let me ask you one final question, because I think it's important. And I know that people get this wrong, because I've heard it before. This is not to try to get a bunch of Catholics, a bunch of scholarships, because a lot of the schools, particularly schools that are found in more hardscrabble communities, you're finding a lot of non-Catholics that believe in the value of Catholic education and Catholic schools to help their kids academically and scholastically for life, that are not coming into the school necessarily to become a Catholic, but they are coming into the school for a better school opportunity than the school that they're leaving. Can you talk a little bit about how that's been a bastion for these kids to come into? I know we only got about a minute left, but It's not just Catholics coming into Catholic schools. It's anybody looking for a good education.
That's correct. That's correct. You can look at any of our high schools or even our elementary schools, but two programs I named earlier, which is a great example of what you just mentioned, Extra Mile Foundation. African American kids and other kids, it's predominantly African American kids in the city, are receiving tuition assistance to go to one of our schools, our Catholic schools in the city, and 90% or more of those kids are not Catholic, but the parents see the value of the education being faith-based and values-based, and the families are seeing a graduation rate of about 100% going on to the high school. And then many of these kids from Extra Mile go on to be Crossroads scholars, and they're attending one of our Catholic schools, our Catholic high schools in the region. And another great example of literally 100% of these kids are coming out of high school, graduating, and going on to a four-year college or community college or going on to a trade or military service and having great success. So there's hard evidence that these programs work, and they're benefiting all, and they're not just for faith-based programs, whether it be Catholic or otherwise. It's benefiting every family that would like to have a choice.
All right, Mike Frecker, before I let you go, he's the Director of Planned Giving for the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Very quickly, kind sir, where's the best place to get in touch with you, sir?
Best way to reach us is they can call my office number at 412-456-3055, or I'll plug our website again. They can go on and take a look at our program via DIOPITT.org/EITC, and they'll see a link for Taxes into Tuition, which talks about Educational Improvement Tax Credit Program.
Kind sir, appreciate you. Happy New Year to you and yours, and I look forward to catching up to you soon. Thanks for joining us on News
Wonderful.
Radio KDKA.
Thank you, Lenny. God bless you.
God bless you as well, folks. 866-391-1020 at the top of the hour. Getting those former elected officials on here. We're going to talk about the outlook for the region for 2026 and beyond. That's coming up after the news on News Radio KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 20 degrees at 1 o'clock. I'm David Colorado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. Police say a woman who was shot in the thigh earlier this morning in Homewood is not being very cooperative with investigators. She was shot around 7:30 on the 8000 block of Bennett Street. She was taken to the hospital in stable condition. Shortly after the new year began, police were called to investigate a shooting in East Allegheny. The woman had been shot around 12:30 this morning on the 1000 block of Constance Street. She was taken to the hospital, also in stable condition. There was also gunfire damage to the home where this shooting took place. Violent crimes down in 2025 compared to 2024 in Allegheny County. News Radio KDKA's Margot Rensel has more.
In November 2025, the homicide count in Allegheny County was 69. That is compared to a count of 101 a year earlier in 2024. Violent crime reduction programs such as the South Pittsburgh Coalition for Peace could aid in that decrease. The executive director of that organization, Reverend Eileen Smith, told News Radio KDKA her reason for the drop.
It's down because of community violence intervention.
The SCPC uses grants to fund trained members who work to reduce violent crime in South Pittsburgh, Reverend Smith explains.
And so we are embedded in South Pittsburgh. We are embedded in Carrick High School, Brashear High School as well, in the entire community.
Reverend Smith mentioned she is looking forward to working with the O'Connor administration to prevent violent crime in 2026. Margot Rensel, News Radio, KDKA.
President Trump is delaying some tariff increases. CBS's Linda Kenyon tells us more.
Tariffs on lumber-based products, including furniture and kitchen cabinets, were set to jump 30 to 50% from 25% starting today. Now the president says he will delay those tariff increases by 1 year. The pullback on those higher tariffs follows widespread consumer complaints about high prices and overall affordability. The White House cites productive negotiations with trade partners, saying they address trade imbalances and national security concerns. This latest easing of tariffs follows similar actions involving beef, coffee, bananas, and other agricultural products. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
UPMC McGee welcomed its first baby of 2026 at 12:16 this morning. Helena, no last name given, weighed in at 7 pounds 3 ounces and was 20 inches long. Mom and dad are Fernando and Camilla from Westview. Uber has dropped a driver in Phoenix after some passenger complaints. CBS News correspondent Micah Wallace has that story.
Oh my God. Yuki Momahara and her boyfriend started recording video as their driver repeatedly swerved across lanes and at one point hopped a curb onto a sidewalk.
Definitely scared for my life.
Just stop the car! Stop the car! After several minutes, the driver finally stopped and let them out, but he continued on to pick up his next passenger, Eva Carlson.
And I look up at the speedometer and he's going 100 miles per hour and almost rear ends the car in front of us.
All the passengers suspected the driver was under the influence. Uber says it deactivated him from its platform. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
KDKA Sports in the Orange Bowl right now, the CFP quarterfinal featuring Oregon and Texas Tech. Right now, the Ducks are leading the Red Raiders by a score of 3-0. That game currently in the second quarter. KDK Radio News Time, 1:03. Right now, it's cloudy and 20 degrees in Pittsburgh. The AccuWeather forecast is next.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. You want a new physical therapy experience? You want a treatment plan centered on you? Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, is spelled different, because they are different. Monroeville Physical has new technology and an expert staff to give you a personalized experience to get you back to loving your life. Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200. They help me dramatically love physical. Check it out.
Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have until January 15th to get a plan that will be there for whatever the year brings. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will bring a couple of flurries. We'll have some sun and it's brisk and very cold with a high of 21. Snow showers, low 18 tonight, high 27 with some sun tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Have an issue in your community? Talk about it now with Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, top of the hour. Appreciate David giving us the news. Lenny McAllister filling in for Marty. Happy New Year. Top of the 2 o'clock hour, I have Audrey Gusky coming in, professor over at Duquesne University. She'll talk to me about the latest consumer trends. Coming out of 25, what do we expect to see in 26? What I'm going to do now is I'm going to talk to 3 former elected officials here in the region, and it's going to sound like a joke. I got 2 Jims and a Mark walked into a radio show, and they gave their opinions. So, all that, dad jokes aside, I am going to introduce each one of them, and I'm going to go to the Mark first, then the 2 Jims, and again, I want to talk to these guys. I'll get your feedback after the conversation at 866-391-1020, but they bring a little different perspective because they did the job of trying to make the communities better in an elected office, which is much different than simply just commiserating about it or commenting on it. So first and foremost, I'm going to go to Mark. Mark, you go first, and I'm going to go to Jim Byrne, then I'm going to go to the other Jim. Mark, first, introduce yourself, please, kind sir. Give your background very briefly, 15 seconds.
Yes, sir. Mark Brentley, Sr., former elected member of the Pittsburgh School Board, served as a Democratic committee man for nearly 30 years. And if I'm not mistaken, I am the last and the longest-running elected African-American member of the Pittsburgh School Board. I've ran for a variety of positions, everything except dog catcher, because I was interested in changing policies in the city of Pittsburgh, especially the city that I love.
Now, before I go to the councilman, I'm going to go to the mayor. Mr. Mayor, please introduce yourself.
Hello, Lenny. Hello, everybody. This is James Byrne. I was mayor of Millville. I was president of the Allegheny County Council, mayor for 12, county council for 8. I chaired the Millville, Allegheny, and Pennsylvania Democratic parties. I had the pleasure to work with Mr. Brentley in my tenure as county chairman. It's good to be with you, our guests, and I wish all of your listeners a happy new year.
Thank you, kind sir. Now going to the councilman. Jim, please introduce yourself. 15 seconds, sir.
Hi, I'm Jim Ellenbogen. I served on Allegheny Council, actually with Jim for a few years. For more than a decade, I served pretty much in every capacity in the Democrat Party for the last 40 years. I've also one of the few councilmen who ever ran departments. I'm the former chief of operations for Allegheny County Special and Emergency Services and the former chief of enforcement for the Pennsylvania DOR.
First of all, I appreciate you all coming on with me today at News Radio KDKA, and I had tipped Mark Brentley because it was Mark's idea on Monday, and this is after your phone call, Jim. So Jim Ellenbogen called in, gave his comment as he always does when I'm filling in for Marty. Good stuff. And then Mark called in afterwards and said, hey, I really would have liked to have gotten Jim's point of view on things. Why don't you all ever consider having former elected officials come in and talk about these things and give a different type of perspective? That was after James Byrne, Mayor Byrne, called in and sent me a text and said, hey, Lenny, I'm listening to the show. Would love to give my 2 cents. So I told Mark in that moment, why not? Whoever wants to call in, and I knew these 3 guys had already been in touch with me. I said, why don't you all come on at the same exact time where we can have a panel discussion to talk about these things. And I thought that the audience would appreciate that. So here we are. So, Mark, hat tip to you. Thank you for the idea, and away we go. I'm going to go to Jim Ellenbogen first and ask this simple question. Where are we going in 2026 regionally, considering a new mayor for the city? We're halfway through a county executive's administration. We're still facing some things in the region, and yet there's this sense of both a little bit of optimism, but, tentative optimism. What say you, considering the experience you've had running departments, but also being on Allegheny Council? What do you think 2026 is going to bring for us?
I think the city will be more financially stable, but if you're looking for this huge overall change, I've been in politics long enough to know that I see a lot of quid pro quo here. The new mayor is bringing in a lot of folks from administrations that the citizens threw out of office. As far as the county goes, I think Ms. Amarato is on a very slippery slope. People are, once you wake up the public, they're very angry about this tax stuff. Particularly, they've given us no evidence of why. And as far as the new mayor goes, council did his dirty work, Lenny. He's hiring all kinds of folks before he even knew what he was getting into. So he was more than aware that council was going to do the dirty work and give him the tax money that he needed without doing any reorganizations or anything, and that's my take on it.
I'm going to go to the city first. So before I go to Mayor Byrne, I'm going to go to Mark Brentley, who is still a city resident. Mark, what's your initial outlook on 2026? And I'm going to give you the caveat of adding your perspective, because you called in earlier when Ted from Mount Washington called in to ask for feedback on Mayor Gainey. So, and I told you to kind of pause it for 60 seconds so we can do 2 and 1. So if you want to take your moment to give your feedback on that, as well as projections for 2026, be my guest.
Okay, first of all, Liddy, let me just say thanks, man. You jumped on an opportunity, and I think that the listeners are going to benefit from what we have to say as well as what others are listening and scratching their heads about. So thank you for that. I think, Lenny, your conversation earlier, the question made by Ted about an evaluation or assessment of the Gainey administration, there were a lot of major mistakes. There were some things he could have and should have done better. He didn't respond appropriately to quite a few things. But the million-dollar question is, did he deserve to be run out of office in such a racist-style campaign that was used against him, pitting him against Corey O'Connor, who is probably one of the nicest guys running around here. Okay, Corey is extremely nice. But the handlers and the people running his campaign launched one of the most vicious in-house racist campaigns that Ed did not have to go through. And so my disappointment in asking your question, where are we going from here? The structure of the Democratic leadership is one again. Now, democracy takes second place to racist campaigns and putting people in just to complete a narrative. And that is, hey, Corey, isn't it interesting 20 years ago that his father, was in office? Okay, that's cute, but it did not warrant the attack against black voters and the first African-American mayor that he and his campaign folks were able to do. Finally, I'll say on that same point is that I was so disappointed in the news coverage because it mentioned that the dirty money was gathered up by the unions to attack Ed, as well as one elected official who was proud to say that they were part of that. And I love this city, love this region, been active for years. I am also a former union member. And to know that my union passed dollars were going to attack the first African-American put in a pot of dirty money, it's unprecedented to have that kind of in-house fighting, not to mention that the largest recipient of that mayoral race of Republican money was the Democratic candidate. And I'm not hating on that, but it's a point that needs to be chewed on. And so I'm concerned about that.
Mayor Byrne, there's a lot to chew on. You can approach it as a former elected official. You can approach it as a former Democratic leader from a partisan standpoint, but take it in the direction you want. Initial comments on where are we going in 2026 and even perhaps some reflections on 2025.
Absolutely, and I appreciate the opportunity again. Let's start with what my counterparts are doing. They're talking about local analysis before we expand to maybe a statewide or national conversation. Locally, you have to win or lose these campaigns for candidates on what you do in your backyard, what you do on your streets, what you do in your neighborhoods, what you do for your communities. And I hear these two gentlemen talking about the city, talking about the county. That the analogy can be made to the municipalities as well. For example, let me start local, then move out a little bit. I was mayor of Millville for 12 years. You may have seen in the news that the council recommended a resolution to do an enormous tax increase here in the borough of Millville. These are where the conversations start. The residents are going to have to ask some questions. Why was this tax increase so large and all at once? What had happened that led to this difficult situation? And I've received many calls. Mayor Byrne, if you were still in office, what would you have done? I would have done exactly what the current mayor did. I would not have signed it. He did not sign it. He sent it back. Look for other ways of finding revenue other than this draconian tax hike. I would have done the same thing. Would I have vetoed it? Absolutely not. Because a veto could be misconstrued by others. It could lead to catastrophic consequences. Then the good intentions of the mayor's veto would be used against him to blame him for bankrupting the town. He did exactly what I've done. In a crisis, you got to be rational. And this leads to what we're going to talk about in the future, whether it's the city, the county, Millville, or the state. In a crisis, you cannot be impulsive. You have to be calm. You have to be clear. The mayor of Millville did that. And as we move into this coming year, the crisis of the local and national campaigns is staring us in the face. Because the ballot questions this year aren't necessarily about revenues, aren't necessarily about middle class or minimum wage or the economy. Democracy will be on the ballot in 2026.
Listen, this is the reason why I'm going to have these three guys on from 1 to 2, because there's so much there to discuss that I didn't want to just kind of try to jam it into a segment or whatever. So listen, I'm going to have, like I said in my joke, wannabe joke, 2 marks at a gym on for the rest of the hour. Tune in. I'll take questions afterwards at 866-391-1020, but I want them to flesh out where they're coming from and why, and we'll continue to do that after the break on News Radio KDKA.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ah, the Internet. A place where your curiosity can flourish. Unless malware gets in the way. It's a place that can surprise you with phishing websites and trackers. The Internet is wonderful, but you must protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. Tech Radar named it the #1 VPN in 2025. A single NordVPN account secures up to 10 devices. What else? This cybersecurity tool also encrypts your browsing. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. NordVPN scans the dark web to check that the information associated with your email address is not exposed. Just a few clicks and you're safer online. Browse with more peace of mind. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
Fire doesn't wait, and neither should you. When disaster strikes, call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master. Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, coming back with these wonderful gentlemen. Mark, I'm going to go back to you first. So, Jim Byrne is sitting here saying that, listen, we're at a point of time where democracy's on the ballot in 2026. You bring up issues that seem to contravene or get in the way of democracy being lived out at its fullest. What are your thoughts in regards to whether it's regionally, statewide, or nationally? Because we do have a gubernatorial race coming up. What are your thoughts on our ability to be able to articulate the best of democracy in America 250 when we have these contentious races coming up for the control of the House of Representatives in both Harrisburg and Washington, as well as these crucial Senate races both in Harrisburg and in Washington, much less the gubernatorial race here in the Commonwealth? Mark, that was for you. Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Listen, I continue to simply be baffled because I still believe that the elephant in the room is the issue of equity and race and balance. But the Democratic leadership continues to move forward as if it does not exist. It is the big brother mentality. Don't worry, we will pick and choose for you. We will speak for you. Perfect example again is the process used to run Ed Gainey for mayor. Ed is an extremely good guy, a great activist in the community. But if you ever wanted to have someone from the African American community, 40 years ago, the process would have been you would have went to the black ward chairs and said, hey, we want an African American. They would have huddled, they would have caucused, and they would have came up and said, hey, here's John Doe. This is who we love and we're running with. This is who you support. It didn't happen. White progressives handpicked who they wanted, and it was unfortunate because the rest of us had to catch up. And so we turned back around. The same ones that helped put him in were the ones that may have contributed to his fall. And I say that to say as leaders, we have to include everybody at that table, you know, and we have not conquered that yet in this region in terms of getting everybody's involvement and everybody talking. There was no need to pit Corey against Ed and black against white. It's the democratic system. We should have worked together.
Jim Ellenbogen, Mark's talking a little bit about the insider baseball of partisan politics, which, you know, one, I get because by and large this region is a one-party region, but the flip side of that is, Jim, these are some of the things that voters may get wary of. They're like, okay, we know that we've been doing this for a while, but we're more inclined to bounce people out of office if we don't get results sooner than later. You had mentioned that the county executive's on a slippery slope. We have now seen 2 straight incumbent mayors in the city of Pittsburgh be bounced out in quote-unquote upset fashion. Les O'Connor more than Gainey, but they both let incumbents be shown the door. Where do you think this goes in regards to this insider baseball and how voters deal with this as we see these tensions going into 26, because we do have a gubernatorial race 27, 28?
Well, let me say this. I'm very much a street politician, and what I mean by that is idealism is for those with a full stomach. Ed Gainey put himself in that position. The same voters who supposedly went racist were the ones that voted for him in the first place. South of the river, where I represented for more than a decade, is predominantly white. They voted for Ed the first time, but Ed never took care of business. Our streets weren't plowed. Our grass and our parks weren't cut. We couldn't even get the water fountains turned on because he had one plumber in the whole city. And he still only lost by 3,500 votes. He put himself in that position because what's happening in this city and in this county right now is the people are realizing that progressives know how to get elected, but they don't know how to govern because they don't realize when people are paying more taxes and they can't afford to do the things they want to do, that becomes the issue. If you look at the world in itself, when every revolution that's ever happened in the world started when you went from a 3-class system to a 2-class system. When the middle class is struggled, that's when you start seeing everybody get thrown out of office. And this is where we're at. Now, you mentioned Sarah Emma Murata. You know, you raised our taxes 35%. But what you fail to tell the public is you gave $33 million in raises while you did that. You also created $180-some million worth of new departments. Look, the public doesn't mind paying for their services, but you better show them why it was needed, not just saying, oh, I need it. And that's what they did in the city, and that's what they did in the county. And what they've done is they've woken a sleeping giant and filled him with a great resolve. And you're going to see the result of that in the coming elections.
Mayor Byrne, does Governor Shapiro learn from these lessons? He seems like a different type of politician. Maybe these are issues that he will not run into, or he will run into over the course of 26 that tripped up other people and the new generation of Democratic leader.
I agree with what Jim said, and I respectfully disagree with some of the things that Mark said about this Gainey race, and I'm going to tie that into the Shapiro race, which is coming up. As far as this pitting one side against another, or this issue of alleged race playing into the mayor's conversation last year, absolutely not. Okay, let's go back to when I was chairman of the Allegheny County Party. We had these same type of conversations back then about equity, about diversity, about inclusion, about all demographics of ideology race, and religion that the Democratic Party stands for, having a seat at the table. When I chaired the county party, Lenny, my job is to preside over the election of the city chair. And we had two candidates, Ed Gainey and another candidate. And we let the room work to decide it. Because of how the rules were written and because of the vote count, it fell upon Chairman Byrne to make the decision. Chairman Byrne appointed Ed Gainey as the chairman of the City of Pittsburgh Democratic Committee. He was the most qualified. He was the first African-American to ever hold that seat, and he did a fantastic job. He did not do a fantastic job as mayor of the City of Pittsburgh. I'm sorry, he did not. I was a mayor. I was honored to get Mayor of the Year for Pennsylvania in 1997. What do you want, whether it's Millville or up to the size of Manhattan? You want to be able to see clean streets. Didn't happen. You want to be able to see trash picked up on time. Inconsistent. Most importantly, you want to be able to look out your window and know that your streets are being patrolled by well-trained, community-oriented police officers. The City of Pittsburgh has that, but people left. They weren't getting the leadership or support they needed. The morale in the police department hasn't been this bad since the Seneca Indians were attacking from the North Shore to Fort Pitt. That needs to change. And you have to have a strong, well-trained police force. This defund the police nonsense is crap. You need to have police in a free democratic republic, but they have to be trained and they can't be given carte blanche. Mr. Gainey didn't do those things. That's why he lost. Governor Shapiro, he pays attention. He studies the film. When people in his circle are telling him, or in his kitchen cabinet are telling him, we have an issue here, we have an issue there, we need to do this, we need to do that. Unlike some of these folks who have been one-termers or run out as incumbents, he follows up. He studies the film, he makes adjustments, he listens to what the data is telling him, what the people want, which is why, if it were tomorrow, the governor's race would be called 1 minute after 8 o'clock.
So listen, guys, when I come back, I want to talk a little bit about what we expect to see when it comes to different moves, different policies and the like, impacting southwestern Pennsylvania, but also throughout the Commonwealth. And then we can expand to national politics as well. But I'm talking to these three wonderful gentlemen. I will take your phone calls to get your feedback as well, 866-391-1020, after the news on News Radio KDKA.
Happy New Year and more great savings to start the year at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 85% lean fresh ground round, $4.99 a pound, and frozen George's chicken wing sections, 4-pound bags, $9.99 each. In the produce department, extra large slicing tomatoes, 99 cents a pound, and California iceberg lettuce, 2 heads for $3. In our bakery department, assorted fruit-filled mini Danish, 10-count packages, $5.50 each. And in our deli department, Lamagna mozzarella or provolone cheese is $4.99 a pound, and Made Fresh Daily street tacos, 3-count package, $5.99 each. Additional savings this week: Green Mountain K-Cups, 10-count package, $5.99 each, and Lean Cuisine Classics or Features, 5 to 11.5 ounce packages, buy 4, get 1 free with your Coons Reward Card.
So start the new year off with great savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 20 degrees at 1:30. I'm David Ballarado. Allegheny County Police are hoping to begin the new year by shedding some light on an unsolved murder and hoping to get to the bottom now of the killing of 42-year-old Matthew Bernard. Bernard was killed in December of 2024 at an apartment on the 7500 block of Dixon Street in Swissvale. Investigators say he was found there after a person who was living that apartment asked a family member to check on a report of a home invasion there. County police say Bernard was known to visit that apartment. They're asking anyone who may have information on the case to contact their tip line at 1-833-ALL-TIPS. A former Justice Department special counsel testifies that the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol did not happen without President Trump. AP correspondent Donna Warder reports.
In a closed-door interview before members of the House Judiciary Committee December 17th, former Justice Department Special Counsel Jack Smith said that his team of investigators found that President Donald Trump criminally conspired to overturn his 2020 presidential election loss.
The evidence here made clear that President Trump was
by a large measure, the most culpable and most responsible person in this conspiracy. These crimes were committed for his benefit.
Smith also said there's powerful evidence that Trump broke the law by hoarding classified documents from his first term at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Smith's team had filed charges against Trump in both investigations, but dropped the cases after Trump was elected to the White House last year. Donna Warter, Washington.
Well, most Americans rang in the new year at midnight. Some ran in the new year. Michael Wallace explains.
In New York Central Park, 4,000 people took part in the annual Midnight Run. The 4-mile trek included a fireworks show.
I think it's a good way to start the year. Good energy. People are just super nice. We're actually going to walk it, and we're hoping to make it, but we're just for a bit of fun.
I get to do it with my mom, and doing stuff with my mom's really fun.
Wind chills were in the 20s for last night's run. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
On Wall Street, the market is closed today in observance of New Year's Day. KDK Radio News Time, 1:32. Our next update's at 2 o'clock. I'm David Ballarano on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized Cash Rewards or unlimited Cash Rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
As the new year bows, we at the Allegheny Institute for Public Policy rededicate ourselves to our founding mission of 30 years ago to defend the interests of taxpayers, citizens, and businesses against an increasingly burdensome and intrusive government. Help us to continue advocating public policies that roll back the size and scope of local government while making it more accountable. Make your tax-deductible donation today at AlleghenyInstitute.org. That's AlleghenyInstitute.org. Happy New Year.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun this afternoon with a couple of flurries. It'll be brisk and very cold with a high of 21. A couple of snow showers and a low of 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Altima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, going back with these wonderful gents here on News Radio KDK. Mark, I'm going to go to you first. What do you expect to come out of 2026 when it comes to policy perspectives? We'll get into electoral politics in just a second. But from a policy perspective, do you have any type of gut feel in regards to where you think things are going to move in 2026, whether it's school board, local councils, or regionally?
If I had a magic wand, Lenny, the first policy, if it's considered to be a policy, would not necessarily be within the governmental agencies. It would be within the local media and getting the local media to sign a contract and say, hey, for 5 years, we will not attack public officials while they are trying to make our city correct and while they're trying to do the right thing.
But hold on, Mark. Hold on. I got to stop you in your tracks on that one. I apologize, but you know that a free press is never going to do that. I mean, I could hear Donald Trump saying the same exact thing. That's not what we want a free press to do, right?
Well, but listen, I preface that by saying if I had a magic wand.
Okay, that's
because
true.
It's what needed to be said and it's what needed to be done. There's quite a few folks who made history, who made a name for themselves, attacking local elected officials, mostly black, based upon their position, their stance, and what they were attempting to try to do. But I want to give just a slight pushback on what Jim have said in the last segment.
Very briefly.
I spent over 30 years as a city employee, so I have plowed and shoveled and filled more salt boxes. The issue of snow removal is a political annual complaint. I'm not saying that those streets are not being plowed, but it is annually used. Lenny, it is the hilly terrain of the city. It is the back alleys. It is the goat trails. It is the double parking. It is the one-way, small, narrow streets that make it extremely difficult to shovel. And then, unfortunately, it is the lack of professional development from the administration sitting employees down and saying, hey, this is how this should be done. As a former laborer, I was given a set of keys. I was asked to get behind a 70,000, 80,000 piece of vehicle, and then I'm giving a list and saying, plow this. No one trained me how to turn the blade, what you should do with the plow, how should you engage the blade. All of those things have to go into that. And so it's unfortunate that you would lay that into the lap of the Gainey administration. That issue was here 10, 15, 20 years.
But I will say this though, Mark. And I'm going to bounce it off of Jim Byrne in just a second, but I'm going to go to Jim Ellenbogen first. You have to admit, politically speaking, when you talk about optics, if this has been going on for a while, but you have other hiccups, this just becomes a cherry on top of a sundae that you just don't want to eat versus something that you can very much eschew as saying, hey, this has been going on for 20 years. We're trying to fix it if other things are on the right track. Right, Jim? Because, I mean, again, we talked about the homelessness issue. We talked about the community business development and the like. If you're not taking care of those things, if you're not taking care of community policing, and then this comes up with a snowstorm, it just makes the optics go from bad to worse. Isn't that part of what may have transpired overall?
I don't agree.
Hold on, let me go to Jim first, and then I'm going to go to the other Jim, and I'll come back to you, Mark. Go ahead, Jim. Ellenbogen.
Well, let me say this. I know a little bit about snow plowing. I mean, I was in charge of the snow removal for Allegheny County for many years because it fell under special and emergency services. We never ended up in the newspaper. And you want to hear something really funny? Now, I live in the city. Do you know this morning is the first time in 4 years that when I woke up, my street was plowed and salted? I almost fell over. The first time. So then there's that. So, and even if my colleague is correct, then that lies on the supervision, and that's a trickle down that somebody at the top is not taking care of business. So then again, those are leadership issues as far as I'm concerned.
Jim Byrne, I'm going to you because, I mean, and I'm coming back to you, Mark, in just a second, then we're going to move on to statewide stuff. But Jim Byrne, part of this is it's a balance of you got to do politics from an optical standpoint the right way, but you obviously have to do politics from an executive point of view the right way, and it's a balance of the two when it comes to these type of things. And it's very easy for the snowball, no pun intended, to roll down the hill and gain and get bigger and bigger and bigger if you're not taking care of both sides of that ratio the right way from the outset.
Here it is. I'll try to do this as concise as I can. Spot on, Lenny, spot on. But here's the thing. Lenny, once the election's over, I don't do politics. Before the election, my job as an advocate for my party is to make my case to the jury, the voters. And I will advocate why I think our slate is a better slate than my friends on the other side. Once the jury has deliberated and the verdict, the election results are in, I respect that, as should everybody else. I didn't look at party affiliation when we went out to do the road repaving plan when I was mayor? Or who comes up to the rec center first after the devastating floods of Ivan? You know, the people that were working as hard to knock my ass out of office were just as important as the people who got me into office. You put that nonsense away, and you do the work of everybody. That is how a democratic republic is supposed to work. So any conversation about who likes me and who doesn't like me, if that's parlaying into governmental decisions, then anybody doing that needs to take a walk. They need to go. But to the point of the snow, the police, efficiency in government, people will remember leaders for how they handled a crisis as much, if not actually more than how they handled things when times were good. These my two friends who live in the city could give you example after example, but I'll bring it back down here local. I was very blessed to have 12 years with a good team on the council. They don't talk about, the town doesn't talk about the creation of the Mr. Smalls Theater, which we did, or the road repaving plan, which we did, or the Riverfront Park, which we did, or the ball field, which we did, or the 2 high-rises for seniors, which we did. They talk about Hurricane Ivan and our response in that devastating flood. We stood up, we meant the moment, and we hit it out of the park, and we did it as a community. We did it as a family, not as Democrats, not as Republicans. And unfortunately, sometimes it takes a crisis like that to make people appreciate what's most important in a community. Not what separates us, but what divides us. If you go into office and you think like that, and you don't look at voter lists, and you just call it like you see it, the Governor Rendell said it. You make your decisions based on what's in the best interest of the community, not for you. You do that, you'll never lose.
Now, Mark, I'm coming back to you, but I want to put this in there because I don't want to make it seem as though I'm being ignorant to what you're saying. Because I remember the ads, and I know that, for example, they took images of buildings that had been run down for 15 years and said, this is Ed Gainey's Pittsburgh. And you know what's being said when you do that. I mean, heck, I used some of those images 10 years ago. And so I know that the buildings have been like that for a long time. So to say that this is Ed Gainey's Pittsburgh, you were trying to set a certain image. So you're not wrong in that. But to the point to try to bridge everything together, how do we subsequently go from some of the things that were the best and the worst of who we were in 2025 and move it to a better place and time in 2026 from a implementation perspective in regards to what policies we can put in place in this region that will make life better for everybody here, Mark?
Well, listen, I appreciate that, Lenny, but I also just want to share. I'm not sure where my friend Jim Burns was going with his comments about someone wanting to know if they were Democrat or Republican before we deliver services. I want to say that any and everybody that worked for the city worked there. You know what? They didn't give a damn about the political affiliation. They had just as much pride in doing their jobs as the next person. The issue was that the power that lies within the city and the power of a phone call and the power to be able to call your elected official and to call the supervisor, then lead up to the city and then call the shock jock who was out there on the street trying to make news is very, very powerful and convincing. And that's part of the problem that Ed was hit with more than any other elected official. All of those problems were there. All of the problems continue to be there. You will see that you will see Mayor-elect O'Connor will be faced with similar things. What we have to simply do is to sit back and to begin to say, if we're still evaluating the mayor's race, and if this is a democracy, and if we still have the power in the city, how do we balance this thing out? And how do we identify what we've done that was bad? And how are we alienating one of the largest blocks within this party, which is the African-American vote, and how do we treat them in? You know, at the end of the day, Lenny, African-Americans, we need leaders too. We want to boast about, hey, we got somebody there who looks like us, and he cares for the city just like you guys. So that's my pushback on the comments, Mayor Burns. I don't want anybody to walk away and think that when African Americans get in office or when we work, that we work based upon, we deliver service based upon someone's political affiliation. That just a little unfair to suggest.
No, and let me say this before we go to commercial break. I don't know And I'll let Jim speak for himself when we come back. I don't think that's where Jim was going with that per se. I think he was making a broader point of, listen, there are people, and look, we've seen this on both sides of the aisle, where people sometimes look at affiliations when they're talking about goods and services and say, look, it's not a coincidence that the first cities that had the National Guard in them just so happened to be blue cities. You know, Washington, D.C., Chicago, which, by the way, they just pulled back on Chicago, L.A., and Portland. Portland ain't exactly ruby red. Neither is Los Angeles, let alone Chicago. So I don't know if Jim was saying that. I think he was saying that there is a tendency in politics sometimes for people to do that. There's also a tendency for leadership to say, listen, we're not going to do that. So I think that's kind of where he was going. But I'm going to let Jim answer for himself, or go higher and go state level before I let you guys go. I'm going to commercial break. I'm coming back to these wonderful gents as well. I'll go to 866-391-1020 and get some feedback afterwards on News Radio KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing. I don't have any cravings. You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Only $59.99. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking. In addition, lose all the weight with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings and lose the weight. Weight Loss Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West in Green Tree, 11 a.m. Stop Smoking Hypnosis, 2 p.m. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, y'all. This is Maggie Freeling, host of the new podcast, Up and Vanish Weekly. Tune in each week as Payne Lindsay and I are joined by other true crime experts to take a fresh look at some of the most puzzling crimes and shine a spotlight on the cases that have stumped investigators for far too long. So go right now and search Up and Vanish Weekly in your podcast app to follow the show. Listen for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition, too. It's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Jim Byrne, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to reply so we can move on and talk about the gubernatorial race and the national outlook going through 2026. Jim, very quickly.
Yes, your listeners know as well as you and everybody else involved here that my intent was not to make any type of insinuation that's totally off base. I won't give it any more supply than that. I was speaking generally. Mayor Gainey had enough issues, which is why he lost, and that was not one of them.
So let me go to Jim Ellenbogen then. Jim, going into this gubernatorial race in 2026, going into how, again, the divided government in Harrisburg is going to interact, what do you expect from a Commonwealth perspective throughout 2026? We talked about Southwestern Corner. What about the whole Commonwealth? What are you thinking is going to happen coming up over these next 365?
Well, what I see right now is the Democrat Party is going to need the type of voice that someone like Jim Burns brings to the table. And what I mean by that is a bridge from the moderate base, which I represent, to the progressive base, a bridge builder. Because right now, my base is pretty ticked off about taxes, pretty ticked off about issues in general, that the progressives are just taxing us to death. So there's a gap there. And in order for the Democrats to be successful, they're going to have leaders who can bridge that gap and find some kind of common ground to say, you know, we can work together. Because otherwise what's happened is the moderate base of this state has been disenfranchised, and this is why you're seeing the kind of turmoil in the kind of Republican elected officials that are getting elected by moderate and independent Democrats.
Mark, what say you? And same question, how do you think this is going to all play out from the gubernatorial level and the state politics level throughout 2026, again, with divided government in Harrisburg and things such as, look, they got to pass another budget during an election year where the whole House is looking for re-election, and it's on a thread in regards to who has the balance of power there. Half the Senate and the governor are all going to be campaigning, and we might have the same type of budget issue that we just went through in 2025.
I think, Lenny, that we're going to continue to see the unofficial battle between the established traditional Democrats and the so-called progressives. I think it's going to continue to maybe get a little dirtier. I think in the governor's issue, in the governor's race, he has a balancing act to do because he needs both sides. And he simply has to find a way to open up the process to all. Who's caught in the middle? Working class and African Americans, because on each side they claim to speak and represent us without talking to us and including us, including women as well. And that becomes a problem.
Mr. Mayor, what does this look like coming out of Harrisburg with this gubernatorial race and all these races coming up out of the folks that represent us in Harrisburg over 2026? We just had a very contentious and very long budget fight. Are we going to see the same type of divisiveness over the course of this 2026 election season?
Well, I think divisiveness is a healthy sign that the Democratic Republic and having an argument about what it means to be free is working. Unfortunately, sometimes it goes too far. When we're fighting about what the Constitution means, that means the Constitution's working. I appreciate Mr. Ellenbogen said very much. I was very blessed as a county and state chairman to be able to get all the diverse interests into a room and have a conversation to each other, not behind each other's backs. That's critical. You need to have everybody at the seat at the table. I would have monthly, bi-monthly meetings with all the party leaders and would just sit down and talk. I wasn't there to talk. I was there to listen. That worked in Allegheny County, and it worked in Pennsylvania, and we had historic success. I was the first state chairman in America to create a progressive caucus so that the progressives knew that they had a voice in anything that the moderates and everybody else was doing. But not everybody gets everything they want. That can be a problem. We need to get back to understanding the give and take necessary to be successful. The Democrats need to retool and rebuild right now. I've said it. If they were sitting right here, I'd say it again. The Post-Gazette called me a maverick 10 years ago for talking like that. I wear it like a badge of honor. 2 years ago, look at what happened with Donald Trump and the Republicans. The state party didn't have a beatdown like that since 1952. Last year, we had great success. We swept all the judicials. That hadn't happened for 10 years. Last time it happened, our team was chairing things. So but the reason that happened is because of Mr. Trump's unpopularity. The Democrats have an opportunity right now to elect a new chairman in Allegheny County, one that has an ability to be welcomed in all demographics. This recent outgoing chairman, he wasn't able to do that. The new chairman has to know that committee, understand all of it, and get it done. Rebuild now, and because of Mr. Trump's unpopularity and his inability to study the film and learn from what's not working, the Democrats have a great opportunity to, A, rebuild so everybody has a seat, and then B, get the right candidates on the ballot. The next chairman in Allegheny got to work with the East. This current chairman, they don't even know who he is. Put a good East-West ticket together, work to get this governor reelected, and move ahead with a message of inclusion, diversity, and pushing back on this eradication of the Bill of Rights. That's what we're looking at.
So before I let you all go, and I'm going to go to Mark first, then back to Mayor Byrne, and then I'm going to go to you, Jim, as well. The word of the year in 2025 ended up being affordability. Mark, we get to the end of 2026. What do we think the word of the year is going to be? Give me the word and briefly, and I do mean briefly because we're running out of time, briefly tell me why.
The word off the top of my head would probably be equity. How do we include African Americans and others around the table and to take their leadership and their contributions seriously?
Mayor Byrne, what's going to be the 2026 political word of the year, and briefly, why?
Democracy. We have seen a continued attempt to eradicate the Constitution and the Bill of Rights through this president. Even his own MAGA base, many in his own MAGA base are breaking from him for his failure to oppose the Epstein files and to disregard the fundamental tenets of the Constitution. This is what's on the ballot. This is why moderate Republicans and Democrats should be successful.
Councilman, the political word of the year for 2026, and briefly, tell me why.
It's going to be economics. Both parties refuse to realize that in the street, people are suffering with their bills. Look at what's happening here. Water bill up 14%, electric bill up 15%, taxes up 20% in the city, 35% in the county, 4% in the school boards. People are struggling. And if whatever party recognizes the cost of food, they will be the successful. And I think your callers will bear me out. It's about idealism is for people who have a full stomach. And that's what's going on in the street right now. You ought to hear it.
Two Jims and a Mark. This was fun. We will do this again sooner than later. I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your perspectives. I wish you all a happy new year to you and your families, and I look forward to talking to you again here on News Radio KDKA. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless all three of you and your families. Hey, folks, 866-391-1020. Like I said, Audrey Gusky is coming up at the top of the hour. But going to David first with the news right now after a few commercial breaks, and then the top of the hour news on News Radio KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 20 degrees at 2 o'clock. I'm David Bolorado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. Police are investigating two unrelated shootings that took place early today. Police arrived on the 8,000 block of Bennett Street in East Hills around 7:30 this morning to find an adult woman suffering from gunshot wounds to the thigh. Earlier, police had been sent to the 1,000 block of Constant Street in East Allegheny just after midnight, also finding a female with gunshot wounds. Both unrelated victims are in the hospital in stable condition. The Violent Crimes Unit is investigating each of these cases. President Trump tells the Wall Street Journal that he is in excellent condition despite questions about recent tests and follow-up testing at Walter Reed Medical Center. CBS's Linda Kenyon has details.
The president said his health is perfect and that he regretted agreeing to a CT scan in October, saying it created increased scrutiny. Trump attributes bruising on his hands to a larger dose of aspirin than his doctors prefer, saying he's done it for years. The president also says he briefly wore compression socks due to swelling in his legs and ankles, but he didn't like them, so they didn't stay on for long. In addition, he said he gets up from his desk and walks around a bit more to improve the swelling issue, but that he isn't interested in exercise other than golf, saying it's boring. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
AP correspondent Marcela Sanchez reports now on a delay in tariffs for some household goods.
On New Year's Eve, President Trump signed a proclamation delaying increased tariffs on upholstered furniture, kitchen cabinets, and vanities for a year, citing ongoing trade talks. But the order does keep in place a 25% tariff imposed on those goods last September. In 1 year, the tariff will rise to 30% on upholstered furniture and 50% on kitchen cabinets and vanities. The president has said the tariffs on furniture are needed to, quote, bolster American industry and protect national security. The 1-year delay is the latest in Trump's tariff wars since he returned to office last year. Marcela Sanchez, Washington.
At least 40 people, many believed to be teenagers, have been killed and at least 115 others injured in a fire that broke out during a New Year's Eve celebration at a Swiss alpine resort in Crans-Montana. CBS's Rami Inocencio filed this report from London on his way to the scene of the tragedy.
This bar is called La Constellation, the Constellation, and it's popular especially with younger folks. I just spoke with one Italian man. He's a father who is there in Crans-Montana on vacation, and he told me that last night there was a party specifically for kids, for teens under 17 years old. I asked him if he thinks many of the people who are dead are under 17, and he told me that he is actually very, very afraid that everyone there was under 17.
He also reports that there is no official sign of terrorism or other criminal motive for the fire. On Wall Street, the market is closed today in observance of the holiday. KDKA Sports, while fans trickled into the Orange Bowl Stadium, where tickets were going for as little as $39, the commissioner of the Big 12 said everything is on the table when it comes to rebooting the college football playoff, including potentially moving another round of games onto campus. The commissioners have until January the 23rd to figure out what the playoff will look like next year. Expansion and automatic bids have been the two biggest headlines in that discussion, though attendance and travel schedule for this week's quarterfinal games could play into that thinking as well. Right now in the Orange Bowl, the Oregon Ducks are leading the Texas Tech Red Raiders by a score of 6-0. KDK Radio News Time 2:03. Right now around the Pittsburgh area, it's mostly cloudy and 20 degrees. The AccuWeather forecast is next.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, intervals of clouds and sunshine throughout the rest of this afternoon with a couple of flurries. Very cold, a high of 21. Well, some flurries tonight with a low of 17. And tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, high 27. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Lenny McAllister filling in for Marty Griffin here. Happy New Year to you and yours. I'll get to Audrey Gusky in a moment because I have a couple of holdovers from the previous hour. I want to respect their time, including Jake and Cranberry. Happy New Year. You were on hold for a while. I do apologize, kind sir. Thank you for joining us here on News Radio KDKA.
No, thanks for having me. And I was listening along the way, and
it gets me every time, not my subject, but gets me every time that somebody says, well, people who look like me. Well, then I should have failed fifth grade because Washington Harmon was my teacher in fifth grade. In sixth grade, it was Glenn Anderson. They were both, whatever the politically correct term is today, African-American, black, whatever. That's what they were. And it didn't bleeping matter. They were my teachers. I don't know how that nonsense keeps coming back.
Jake, I understand where you're coming from, but it is more complex than just black and white, no pun / double entendre intended. There are issues that do come into play. Look, I quoted the example of the ad where they literally, those buildings were run down for like 15, 20 years. And they were like, this is Ed Gainey's America, as if he led to that specific building or that street becoming dilapidated. And you're like, well, we've driven past that neighborhood for 20 years. Are we going to blame Rich Fitzgerald and Bill Peduto and Mayor Ravenstahl?
Yes.
I mean, if we're going to do that, then you have to look at the ad and sit there and say, this ad, at the very least, is misguiding. At the very worst, is trying to play on something. So I think that's what Mark Brentley was trying to go to, which has merit. But to your side of it, which I also understand, and I think the two Jims were trying to bring this up, it's not as if, Mayor Gainey had a strong foundation to stand upon when making those claims. Look, I know that, Barack Obama went through very much the same things at a much grander scale than what Mayor Gainey went through, being the first African-American executive, in his instance, obviously the presidency of the United States versus Mayor of Pittsburgh. But there are going to be similar lessons learned. I think that to Obama's defense, I think President Obama learned those lessons faster than Mayor Gainey did. And look, President Obama stumbled over some of that too, where you have to ride the line of being the first, but also being effective. And if you remember what President Obama said after the 2010 elections, he said, we got shellackled. We got our butts kicked. We need to go back to the drawing board and learn. And he did that. That's why he got reelected. People forget, after the first debate, Mitt Romney was ahead slightly in the polls. There needed to be an adjustment, and I think what the other two guys were saying was there was never that adjustment over the course of 4 years, and as a result, it came back to bite Ed Gainey electorally in 2025.
And Rich Fitzgerald and Bill Peduto are certainly on the hook for it as well, because it's the same thing. But let's move on to good stuff and have a good 2026. This morning, riding down McKnight Road, $3.09 at the get-go. $3.09. We were already, when it was $3.17, we were already at the lowest gas prices since last December. And now we can go back and go even further than that. Now we're back to 2020 prices, and when we were coming back right before New Year's from the in-laws in Ohio on the Turnpike at the Love's Truck Stops, just so everybody can verify, Route 7 at Market Street, $2.37 a gallon. Thank you, Donald J. Trump.
Well, and listen, I know that the gas prices are going in the right direction. I do caution people and say, let's remember that gas prices go down into the wintertime because people don't travel as much. But it is going in the right direction. Inflation's going in the right direction. The GDP was higher than people expected. The job numbers are not going in the right direction, so it's a mixed bag. And the cost of goods and services, to Jim Ellenbogen's point, are also going in the wrong direction, so there's something to be said about that. 2026 will highlight a lot, which is why I'm going to bring on Audrey Gusky after I take this phone call from Joanne, who has also been patient. Happy New Year, Joanne. You're on KDKA.
Oh, Happy New Year's. I'm so glad to hear you. First of all, it was, I can't think of his name. He was the governor. He's the one that added that extra, 10-cent tax on our gas.
That was Governor Corbett, who, by the way, was a Republican who did that.
And it's still on. So stop talking about the gas and don't talk about Florida. They don't have the roads and the things that we have to do like down in Florida where it's hot. They may have other things, but they don't have to worry about the roads crumbling.
Well, I will tell you that I was just down in Florida last week at this time. A, it was 75 degrees. B, the roads in Florida and Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina and even Virginia were much nicer than the roads in Pennsylvania.
You're absolutely right.
With that gas tax, by the way, that they don't have down there, but they have nicer roads. But I digress.
Absolutely. So I want to talk about this. I want these people to stop talking about food. I'm telling you, if you looked at over the holiday, everybody, I don't care who they were, what they looked like, had huge baskets of food. There are so many outlets for food. Look at your flyers that come in. I mean, we have so many places that we can get food if you need food. So stop using food as a
but
outcome.
the prices are still up, Joanne. I mean,
well,
they're still elevated. Now, the cost of eggs have come down. Yes, I understand that. But people forget there was a bird flu, which is why the cost of eggs went up. It was not just inflation. It was also bird flu that caused the cost of eggs to go up. But there are other goods and services in grocery stores, including the cost of beef and other meats, that have been elevated that stay stubbornly high. I can tell you that the cost of milk in some instances. I've seen the cost of yogurt go up higher than I expected, and a few other things that we do buy at the grocery store. Cereal is another one because the American farmer has had certain markets shut off to them, and so we're paying the cost of that.
Yeah, and so they're not looking at, they're just saying things. You have to look at your flyers every year. Every week. You have to go to Aldi's and, not Aldi's, there's other places that you can check, and you can bring your food bill down. I mean, there was one other thing, and as far as these people saying, I would not ever supply money for the police. I had family members that were police. It's a dangerous job, and it's more dangerous now. But part of this stuff that many of these people are talking about, you don't know your history. Years and years and years ago, a man of color, I've seen it, walking down the street and pulled over.
I said stop and look, I've advocated against stop and frisk for 15 years. I've done it against the police chief here in Pittsburgh many years ago. I did it against Donald Trump in 2016 when I was on the ballot. So I get that aspect as well, Joey, and I appreciate your phone call. And listen, the flip side of that is there were municipalities, including in Minneapolis, that decided to take their money and put it into public and social services versus putting into the police force. That's what they determined to be defunding the police. And guess what? They voted that out of commission soon after. One more phone call that I need to get to Audrey Gusky after the break. Craig in West Virginia, Happy New Year. You're on KDKA.
Same to you, Lenny, and it'll be my shortest call in the history of KDKA. Jake is right. Nationally, gas is down 7 cents a gallon. It truly is. So when I went to Walmart the other day, I saved exactly 14 cents and paid an extra $130 on my grocery bill than what it would have been under Biden. Thank you, Donald J. Trump. Have a good New Year's, Lenny.
The toucheism of talk radio is so amazing sometimes. And that's why I also said it's a mixed bag. The GDP is up. So is the unemployment rate. Gas prices are down. So are jobs created over the last 8 months. I will be talking to Audrey Gusky after the break about consumer trends because there are people that are saying more people spent money. They got less out of the money that they spent. There are people that are nervous and are starting to say the R word going into 2026 because they're saying the GDP is up, but it seems to be up in an inflated way because, quite naturally, imports are down. Why? Because of the tariffs. What is that going to push up artificially? Exports. Okay, great. Is the American lifestyle getting more affordable as a result? We've just watched Zoran Mondani become mayor of New York because of the issue of affordability. A guy that promotes extremely far-left economic policies. Is an avowed Democratic socialist, which, by the way, our congresswoman in Pittsburgh and our Allegheny County executive come from that ilk. So I say all that to say that the economic picture both represents both what Jake has said, but also what Craig has said, which is why I'm bringing on a lovely lady who often brings us insight on these things, Audrey Gusky. I'm going to bring her on after the break, and we're going to talk about these things, less from a macroeconomic point of view, more from a how is this going to impact your pocketbook and your wallet point of view for 2026. I'm going to do that after the break here on News Radio, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Happy New Year, Lenny McAllister filling in for Marty Griffin and now kind of sort of Colin Dunlap, because this is usually Colin's show from 2 to 6. And again, we get back to normal next week. The Big K Morning Show, 5:30 to 10 with Larry Richard. I'll be on with him 8 o'clock in the morning on Monday, as I am every Mondays. Then from there, Marty Griffin, 10 to 2. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6. All your wonderful KDKA personalities right here Monday through Friday. In the meanwhile, let me go to the phone lines and talk to my friend, Audrey Gusky. She of Duquesne University. She of the hawking eye that watches consumer trends and tells us the latest and greatest, what to buy, what not to buy, why or why not. Happy New Year to you, ma'am. Thank you for joining me on News Radio KDKA.
Happy New Year, Lenny. Always great to be with you. And there's so many exciting things happening as far as consumer trends in 2026. So a lot of our listeners can probably guess what the top one is. But I'm calling it AI pushback, because we have accepted, encouraged, embraced artificial intelligence. There are some issues with it as far as a professor at Duquesne and my students. You know, I don't encourage them to use AI because I want them to do their own thinking and their own creativity. People are losing their jobs. So a lot of people are pushing back. We love the convenience of the technology, and we love the fact that it would be personalization. But we're looking for more connections, authenticity, and simplicity. And so I think in 2026 we're going to be seeing not maybe less use of AI, but I think more just looking to the human factor. A lot of times when you call an organization, you hear on the radio or something, they'll be like, well, this is human-created, so I think we're going to be looking for more human-created things.
That is interesting. So how is that going to play out in regards to what people want to buy? Give me, do you have examples of where people would say, you know what, right now they're leaning towards this, but instead they'll lean towards that? What types of things, how will that play out? What types of things would that symbolize or be examples of in 2026?
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of people used AI for Christmas shopping. If you go online and you give specific information about an individual, they would give you product information, make recommendations, and sometimes even actually make the purchase for you. So I think we're witnessing it now pretty strong as far as are people actually making their own decisions, or are they having a machine decide what they want to buy? Maybe is the machine more effective? Is AI, it's more rational? It doesn't have a lot of emotions. So perhaps the decisions that are going to be made would be better products and less cost, but we don't know that. And it's maybe not factoring in who you are and what you really are looking for, and looking for the emotional factors attached.
So tell me a little bit about how we ended up 2025. I mean, we had a holiday season. We always hear about how we're spending more, but one of the complaints that I heard in some reports were we're spending more and getting less. How did that play out over the rest of the holiday season, basically from Black Friday to, I guess you could probably say as recently as last night, because there were always these after Hanukkah, after Christmas sales, so they're trying to clear inventory, and I'd have to imagine that some of that's still going to go on for the next week or so.
Yep. You and I had spoken around Thanksgiving time, and I made predictions as to how the Christmas holiday retail season would be. And I predicted that, myself along with the National Retail Federation, we're looking at sales topping $1 trillion with a T, which has never happened before. And I had predicted that about 4% increase over last year, which is average. In past years, it's been the increase from the previous year in Christmas shopping was 20%. Sometimes it's even below, like less than 2% the year before. So from what currently the numbers are coming in, but it seems like we did have a very good season. People were spending money. We did hit or close to hitting the $1 trillion mark. We're looking at sales increasing probably about 4% over the past year. But as you said, we're spending more but getting less for various reasons. Inflation. It's just people perhaps spend a certain amount of money, but yet they didn't get as much as they hope to get. So overall, consumers in 2026 need to be very cautious. Just like Santa, you need to make your list, check it twice. That's what consumers did over the holiday season. But now, continuing in this new year, you have to really track, once again, using AI or going online. You could find really good bargains, but it's going to take perhaps a little bit more effort on your part. And I think we all have to be aware that you had said like the R word, we're not sure if we're there yet, but perhaps we are, and as a result, consumers just need to be more cautious in their spending throughout this year.
I'm talking to Audrey Gusky, she of Duquesne University. You know her out there. You've known her for years. She talks about these type of things with consumer trends and helps you spend money wisely. Before we go to the news break, and can you stay until 2:45, ma'am?
Absolutely, Lenny. I'm looking forward to it.
I wanted to give you 2 segments, so I apologize. I wanted to make sure I got those other callers in there. But before I go to break, I want to ask you this question. What has credit card spending been like over this holiday season? Because generally speaking, people may use that credit to buy gifts and then they pay it off over the course of the rest of the year before the next holiday season. But lately, people have been spending their everyday bills by way of their credit cards, which then puts this crunch on the other side of things when they then try to use those credit cards to buy gifts during the holiday season. Did we see a trend where that ended up spiking? Because we heard reports going into the holiday season where people were putting the light bill and the water bill on credit cards in a way that we all advise people not to do, but they were doing it anyway because affordability, there goes that word again, was getting tightened on folks. And then they were going into the holiday season looking at those same credit cards and saying, well, maybe I can get that gift on this.
Sure, that's been happening. In fact, it's been happening for years. People use credit cards, and sometimes they forget they actually have to pay it back, so the concern was with people putting necessities, whether it's, your gasoline, your food, utility bills, on the credit card, and then, worrying, concern where the money's going to go when they can actually pay it back. But during Christmas purchases, of course, consumers always overspend. That's one of the things I always recommend to people. Use a debit card or know what your budget is and stick with it, because come January, which we're in now, you could be facing horrible credit card bills and interest rates, which would be very painful. So, yes, that's been happening, but a lot of times consumers feel they don't have any choice other than to do that, to provide for their family.
Before I let you go, before we go into news, I'll bring back Audrey Gusky. Dr. Gusky, are people what's the trend been like this year in regards to how people have spent? Is there a trend that people, you mentioned this briefly in your last question, that people are being less excessive because of recessionary concerns, because of the tariffs, or have the spending trends been akin to what we've seen over the last couple of years?
Well, one of my 6 consumer trends in 2026 is called the feel appeal. And so what we found is consumers have been purchasing for some kind of joy. They're looking for pleasure. They're looking for something that's maybe related to their self-help and self-care. Restful. People are trying to be more restful. So overall, when you're using your emotions to buy certain things just to make you feel better, a lot of times you have to be careful about that spending because we feel like it's healthy and we need it for our emotional security, but yet, you don't want to overspend. So once again, the bottom line, the rule in 2026 is just, think about, do you really need that product? Do you have the money? Are you willing to maybe let go with other things that you would have purchased? So overall, you just have to keep everything in balance. Buy the things you need and maybe get a couple of frivolous things to make you feel good because the trend is feel appeal now.
So I'm going to dive into that when we come back, Dr. Gusky. I'm talking to Dr. Audrey Gusky. I'm going to talk to her on the other side of the news break. I'm going to dive a little bit more into that feel appeal because I have a question directly related to that. I want to see where we were in 25 and where we might be going in 26. So stick around. I have one more half an hour. But David Ballarado is going to come up with the news, and then I'm going to come back with Dr. Audrey Gusky here on the one, the only, the award-winning News Radio, KDKA.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula? No. Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Front seat. Just this one time. Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 20 degrees at 2:30. I'm David Ballarado. Violent crimes down in 2025 compared to 2024 for Allegheny County. News Radio KDKA's Margot Rensel has more.
In November 2025, the homicide count in Allegheny County was 69. That is compared to a count of 101 a year earlier in 2024. Violent crime reduction programs such as the South Pittsburgh Coalition for Peace could aid in that decrease. The executive director of that organization, Reverend Eileen Smith, told News Radio KDKA her reason for the drop.
It's down because of community violence intervention.
The SCPC uses grants to fund trained members who work to reduce violent crime in South Pittsburgh, Reverend Smith explains.
And so we are embedded in South Pittsburgh. We are embedded in Carrick High School, Brashear High School as well, in the entire community.
Reverend Smith mentioned she is looking forward to working with the O'Connor administration to prevent violent crime in 2026. Margot Rensel, News Radio, KDKA.
Millions of Americans now face steep increases in their health insurance premiums after Congress failed to act to extend subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. Lawmakers won't be back in session until Monday. CBS News reporter Patrick McGuire.
As the new year begins, enhanced Affordable Care Act tax credits have expired after Congress adjourned without extending them. The subsidies helped about 22 million Americans lower their monthly health insurance premiums. House Republicans passed a health care bill before leaving Washington, but it did not include an extension of the credits. Analysts warn premiums could rise sharply without the assistance, and the Congressional Budget Office estimates millions of people may drop coverage. Patrick McGuire, CBS News, Washington.
The Trump administration is also facing a legal challenge over its new policy, eliminating coverage for gender-affirming care. CBS's Linda Kenyon has that.
The policy affects government employees covered by federal health insurance programs. The Human Rights Campaign, which filed the complaint, says denying the care amounts to sex-based discrimination and also asks the Office of Personnel Management to rescind the policy, saying it's not about cost or care, but about driving transgender people and their families out of the federal workforce. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has called gender-affirming care for minors malpractice, despite many recommendations from groups like the American Medical Association. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
UPMC McGee welcomed its first baby of 2026 at 12:16 this morning. Helena, no last name given, weighed in at 7 pounds, 3 ounces, and 20 inches long. Mom and Dad are Fernando and Camilla from Westview. On Wall Street, the market is closed today. It's New Year's Day. KDK Radio News Time, 2:32. Our next update's at 3. I'm David Bollerado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by NordVPN. This could be the time to buy a house, says real estate expert Steve Kirch. He says people who are listing their homes in winter want to move.
Either for a job or some other reason.
Kirch says that could put you in position to get some concessions from motivated sellers.
Pay some closing costs, maybe drop the asking price a bit.
But with that said,
although that doesn't mean they're bargains by any means.
I'm Rob Hart.
Ah, the Internet, a place where your curiosity can flourish, unless online threats stop you. The Internet is wonderful, but you need to protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. NordVPN encrypts your browsing. Its Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
A fire can change everything in seconds, but ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh is ready 24/7 to help restore what matters most. From smoke damage to full rebuilds, their experts are trained, trusted, and ready to work with your insurance. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van and get back to normal faster.
Demand the yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Brisk and very cold today with a couple of flurries. We'll get some sun as well, high 21. Snow showers, low 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meyer Grocery, or Wegmans.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, finishing up my shift, filling in for Marty, and then for an hour for Colin. I'm out of here at 3 o'clock. I will be back tomorrow, 10 to 2, and then I'll be back on my normal show, 2 to 5 on Sunday here on News Radio KDK. I want to continue talking to my buddy Audrey Gusky about what she sees for consumer trends coming out of 25, going into 26, but I want to go to your feel appeal, if I can, ma'am. So here's my question with your feel appeal. Are you ready to do the feel appeal question?
I
am, Lenny. I am ready to go.
You always are. So that was just a rhetorical question. I know who you are. I know you're ready. The question is this. Are we seeing any trends? Because you brought up, people buying stuff to make themselves feel good, thus the feel appeal. Are we seeing any type of trends where people are starting to buy goods and services versus products to feel that quote-unquote feel appeal, where they're buying maybe a vacation versus, let's say, a television? And how does that impact the economy if we do see some trends going one way or another?
Yes, absolutely, we see that. Services have been in strong demand for many years. If you think about all the Christmas gifts that you got, maybe you got a nice gift card to a restaurant or a fitness center or a golf experience, a facial, all those types of things that make us feel better, that add to our emotional happiness and joy. So we are seeing that. And so is it affecting products? Yes. We're not buying as much stuff. People have so much stuff that they're trying to maybe just expand upon their experiences and not overload their households with all kinds of things. So, yes, we're seeing a lot of that now.
So I'm going to go feast or famine on you to try to project what we'll see in 2026. So I'm going to go famine first. If these macroeconomic numbers continue to go in the direction that they're going in, i.e., job creation stays minuscule, the unemployment rate continues to creep up, we start seeing a further divide between the haves doing well and the have-nots not doing as well. We continue to see inflation when it comes to grocery prices and the like. What will consumer trends look like if that transpires throughout 2026, particularly in a year that's going to be impacted by midterm elections? How will people spend their money? What would that look like?
Well, what we're going to be seeing in 2026 is more purchases on the necessities and people perhaps cutting back. Now, keep in mind a lot of the trends we've been talking about, they contradict each other. So, yes, people are going to buy things for the feel appeal, to give them luxury and relaxation and pleasure. But on the other hand, people are also aware that their budget is only so big, perhaps worried about job security, all the inflation, grocery prices going up so high. And so I think that people are going to just have to cut back on a lot of things and be more careful in their purchasing. I also find this is a real interesting trend. People are unplugging. To me, that's going to be a huge consumer trend in 2026. In other words, we need to touch the grass. We need to be more feely and after our emotions and less screen time. And believe it or not, this trend came from Gen Alpha, and those are kids who were born 2010 or even later. And so they're feeling, and these are the kids who grew up with technology. It's sort of attached to their hip, but yet people are recognizing that, well, maybe I don't need to have my screen, whatever device, in front of me all the time. So they're looking for space, maybe stillness, quiet, so those types of things. So perhaps that doesn't cost much. A walk in the park, a walk around your neighborhood looking for nativity sets, which I love to do. So, it's somehow getting maybe back to nature. And one of the other trends I think we're experiencing too, which doesn't affect the economy, is spirituality is being resurrected. A wonderful trend is that young men in particular have been seeking meaning in their life. And as a result of that, they're turning to God. And so whether it's church attendance or any kind of prayer services, especially college guys and college girls are doing that. So I think that's a very positive trend that we're seeing. So maybe not affecting the economy, but it's helping us build community, collaboration, more of a playful nature that doesn't necessarily take money, but it's causing huge joy and pleasure in people.
Now let's take the flip side of that. Let's say all of a sudden the economy kicks in, let's say, mid-year. Now, I take people back that say, well, you're trying to be fair. I take them back to 1984 where the economy wasn't doing that great at the very beginning of 1984, and then all of a sudden we started adding 300, 350, 400,000 jobs a month, and the whole mood of the country changed from, recessionary mindset and the malaise of the late 70s and early 80s into this boom mentality that did play out politically, but it also played out economically as well. So there is some precedent for that. So let's say the flip side is true, where all of a sudden there's this expansion economically. How would the American consumer in 2026 respond to that?
Very good question. And hopefully that is going to be our future and the predictions for the economy and for our country. And I think if that's the case, once again, as we've been talking throughout this conversation, people will be spending more on experiences, enjoying life, getting out there and perhaps purchasing things that they wouldn't have necessarily done if they didn't have a raise or the economy wasn't really sparked, as hopefully it will be. So I think overall retailers are aware of this. They were very happy with the retail Christmas season, and so that's a good prediction always for 2026. The next big event is the back-to-school shopping, which seems far off, but yet retailers are planning for that now. And so I think overall the economy is probably not horrible like we talked about, or probably not going to be exploding. I think overall it'll be a decent economy. It will be a growing economy, and that's really good news for consumers because the consumer market tends to drive the U.S. economy. And so if we're out there spending, and very confident about their future, job security, I think it's going to be a very wonderful and blessed 2026.
Talking to Audrey Guskey of Duquesne University about consumer trends going into 2026. Dr. Guskey, what is going to be the one thing we should keep an eye on? You mentioned AI and the shift away from that. But if there's one thing that you say, hey, this seems to be where people are going. Maybe it's, people are more inclined to buy cars because they were afraid of the tariffs going into 2025, and maybe they're not as much anymore. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's personal computers because they're lifting some of the tariffs on Chinese goods and services, and as a result, the microchips that are coming into the economy are more affordable, and thus, personal computers and laptops, the prices start going down. Is there a trend as far as a specific type of product that might be the hot thing going into 2026 that may not have been this time last year?
Yeah, electronics is going to be a big deal. People will be spending more, whether it's on entertainment in the home or computers, as you said. But also, interestingly, we're seeing a revival of the resale picture. So a lot of us know consignment stores, and I think that's going to be a big trend because think about what's happening. You're buying something that somebody else had. So in reality, it's more being conservative, recycling, reusing things, which is a good thing. And apparel. Some of the statistics I found, 1/3 of all clothing has been purchased at a resale shop. So I think clothing is going to start. People held back a lot as far as buying clothing over the years, a couple years or so. And so I think that's going to be a resurgence of doing that for themselves and their family. So I think that's going to be a big deal, too. But, when you shop resale shops, as I love to do, it's sort of like an asset because you can get things, vintage things, throwback things that you couldn't get anywhere else. And I think as we're heading into 2026, there's going to be a lot of that, going back in time and just enjoying maybe, the turn of the millennium or something like that where people, the fashion, styles, entertainment, lots of things like that will be sort of retro, which is fun.
Now, before I let you go and before you throw out there all your particulars in social media and the like, one final question I got to ask. Now, I know it's weighted differently because of who has more money and where they are in their careers, but all things being equal, going into 2026, which generation is the generation to watch when it comes to who's going to be setting the consumer trends and who's going to probably be pushing the amount of money through these trends?
Very good question. So baby boomers as I am one of them, have been, they have, I don't want to say lots of money, but they have more money than their younger counterparts. And so they're spending it on their grandchildren, on themselves, enjoying their retirement. So they will be strongly leading the way as far as spending. But as far as trends go, I would say Gen X and Gen Y will probably be leading that as a result of where they are in their life cycle, having children, families, more trendy than a baby boomer would be. So, and then we also have, as we talked about, Gen Alpha, the kids who are 15 and younger, and they are dictating to their families, what purchases, where they should go on vacation, what kind of car. So I think they're also, and they're very in tune, as we all know, to social media and what is trending. So I think that the younger generation, as maybe not spending as much, but as what is important, what is significant, what we value, I think a lot of that's going to be surfacing this year, and we're going to have fun watching the younger generation spending and enjoying things.
All right, Dr. Gusky, do your thing. Tell us where we can find you, where we can find the projects that your students and you work on. Where can we find you on social media?
Yeah, please go to draudreygusky.com. I've been working on the website. It's going to be launched in a couple of days, and so everyone can take a peek at that. We're posting a lot of blogs and videos and things like that. My students, we call them the Dream Team. They have a website, We Make Sense for You, because it's the Consumer Sense website. Also follow me on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram to get a lot of the updates and what's happening as far as consumer trends, especially in 2026.
Dr. Gusky, I always enjoy doing this with you. I will have you back on sooner than later, probably around Valentine's Day, because people are going to try to find a good deal that doesn't seem cheap around one of the most important holidays, if you're in a relationship, in the calendar year. So just kind of stay tuned for that. All right, ma'am?
Oh, that's always fun to do, yes. And God bless all of our listeners, and happy and blessed 2026, everyone.
God bless you, ma'am, and thank you very much for that. Thanks for joining me on News Radio KDKA. Folks, I will try to squeeze in a phone call before I get on out of here. If you can call in quickly at 866-391-1020. In the meanwhile, I'm going to break, and I'm going to get ready to get out of here because I love spending time with you, but it's time to spend time with my family, if you will. But I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. doing another 4 hours, filling in for Marty Griffin. So I'm looking forward to that. But in the meanwhile, I'm looking forward to this small break here on News Radio KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Health.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back, now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Officer? Can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Every Friday at 6, we bring you the best players, the best sounds of the game, and the best matchups in the WPIAL. This week, Van Hills hosts Central Catholic, presented by Invisalign. Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine, official sports medicine of high school basketball, and brought to you by tobacco-free Adagio Health. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Paul Alexander's going to be in for the rest of Colin's shift, if you will. He'll be here from 3 to 7. I'm getting out of here in the next couple of minutes. I will continue to take phone calls. If you could squeeze them in at 866-391-1020, I will be back tomorrow from 10 to 2. Always, the up and down of being in media is the fact that you will work some of these holidays. January 1st. I've worked at Christmas before. I've worked at Thanksgiving before multiple times. I've worked them here. I've worked them in Chicago. And there's always a duality to that, right? There's the one side. If you really want to look at it from a downside, you could sit there and say, I can't believe I got to work it. The flip side is you get to experience these type of days with the greater community in a way that most people just simply can't. And then days like today, like I mentioned at the top of the show, have different types of meanings for people. For example, I mentioned a buddy of mine that I told I was coming on the air today. He's like, it's my birthday on the 1st. Got a chance to mention that. Told you about my classmates, that high school sweethearts, college sweethearts, which, by the way, my daughter and my son, now my son, obviously, son-in-law, they were high school sweethearts, college sweethearts. Well, they didn't get married on January 1st, but these folks that my wife and I have known since college did. It's their anniversary. There are other people that have some type of significant tie to January 1st. So to be able to share that or something special on Christmas or something special on Thanksgiving, a special tradition around Labor Day. This is the time where people come in from out of town. It's the last holiday of summer, so we end up getting together over, Pap Joe's house, and we all have this 45-person cookout of all the family members. I enjoy spending that with you. That's the essence of, by the way, being a community like Pittsburgh and the Pittsburgh region. And again, when we say Pittsburgh, we mean much more than the city. But it's also a valuable aspect of being part of media. Because we're part of you, but in a way that's not creepy. You know what I mean? We're there at the cookout, but we don't necessarily have to bring the potato salad or the candied yams or the hot dogs or whatever the case may be. But we get to be involved. We get to form a bond with you. And, going into the first part of 2026, if there's anything that we really need to start doing, and I know I talk about politics and public policy the vast majority of the time, and I do so because I understand how much they can be drivers for better lifestyles and better ways of life and just safety, satisfaction and the like, and community and bonding and all that other jazz. Public policy and politics really go a long way in regards to what type of civic life you're going to have, what type of community life you're going to have. So I get that. But there's also something to be said about these type of interactions. The ones that are very human. The ones that allow me to be me and you to be you and us to be us and have all three of those things mean something. You know, we don't do as good of a job of intentionally creating that anymore. And I mentioned that on Monday. You know, civic intentionality. Coming to these reflection points and really doubling and tripling down on civic intentionality. What are we going to do to make things better? Intentionally. And I don't mean just from a public policy perspective. I mean from a tone. From a communication style. What we laugh at versus, you know, instead maybe who we laugh with. Who we bring into the fold, even if they're a little different. These are things that make a difference. And they're much like, you know, sports analogy, they're much like wins. Especially in a sport like baseball. You want to stack wins. You want to go on 3, 4, 5-game winning streaks. Lose your game. Then go another 4-game winning streak. Lose a game. Go on another 3-game winning streak. Lose 2 games. Win 7 games. If you can stack those wins and then you look back at your record, you go, oh, we're in first place by 8 games going into September. That's how you build those leads. It's the same in life. If we can stack goodwill, if we could stack good acts, if we can stack good intentionality starting today and create those winning streaks, maybe we can get to the end of 2026 and feel really good about what we were able to win and accomplish over the course of these next 365. Listen, I love y'all. I look forward to talking to you all tomorrow. I look forward to talking to you all about the types of things that matter to our communities in a way that ideally will make you chuckle, but also make you think. I love y'all. I'll talk to you tomorrow. TCNGB. Take care and God bless. Peace.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directly.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 20 degrees at 3 o'clock. I'm David Colorado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. Police say a woman who was shot in the thigh earlier today in Homewood is not being cooperative with investigators. The woman was shot around 7:30 this morning in the thigh on the 8000 block of Bennett Street. She was taken to the hospital, last said to be in stable condition. Also, shortly after the new year began, Pittsburgh police were called to investigate a shooting in East Allegheny. A woman there had been shot around 12:30 this morning, also in the thigh, on the 1000 block of Constant Street. She was taken to the hospital, again said to be in stable condition. There was also some gunfire damage to the home where the incident happened. It may be just the start of the new year, but PennDOT is letting drivers know that changes are coming as early as next week for the Parkway East. It means that beginning Monday night, overnight single-lane closures between Edgewood's Fitzwale and Churchill will be in effect. There will also be shoulder closures there from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. through May. Also, several ramps will have a traffic shift as needed weekdays from 9 to 3. There are the Edgewood, Swissvale, Wilkinsburg, and Churchill interchanges and the eastbound ramps to Forest Hills and Greensburg Pike. This is all leading up to the big 2026 project, the month-long closure of the Parkway, as the old Commercial Street Bridge is removed and a new one is slid into place. City Council took the extraordinary step this week of using eminent domain to seize a troubled apartment complex in Homewood. Councilmember Kahari Mosley tells KDKA Radio the move was made to prevent the property from hitting the market after the owner of Homewood House, NB Affordable, faced legal problems and mortgage holder Fannie Mae could put it up for sale.
So we felt this was the best step that we could take. An extraordinary step, we acknowledge, but we feel this is an extraordinary situation. We want to prevent the displacement of residents. We want to preserve the building as affordable housing into the future and protect the property from falling into the hands of another bad actor.
Mosley says there have been insect and rodent infestations, heating problems, and more. Those enhanced tax credits for affordable care enrollees are expired now, as lawmakers failed to extend them prior to today. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes has more.
Alex Flores says lawmakers need to find a way to solve the health care tax credits problem.
It is really incumbent on Republicans and Democrats to get together and improve what we have.
In Florida, Kylie Barrios says the system is failing her.
As a small business owner, as somebody who wants to become a mom and have a family.
Barrios says her health insurance premium has tripled. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
President Trump talks about his health in a new interview with the Wall Street Journal. The president insists his health is perfect and he has good genetics. He acknowledges he takes more aspirin than his doctors recommend, and he regrets undergoing advanced imaging because it gave his detractors some ammunition.
This is Ed O'Keefe in West Palm Beach. President Trump and the White House physician now concede the president has been sharing wrong information about his health for the last several months. He has said that he had taken an MRI in October, but now says that when he visited Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in October, doctors recommended he undergo another routine physical evaluation and definitively rule out any cardiovascular issues.
KDKA Sports, the Pens will host the Red Wings tonight in the Orange Bowl. Number 5, Oregon leading Texas Tech. Last check, the Ducks leading 16-0 in the fourth. KDKA Radio News Time 3:03. Right now, mostly sunny around the Pittsburgh area. It's still mostly cold as well. Right now, it's 20 degrees. We'll check the AccuWeather forecast next.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm going to make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great, but I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, with intervals of clouds and sunshine throughout the rest of this afternoon with a couple of flurries. Very cold, a high of 21. Well, some flurries tonight with a low of 17. And tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, high 27. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Well. Yeah, it's me again. What a week it's been. Paul Alexander in for Colin. And let me see, what is today? Thursday. And again, got to check that almost every day. It's difficult. It is Thursday. So that means I'm calling for 3 hours, and then I would be, I think, Michael Bartley, who was Larry this morning. And Lenny was both Marty and Colin. And David Balderado right now is me. And Casey is, I believe, Margot. Casey, you okay with being Margot?
I'm all right.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. And she was Paul Rasmussen this morning, I believe. Is that true? Did she do news again this morning?
Yeah, she did news this morning.
Okay, so she was Paul. She was Paul yesterday. And David is me. And tomorrow I get to be me. And I don't know how the rest of everything. Well, Lenny said he would be Marty tomorrow. So that means someone has to be Colin. It gets a little confusing. But, here we are. And I think I'd like to get some predictions. Here we are, the first day of 2026. What do you think some of these significant moments are going to be? Where do we see 2026 taking us? And you know what? Sky's the limit, man. Go wherever you want to go with this. Because it's a clean slate. And I would also like to hear, I think it's a great time to be intentional. Meaning, you need to decide, how did 2025 go for you? Now is your time to decide how 2026 is going to go for you. And I think everybody starts with the same general ideas. Eat better, exercise, and I honestly could not advocate anything stronger than that. Eating better and exercising. You only have one body. I mean, I don't know how you take care of your car if you have one, but you're going to have several of those throughout the course of your life. I don't even know what the average lifespan, of holding on to a car is these days. But I would venture to say you're probably pretty cognizant of your car's needs. You got to keep putting gas in it or keep charging the battery, or you're not going to go anywhere. Let's kind of use that for a moment. That has to be part of your everyday routine. You better put the right fuel into your body, and you better charge it correctly. So that means sleep, exercise, movement, healthy eating. That would be a great place to start. And I would also suggest you kind of make it, very attainable. I think what happens with the majority of the resolutionists, those who make and break resolutions like they're going out of style, you expect, and we are in this country, and I now know there are products out there that are exactly what everybody has always wanted, a pill or a shot that magically does everything for you. I don't subscribe to that theory because I said it a good bit yesterday in my 5 hours with you, that you truly need to understand anything and everything that is worthwhile is hard. That's kind of the reality. And I think as humans, we've become very reluctant and resistant to hard work. And as far as I'm concerned, I have not seen anything to prove me wrong that that's just not true. You still need to work hard to have success, to lose the weight you're trying to lose, to gain the muscle you're trying to gain, to learn the language you want to master. Got to work at it. And if someone has told you otherwise, they're giving you a bad bill of goods. Well, DJ's hopping on right out of the gate. DJ, what's on your mind?
We were talking about, being, a better person, try to be a better person every day. But my theory on that is don't get any worse. At least stay where you're at.
Well, yeah, I mean, every step forward, DJ, every step forward is progress. So,
but man, just try to stay where you're at. Don't get worse. Is all I'm saying. Work on yourself.
And here's one thing that's I'll have to kind of not discredit that, but say this about that. Things never stay the same. They either get worse or get better. So I suggest you take that at least one step forward. Do one thing better every day, because you simply cannot stay the same. Things never stay the same.
I'm just talking about
change is the only constant in this world. Change.
Don't submit to bad behavior.
There we go.
Think about working your way. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't get any worse as a person.
I like that.
That's what I meant by that.
No, I agree.
Being hungry don't turn people into criminals. That have good character. They'll do something else to get food. They won't steal it.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
And, that's what I'm talking about. And anyways, Craig called in, and we're like adversaries on back and forth on the radio.
Craig's not welcome on my show.
Okay, but anyway, he was just on, and I want to say, Happy New Year, and we need Craigs in this world. We need everybody.
Oh, 100%.
They're counterweights.
Oh, yeah. And I say all the time, thank goodness for extremists so I can be moderate.
But he's talking about this 7-cent gas. That's what he's saving now. But I just want to say Evansburg get-go is $2.59.
Wow.
Gas is basically down 40 or 50 cents. And that's get-goes. I buy get-goes a lot, get-go Advantage card gas. But anyways, basically gas is down about 40 or 50 cents. The best I ever got under Biden was $3.19. I'd say $3.19 to $3.49. And now we're getting I'm getting $2.79 at get-goes, and this gas station up here is $2.59. But gas is down. So, and he's talking about ground meat. You're not going to fix ground meat. It's high.
And again, I think we get a little too carried away. The price of crude oil and everything else. We act like the president controls the prices. They do not. And that's just sometimes there are things that happen in terms of meteorology and other things that have a huge impact on the price of gas. So, this what about thing with, look at gas. Can we please stop doing that? The president doesn't control the price of gas. There's been great prices under Republicans, horrible prices under Republicans, great prices under Democrats, horrible price. There's so many factors that go into this. We make this what about stuff ridiculous. Well, what about Biden's prices? What about Trump? Stop it. Everyone needs to grow up a little bit. My guy's Trump, so I'm going to say it's better now because he's my guy. Biden sucks, so I'm going to say that we got to grow up. We really do. There has to be more going on in your life than to try to think that the clown that you think is the best, and the clown that you think is the worst, and you will do anything to prove it, even look the other way to the truth. That's when I'm over it. People will lie. They will, certainly not tell the whole truth because it makes their guy look bad. That's what our media is already doing. And now we're just we're hopping on. We follow because we're sheep. We follow. We don't lead. We don't have critical thinking. We don't actually look at things objectively and go, you know what, man, he didn't do a very good job here. I wish he wouldn't have done that. Why can't we do that? Are we that shallow and that limited that we can't actually have an objective view of the world?
We need help on health care.
We sure do.
We absolutely are in big trouble here, and also, it's not going to work for people. It's just not going to work.
Well, no, because they don't care. The insurance companies don't care, and they have put the medical community. It's such a they're not the big force in healthcare. We've removed the medical professionals from healthcare. Now it's the insurance companies. They determine everything, and that's not the way it should be. It's just so wrong. It is so unbelievably wrong. And when there's a middleman that controls everything, that's why the prices are just unbelievably. That's why they're soaring, because the insurance companies. It's just wrong.
Our IRAs are way up, and he don't mention that. And we're up 3,000 points.
Yeah, and next week it could be down 4,000, and you're not going to blame them. You'll say there's other factors.
I'm just happy about that. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying that, and you know what, DJ, that that's what would happen if they would, and hopefully they don't. If they would catapult in the wrong way, you would be on here saying, well, it's not really Trump's fault because look what happened. But now you want to say it's Trump's. Look how Trump has made the IRAs go up. And DJ, thanks for the call. I do appreciate it, but please work on objectivity. Because right now, IRAs are up and you're praising Trump. If they tank, you're not going to blame them, are you? That's what I'm talking about. Donnie, I'm going to take a break right here, and I see that you have optimism is what you want to talk about, and I love that. So we'll get to you right out of the break. It is Paul Alexander in for Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband. He lost weight. More important, cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend went and she lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months. So does Mark Patrick hypnosis work? Oh yeah, it works. Nothing has changed my life more. Well, except maybe my husband. He's so proud of me. Makes me cry.
What are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking or your money back. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions. benefits, like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have until January 15th to get a plan that will be there for whatever the year brings. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchhealthplan.com/marketplace.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Happy New Year! I would like to know how you rang in the new year. We did our thing. It worked out wonderfully. We made it into town just in time to beat the snow. Checked into our hotel. Got situated. Got our little doggy situated. Set up his little bowls of food and water, and played with him a little bit with his toys. Put on the TV for him. Grabbed an Uber because it was coming down. Got to the restaurant a little bit early, which was nice. Had a wonderful, wonderful meal. Got an Uber back to the hotel. Went to some of the various spots and just sort of hung out. We were in our room by 11, watching Seacrest and the ball come down. Just a pretty perfect New Year. We didn't take in the fireworks. We didn't need the fireworks. It was cold. I mean, it was cold last night. But when I took my dog out one more time last night, we took a nice long walk through the city, and it was snowing, and all the lights were on, and it was gorgeous. I felt like I was in a movie. Let's check in with Donnie and McKeesport. Hello, Donnie. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well, Paul.
Thank
Paul,
you.
A couple things.
Okay.
Optimistic, guardedly, of course. Number one, on a national basis, I think the tax breaks, particularly the tax breaks, no tax on Social Security, tips, enabling people to take further deductions on automobile purchases and the start of businesses. They can deduct some of their machinery and equipment.
Nice.
Those are all things that were controllable. I think that's going to start manifesting itself. Number two, I think within the city of Pittsburgh, we're having a new administration. I'm having, again, guarded optimism that we can start cleaning up. The prior mayor says his biggest accomplishment was diversity, which is fine, but didn't really stimulate any business. This new mayor, I hope he focuses on business development. I think with the influx of AI and all the technology people, the boom down at the Strip District, those people see that there are individuals coming into the city. There are money makers. I think that's going to start resulting in a better Pittsburgh. We have to get law enforcement, allow the police to.
We need to get people hired. We need more. We need more policemen. We also, I want to see how the influx of that Nippon Steel deal and its money will start affecting, and all of the investment in some of these energy stations and other things. I think we're going to gradually see, and as you pointed out, with AI being headquartered in so many ways right here in Pittsburgh, I think there's a great opportunity for Corey, the new mayor, to hit the ground running and entice a lot of different business types to once again call Pittsburgh home. I mean, I think it was in the mid-'80s. I think we were the third largest corporate headquarters in the country. We had reinvented ourselves after the collapse of the steel industry, and we kind of let it all slip away.
Fourth Avenue was like Wall Street.
Yeah.
And I think we're not going to go back to that grand of a tempo.
Probably not.
It's going to head in the right It's going to head in the right direction, however, gradually. But I think we're going to be on the right course. And here's something that I think may surprise everyone: the Pittsburgh Pirates, with their acquisitions of some of these free agents, it looks like that needle might go upward. I'm just guardedly optimistic. I don't think that they're going to be 20 games under 500 and out of the race by July 4th. They're not going to be in first place, but I think we're going to have a renewed zest in the town to, watch those Buccos, and hopefully they'll score some runs for Paul Skeens and the other pitchers and turn this thing around. I think that's going to happen just because the acquisitions look like they're good offensive players.
I hope they make a couple more. And Donnie, the one thing that I would like to say about that, we are a great baseball town. But we need a product. We need a product. We need something to cheer for and cheer about. And right now, there's one person that we can thank for the potential of a big turnaround, and that's Paul Skeens. He has held this administration, the ownership, the front office. He is holding their feet to the fire, saying, "Listen, I can't believe you still celebrate the fact that you went to the wild card in 2013 and 14 and 15. We need to win a World Series here. We need to win it all." And he said, we better do better in the offseason this year than we did last year, and they have already. I love it.
I think they have already. I don't think we'll be selling pitchforks and other things for the Pirate Fan Fest in January. I think we're going to be a little.
No, that might be the Steeler fans after Sunday night.
That may be. Well, time will tell, but I don't want to be pessimistic. Listening to Aaron Rodgers, he says, "I've done this before. Weight's on his shoulders. Let's see if we could give him a chance." And
he did not play well. He did not play well in Cleveland. He did not. But that was unfortunate.
Like he said, he doesn't do two stinkers in a row. So let's keep optimistic. Hope the referees are a little bit more fair-minded, and our fans come out and support the team. And we'll be happy on Monday and going forward to the playoffs. And just from a state issue, I just hope the governor and his crew. I'm upset the fact that they've given themselves raises by virtue of law. But are they deserving or not? I have my doubts. But trying to stay optimistic. Everybody's going to be pointing toward that April draft where all the money is going to be coming in, and I know the state and other entities are going to start looking to see what we can do for small businesses. And what's upsetting, we don't even have the Small Business Administration Pittsburgh District Office in Pittsburgh anymore.
I know.
It moved to Green Tree. So how's a small business supposed to get their assistance?
Especially after they were targeted and destroyed during the ridiculousness of the pandemic.
Indeed, and that's something that's still affecting some of the small businesses
100%.
that were never able to reopen.
So many closed.
Barbershops, so many closed, too many, and we didn't really hold our elected officials as accountable as they should have been.
No.
And we'll see what happens with the turnaround. So I think we should just stay optimistic. It's a new year. It's a reset. We have the ability now to have a new administration within the city. We have maybe some stars coming in on our baseball field, and just hopefully people can unite a little bit more, get away from this. I spend $130 more at Walmart as your buddy Greg was saying. And so what the hell are you doing spending all that kind of money at Walmart for food? Then you ain't hurting that bad, buddy. So that's it.
And again, Donnie, he's the kind of guy that he'd rather see our country fail than Trump get credit for anything. That's how twisted people are. And all I want for our politicians, what I want the resolution to be, make the decisions that benefit the people that you represent. Don't be partisan.
Well, I agree with that.
Partisan punks that just go along with your side, and we'll do whatever we can to get this clown out of office, and we'll do whatever we can to get our clowns in office. No, do what you're elected to do, and make our Commonwealth, make our country better for everybody.
Well said, Paul. And I certainly wish you and your family a happy New Year, healthy New Year. And let's see what happens in the short term for turning this city around. I think we can do it. Pittsburghers have a way of standing up and standing tall in this case. And I think we're going to have a lot of support from small businesses and the big businesses, tech and eds. So let's stay positive. And since there's a little bit of snow on the ground, maybe we won't have to worry so much about getting the roads paved and all this other stuff, getting the trucks fixed. The things that need to have to be done instead of just focusing on social work and the diversity issue. It's important, but it's not as important as the other things.
Donnie, well said. What a great call. God bless you. Thank you so much. Have a great 2026, Donnie. Thanks for the call. All right, David Bolorado, bottom of the hour with the news right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, a robust new website, and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 19 degrees at 3:30. I'm David Bollerado. A Hempfield Township man is accused of killing another man after telling police he found that man with his wife last night. This happened around 8:30. Police say 30-year-old Robert Noggle told them he killed James Thomas with a Glock 19 pistol, firing the gun about 10 times. The Trib reports Thomas was pronounced dead at the scene. Noggle is being held without bond and has a preliminary hearing on the 14th. Allegheny County Police are using this new year to shine a spotlight on an unsolved murder from more than a year ago, hoping to finally get to the bottom of the killing of 42-year-old Matthew Bernard. Bernard was killed in December of 2024 at a Swissvale apartment on the 7500 block of Dixon Street. Investigators say he was found after the person living in that apartment asked a family member to check on a report of a home invasion there. County police say Bernard was known to visit that apartment. They're asking anyone who has information on the case to contact their tip line at 1-833-ALL-TIPS. The AP's Ed Donahue reports on expired health care credits.
Enhanced tax credits that have helped Americans offset the cost of Affordable Care Act health insurance for the last 4 years expired overnight. It will mean higher health care costs for millions of Americans. President Trump says the ACA or Obamacare is unaffordable.
You're going to have a tremendous increase in premiums, which is Obamacare, which is them, the Democrats' fault. They'll try and blame Republicans. It has nothing to do with us. It's the Democrats' fault.
The president wants the money to go to the people, not insurance companies.
And everybody loves it. It's become our issue.
This is Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal.
The American people are not dumb. They see that these sham proposals for healthcare savings accounts and tax credits are simply a ruse and a sham by Republicans.
A House vote on subsidies is expected this month that could offer another chance, but success is far from guaranteed. I'm Ed Donahue.
On Wall Street, the market is closed today in observance of New Year's Day. KDK Radio News Time, 3:31. Our next update is coming up at 4 o'clock. I'm David Bollerado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Brisk and very cold today with a couple of flurries. We'll get some sun as well, high 21. Snow showers, low 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Welcome back. I really like Donnie's call. He's cautiously optimistic about a lot of things, including our Pittsburgh Pirates. How do you not love that? That's the way to come out of the gate in 2026, painting a picture of progress for the Buccos. I'll tell you what, it makes summer a whole lot more fun. I mean, think back to those years, 13, 14, and 15. After opening, I believe, in 2001, I started to wonder if PNC Park would ever host a playoff game. And it wasn't feeling or looking too good. And sure enough, Clint Hurdle and company made it happen. Neil Huntington brought in some great players, made some great deals at the deadline. And even though it wasn't a World Series, which we haven't experienced, a victory in a World Series since 1979, wow, that's a drought. That's a period of time. He's also cautiously optimistic about the new administration having a positive impact on the city's economy, clean up some things, have a better sense of law enforcement, law and order. All of that would certainly be a great beginning to 2026. What are your thoughts about 2026? What would you like to see happen? What do you think will happen? And that could be on a personal level. It could be on a city level, a smaller community level, a country level. What's going to happen in the Commonwealth? Josh Shapiro has made it very clear to me, and if you've been paying attention, I would imagine you would have noticed as well, he is making a strong run at that Democratic nomination for president. I think he's just the way he has chosen his words, the way he has shown up at different events. I think he will certainly, you'll see him at the NFL draft in April more than Roger Goodell, in my opinion. He's going to use that as a platform. And that's what you do. You need to get your name out there nationally, and that's a huge national event. There's really not many things more prominent, bigger than the NFL. It is a huge part. Think about Super Bowl Sunday. It's a national holiday. Think about the NFL draft, which we are going to host. And on our ride from our hotel to the restaurant that we dined at last night, we went through Market Square, which I haven't been through in quite a while. Boy, is that just completely under construction. But I think when complete, it's going to be nice. Going to be nice. Really looking forward to that. And I really think that Point Park deserves a lot of credit for just, their impact on the downtown. Now, it's also one of the problems that has, doesn't seem to have, and I'm hoping that Corey has some sort of plan, some sort of answer. And what I'm getting at is Point Park buying up a lot of property in downtown is great, except it takes it off the tax board. No longer will those buildings be hosting and doing business as a tax-paying entity. And that's where, we have churches, hospitals, and universities. You know what they don't do? They don't pay taxes. And, there's a lot of willingness, I believe, especially, among the hospitals, hopefully by the universities, to generate some in lieu of payments. All right, since we don't pay taxes, we will give you this. And, UPMC already stepped up and said, yeah, we'll do it as long as everyone else does too. And that means AHN primarily. And any other, medical entity that exists downtown. So until we get that done, and I heard, the city controller say, even if that happens, we still got issues. We have problems. And we've had county tax increases. Now we have the school tax increases, city tax increases. We're already taxed out of our minds. If you've ever heard just how people describe, you're taxed, even your taxes are taxed. And then you die, they tax you, and there's an inheritance tax. I mean, there's a tax on everything that you do. And I guess what the real issue is, why aren't our roads perfect? Why aren't our bridges, up to code and perfect? I mean, they're working on it, I guess. After the Fern Hollow disaster, boy, that was a mess. That was a huge, huge mess. But why, with all the money, why? Remember the drink tax? Oh, yeah. Well, again, all these additional taxes have been enacted. Where's the improvement? And again, that's my whole, that's kind of where I stand on so many things. It's just inefficiency by government. Yeah, they're taking more of our money. What the hell are they doing with it? Why aren't things being fixed? Why aren't our roads pristine? Why don't we have a thriving economy? Why don't we have a very buttoned-up, well-trained, well-staffed police force? Why don't these things happen after they take all of our money? And when those things don't function well, that destroys the business climate. If people don't feel safe downtown, they're not going to dine downtown, stay downtown, shop downtown. None of that's going to happen. If the homeless, the unhoused, whatever we're supposed to say about that situation in terms of the actual term, it's still the same thing regardless of what you call it. How are we going to fix that? The affordable housing, there's been a lot of steps, and I'll tell you what, Ed Gainey deserves a lot of credit for making strong movement in that direction. But I think you go after the wrong people. Again, I'm talking about all the money we're giving government, yet we're demanding that developers that are going to build, apartment buildings and office complexes, that, they have to include 20% affordable housing. Well, that's certainly going to say, you know what, I'm going to go build if they don't have that in Cleveland, or if they don't have that, in Columbus, I'm going there. I'm going to build my building there. And that's what people don't seem to understand. When you cut taxes, business flourishes. When you have abatements, and I'll give you so many different examples of how tax abatements work. And if you've ever, I drive by it every day now. I drive by South Point every day on 79 South and 79 North. I saw it on my way up. I'll see it on my way down. When they started South Point, you had a 8-year tax abatement if you started your business there, and the place just blew up. And then when that 8th year happened and you were already in business there, then you started paying your fair share of taxes. And I remember walking into the Canon Macmillan school and seeing their basketball facility. I'm like, wow, that all those taxes just came through, didn't they? When they were building Treesdale, part of it was in Butler. I remember I looked at a couple of houses up there when I moved back to Pittsburgh. Some were in Allegheny County, some were in Butler County. And guess which ones were cheaper? Yeah, you have that ability to make decisions and think critically, right? Yeah, they were a lot cheaper in Butler County because of the tax base and the things like that. But you had, I believe, if you bought a new house in Treesdale when they were, starting, pre-construction, there was like a 7 or 8 year tax abatement. If you've ever stepped foot on the campus of Pine Richland High School, well, after that 7 years, then the taxes, were then charged and paid. And if you want to see a gorgeous high school campus, go look at Pine Richland. But what enticed everybody to come be a part of the Treesdale community, and a lot of that is in the Pine Richland School District, it was the fact that for 7 or 8 years you didn't have to pay taxes. And right now, just to live in the city of Pittsburgh, it's going to cost you another at least 0.5 or a full point. I think it's up to 3% of what you make goes to the city in taxes. And then, so you do that and you already pay that, then they raise your taxes again. And then the school, Pittsburgh Public Schools, which already spend a pretty considerable amount of money per student, and right now, they're not very efficient. They tried to get rid of at least 9 buildings to be an efficient school district, and everybody panicked, and they voted that down. So they're going to raise, taxes for the school district. And the education right now, according to many, you get better situations in the suburbs. So when you're taxed more to live in the city and the schools aren't as good as what you're getting in the suburbs, where do the people with money go? Outside of the city. So Corey has a big job ahead of him. And I think you need to incentivize people to come back to the city, incentivize, the tax base to become rich and bountiful again so we can have very good public education in our city. That's huge. Public transportation in our city. That's huge. Right now, we had to pull money out of, I don't know where, the state pulled the money. They didn't still have the money for PRT. It used to be PAT. Now it's PRT. We need better public transportation. We're really still missing the boat, in my opinion. When they built the tunnel under the river, okay, great job. You can take the T under the river. Nice. But can you land at Pittsburgh International and take mass transit into the city? No. Does every other major city that really continues to grow and expand and have a really good, business economy, you know what they have? Transportation from the airport to the city. And we continue to ignore that. We have a lot of things that we can do better, and I just hope through Corey's leadership and his staff and everything else, put your eye on the prize, man. Go build this economy. Go make the city safe again. Make it clean again. Clean, safe, and healthy is going to make Pittsburgh great again. Now, it sounds easy, but it's not simple. Does that make sense? Those are the easy solutions. However, it's not simple to do. And we need to get everybody on board. And when a city, again, that 3% tax on living in the city proper, I mean, people with money in general are pretty smart. Some inherited, some got lucky, I don't know. But the majority of people that have started businesses and made it and done well are very smart people. And you know what they don't like to do? Give their money away. I mean, who likes to pay taxes? And right now, and again, the situation in Minnesota and everything else, there is so much corruption. There's so many of our tax dollars going to corrupt entities. So much of it. So many thieves out there in suits that aren't ever going to go to jail. And that's very, very sad. Because when you steal people's money and give it away to people that don't deserve it and don't, have any reason to have it come their way other than, political favor, what are we doing? What the heck is going on when that happens? Corey has a big job ahead. But you know what? Donnie, I think, said it best, that we, meaning the collective we of Pittsburgh, we tend to do pretty well if we allow ourselves to get rid of the partisanship, to allow ourselves to get on board, roll your sleeves up and be a part of the solution. And that's, I think, there's too many people in the world right now that have a problem for every solution. They need to be, to me, eliminated. That's toxicity. That, when everyone gets together and people just look for, reasons not to do it, not to try it. We can't do that. We can't. You know what? You choose not to. You can. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the excuses. I'm sick of everyone being a victim. I'm sick of people being afraid to work hard, afraid to get after it, afraid to chip in, afraid to help, or unwilling to. Either way, not cool. Your thoughts on 2026? Are you optimistic like Donnie was from McKeesport? He's optimistic even about the Pirates. How about that? Are you optimistic about 2026 in the city of Pittsburgh? 866-391-1020, that's the number. Paul Alexander in for Colin Dunlap. On New Year's Day, 2026, on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back. I didn't feel like I went away for very long. That's life hosting on a holiday. All right, 866-391-1020. Your predictions for 2026. And we're talking, we can do sports, we can do the city, we can do the country. Whatever you think is going to happen in 2026. Or you can frame that differently. What do you want to happen in 2026? Throw that out there. I think this is interesting. When I'm in here, I talk a whole lot about truth and, getting it out there no matter what. Well, CBS hired a new news guru a while back, and she supposedly was going to clean it up. And if you're on the left, you would probably never want to admit it, but the mainstream media at the network level, they lean pretty hard to the left. Just watch CNN and watch Fox, and somewhere in the middle there might be something that makes sense. But there's nothing in the middle, unfortunately. It's extreme. MSNBC, CNN, they're going to go after Trump every second of every day. Fox is going to pump him up and prop him up every day. And those of us that don't lean either way and really just want the truth, we got to watch both and go, what the hell are they doing? What's going on here? So back to CBS. They are launching on Monday the new evening news with a new anchor, Tony Dokoupil. I don't even know if I'm saying it correctly. And here's his promise to you, the viewer. You come first, not advertisers, not politicians, not corporate interests. From now on, what you see and hear on the news will reflect what you see and hear in your own life. We will ask the questions that weren't being asked before, and we will work every day to earn your trust back. So to me, that is such great progress. You're not going to hear that from CNN. You're not going to hear that from MSNBC, and you're certainly not going to hear it from Fox. You're just not. But here's CBS coming out and saying, we know you don't trust us. And simply, you look at the pandemic, you look at the way, like a single story, and I'm telling you, if you want to stay on your side of the aisle and you want to stay in your bubble of thinking that you're right and everyone else is wrong, well, then keep watching whichever way you lean, keep watching what you want to hear. Keep watching what you want to see, and don't even give a rat's you-know-what about the truth. But that concerns me. Because if you think that both sides are honorable, or that your side is honorable and the other side is not, wake up. Just wake up. That's what you should all do in 2026, is wake up. We had DJ and Craig. They, like I told, one of the last things that DJ said was, well, look at my IRA right now. It's killing. Like Trump personally went in and fixed his IRA and fixed the economy in a way that his IRA is now booming because of Trump. I said, okay, if it tanks, and I sure hope it doesn't, but if it tanks over in 2026, if your IRA tanks, guess who DJ is not going to blame? Donald Trump. But you know what? He's going to give him credit right now because the gas prices are coming down. His IRA is going up. Well, that's all Trump. If gas prices, if there's some sort of oil shortage or something, gas prices spike, he's not going to blame Trump. And Craig, same way. If all the prices come down across the board, the last thing in the world Craig would ever do is give Trump credit. If the prices go up, unemployment goes up, look what Trump's doing. He sucks. He's destroying our country. I mean, do you not see the absurdity, the hypocrisy, and the insanity of believing that nonsense? And again, I'll go back to the pandemic because to me, it's right there for you. You were lied to. We killed thousands of people by treating it just horrifically wrong. There's some people still driving around in their own car by themselves wearing masks for no apparent reason. We caught politicians when they were on camera doing a news story. They had masks on, and then as soon as the camera shut down, well, they thought the camera shut down, they took the masks off. They were all in on the ruse. We were talking about small businesses earlier. They were destroyed. They were destroyed by the nonsense of the pandemic. You go, what do you mean the nonsense? That was a virus. People were dying. Yeah, okay. Then why was Lowe's and Home Depot allowed to keep their lawn and garden center open when Joe's lawn and garden down the street was closed? Well, what? Explain that to me, and then I'll listen to something else. And now, all these people that lost their jobs because they wouldn't get the vaccination, man, they should own this country. Their class action lawsuit should absolutely. It was a flu shot, folks. Okay, I took 2 of them. I still was sicker than a dog with COVID. Maybe that vaccine made it a little less dramatic than it was, but it was awful. I witnessed the virus. I know it was real, and I know it sucked. I got it twice. We had a party. We called our Christmas party that happened downtown the super spreader. We all got it. We all were at the same party, and we all got it. So, yes, gathering together and do that, it's true of anything. And you know what? Tens and hundreds of thousands of people die from the flu every year. But now we call those COVID deaths. No, they were just the flu like they always were. But now, if you got your head crushed in a work accident, but you had COVID, they called it a COVID death. I mean, there was so much nonsense going on during that period that if you can hop on board with some government-run nonsense again, you haven't learned anything. We're supposed to learn from these outrageous, ridiculous moments that our government perpetrates. It's insane. And everybody got it wrong. I'm not blaming any side. Although the states that, like Florida, for example, the ones that treated it a little differently, they came out of it a lot healthier. They most certainly did. And you saw what happened in New York and other places, here in Pennsylvania. You know, we had our Secretary of Health get her mom out of the assisted living place. But everyone else had to stay. They weren't allowed to leave. That's the stuff that government does that I can't accept and I won't accept. And I'm just hoping what CBS is doing right now with their new evening anchor, nice looking dude too, great hair. I mean, he would be out of Central Casting. They went to Central Casting and said, we need a new evening anchor. Yeah, this guy is the guy that came up, and I would imagine he's perfect. I mean, he seems like he's perfect. But I'll come back and explain that again after Dave has the news at the top of the hour. David Bolorado with the news at 4 o'clock. Phone lines are open at 866-391-1020. Let's get 2026 off to a roaring start. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking. I lost 70 pounds and my friend lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months.
Join Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar, Lose the Weight or Stop Smoking, only $59.99. Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 21 degrees at 4 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. A man was shot and killed last night in Hempfield Township. The Trib reports it happened on the 300 block of Hughes Street around 8:30 last night. Police say 30-year-old Robert Noggle told them he fired 10 shots from a Glock 19 at James Thomas because he had found him with his wife. Thomas was pronounced dead at the scene. Noggle has a preliminary hearing on the 19th. Violent crime rates were down in 2025. News Radio KDKA's Margot Rentzel has more.
In November 2025, the homicide count in Allegheny County was 69. That is compared to a count of 101 a year earlier in 2024. Violent crime reduction programs such as the South Pittsburgh Coalition for Peace could aid in that decrease. The executive director of that organization, Reverend Eileen Smith, told News Radio KDKA her reason for the drop.
It's down because of community violence intervention.
The SCPC uses grants to fund trained members who work to reduce violent crime in South Pittsburgh, Reverend Smith explains.
And so we are embedded in South Pittsburgh. We are embedded in Carrick High School, Brashear High School as well, in the entire community.
Reverend Smith mentioned she is looking forward to working with the O'Connor administration to prevent violent crime in 2026. Margot Rentzel, News Radio KDKA.
A fire this morning in Mount Oliver. The department says it destroyed the home of a Mount Oliver police officer. On social media, the department says that officer lost everything she owned, including 3 dogs. This week, City Council voted to use eminent domain to take over Homewood House. The 100-unit building has been plagued with problems ranging from rodent and insect infestations to uncertainty over its fate after its owners pleaded guilty to mortgage fraud, sending it into receivership. The mortgage is held by Fannie Mae, who could put the apartment on the market. Councilman Kahari Mosley says the use of eminent domain will likely trigger a legal challenge.
But again, the key is, preventing the displacement of the current residents, preserving this building as affordable housing into the future, and then preventing the property from going on the open market and falling into the hands of another bad actor like MB Affordable.
Mosley says the management company that's been operating Homewood House since it went into receivership has been making improvements, and he and the residents alike want to see that progress continue. You may be surprised and amused by some of the words on the 50th annual Banished Words list. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes takes a look.
You already know what tops the list of banished words this year. No explanation needed, because just why? Number 2 is demure. It would be very mindful to knock that off. Others might say they are cooked, which is number 3 on the list. Then there's my bad. Often accompanied by laughter or a fake "I'm sorry" expression. Also, stop saying reach out. The last 2 words banished since the 1990s. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
KDKA Sports. The Pens host the Red Wings tonight at 7. Oregon dominated Texas Tech with a 23-0 victory in the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Orange Bowl. Oregon, now 13-1, will face either Indiana or Alabama in the Peach Bowl on January 9th. Texas Tech, which finished 12-2, struggled offensively, turning the ball over 4 times today. This win marks Oregon's first shutout of an AP-ranked opponent since 2012. KDK Radio News Time 4:03. It's mostly sunny. Cold, though, 21 degrees. We'll check the AccuWeather forecast next.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
Forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today, clouds and sun, brisk and very cold. A couple of flurries as well, high 21. Snow showers, low 18 tonight, then some sun, high 27 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hour number 2. I'm with you until 7. So actually, you've been getting less of me each day this week. I started with 6 hours on Monday, and then 5 hours yesterday, and just 4 hours today. So that's probably, sometimes less is more. Have you ever heard that expression? Let's go to Jewel. She's checking in from Millvale. Hello, Jewel.
Hey, Colin.
This is Paul today. Colin's not here today. This is Paul Alexander in for Colin today.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Just wanted to talk about, I don't know if you've seen in the news, Millville went to a 58% tax increase. I attended the meeting, and a ton of residents were there, bled their hearts to the council and mayor, and they did not veto it. It was eyes across the board. They put it into effect.
Wow.
And people were outraged.
And was this mismanagement? What is this making up for? Why does this increase have to be so significant?
They said because they haven't raised it in past years, but when you look at the budget, they didn't account for any of the monies coming in. I don't know if you're familiar, but we host a Millville Music Festival a weekend a year, and brings in tons of people from around surrounding communities. They had no creative ideas for fundraising to bring in revenue, nothing, just no explanation as to why they want to jump to 58%. We have Sharpsburg and Etna at 8% and 9% respectively, and people are just like, we're going to turn into a Lawrenceville.
Wow.
We're going to get pushed out.
I don't know how to attack that. I mean, that's a local issue that I'm not nearly up to speed enough to have any kind of really strong opinion on, but that sounds very unfortunate. And it seems like the people that have been there and been loyal and maybe lifelong residents, I'm sure they feel that they're being taken advantage of.
Absolutely. A lot of seniors and even new homeowners said that they, aren't going to be able to afford it. They're going to have to leave. No one really understands why they're not, trying to work on that budget and make some cuts where needed to try to. Everyone agrees that needs to go up, but it's to the extent of 58% is what people are outraged about.
Yeah, I don't know how you jump that high. And being Lawrenceville, I mean, that's a wonderful thing. I mean, Lawrenceville, I mean, all the property values and the commerce and the business, I mean, that's all fantastic, but you can't do that despite your loyal citizens. That should be something that when these people that have always lived there and have paid their taxes and have been, very loyal citizens at Millvale, you want them to be the ones that benefit from becoming the next Lawrenceville. You don't want them to be the victims and kicked out or, now I can't afford to stay in my own hometown. No, that's not the way it's supposed to work at all.
Exactly. Generations of blue-collar families that from the ground up lived in Lawrenceville and can't afford to live there anymore. I have friends that are just barely making it over there. So, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I have a dear friend that bought a house in Lawrenceville it's probably 30 years now. And I think it was probably under $100,000. Now it's worth, over $1 million.
Right.
Same house. So that's the good part of becoming the next Lawrenceville. And that's what should be happening to the homeowners and the business owners there. They should be benefiting by the increased value of the community. But you can't punish the people that have been there, for a lifetime. Or regardless how long you've been there, you can't price people out of where they live.
Right.
I wish I had a better. I will take a deeper dive into this, but I wish I had advice. I don't. I don't know what you can do. I mean, obviously, vote the people out that are the people that are enacting this tax increase. You need to get rid of them somehow, some way. And that's easier said than done. I mean, there's a lot of people we should be trying to get rid of, both nationally and locally and everything else, because we're raising taxes everywhere. And the problem is, here's the problem, okay? If you had a reasonable tax increase and all of a sudden the roads in your neighborhood or your area were just like, pristine, and, the town and the city itself was clean and, and again, pristine. And there was a nice, healthy, sense of law and order. And you felt safe in your community. If all of those things were the result of the tax increase, you would say, you know what? Things were a little tighter. I had to cut down on some things here. But you know what? My community is so much better. Our roads are so much better. Everything just feels better. So you know what? That was money well spent. However, right now in the city of Pittsburgh, if you're getting pounded with more, for school taxes, you're already paying a 3% just living there, income tax. You're just paying through the nose for everything. And not only are things not getting better, in a lot of ways they get worse.
Right. Your point about the roads, we have a major thoroughway, which it's a connector from our police department and fire department on Lincoln Avenue in Millville, right by Pamela's Diner, that you have to go all the way around. It's been closed for 4 years. So. Wow. Yeah.
So these people that are asking for a 58% tax increase haven't addressed the issues that are on they're dealing with right now.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, it's time for new leadership in that area, I would say, without a doubt.
Absolutely. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
You're very welcome. Good luck. Sounds like a bit of a mess in Millville. That's a nice area, though, too. What a great area. Let's go to Linda. She's checking in from Greensburg. Hello, Linda. You there? Linda.
Hello?
Yes, hello, Linda. What do you got for me?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I just want to, and I meant to recall this decades ago, about when I was serving in military in Germany, that the nationals used to have to say they didn't have an issue with taxes. They were more concerned about where did the money go.
Huh. Yeah, I think that's how we all feel. And the points I just made about what's going on in Pittsburgh right now, the school district, Pittsburgh Public Schools, they're raising taxes. The city itself raising taxes. And we're not seeing the progress that we need to see both in the public schools and certainly in the overall cleanliness and the sense of law and order in the city. That's just not good enough to keep asking for more money when the money that we're already giving you isn't getting the job done.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know where to turn.
I pray for all the people for the ice and salt to be removed from the roads in the city.
Yeah, Linda, I'll tell you what, I was driving around in the city last night, and Happy New Year. I hope you have a great 2026. And, yeah, the roads were not good last night in the city of Pittsburgh. But it was a holiday, and, it was a snow that was continuing. So maybe they did a better job than I realized. Let's go to Dan at Mount Pleasant. Hello, Dan.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you, sir?
Good. Well, Happy New Year, first of all.
Same to you. Thank you.
Here's my prediction, Paul. You ready? For 2026,
yes, sir.
Jobs on President Trump are going to go through the roof like you cannot believe.
Okay.
We got the midterm elections coming up. This is the last chance for the Democrats to try and knock him out of power. And here's what's going to happen, Paul. If the Democrats take over the House or the Senate, they're not going to fix health care. They're not going to fix the debt. They're not going to work on any social programs. They're going to do impeachments and investigations. And the irony of the whole thing is all those taxes collected on tariffs, that money goes into the general fund. And all that tariff tax money that people are complaining about, the Democrats will use that to just go investigate the hell out of Trump. That's what's going to happen.
Well, that's an awful pessimistic view of the world, but that's partisan politics, Dan, and I know which side you're on, so whatever happens on that side's good, whatever happens on the other side sucks. So, yeah, there we go. It's the same old, and Happy New Year, Dan. That's just what is becoming so unbelievably tiresome to me. Yeah, jobs are going to go through the roof because of Trump. Trump. Dan's all Trump. Democrats are going to ruin this. They're going to do that. This is, again, can we somehow, some way get away from being that predictable? All right, Cynthia, I see you. We'll get to you right after a quick break here. This is Paul Alexander in for Colin on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ah, the Internet, a place where your curiosity can flourish. Unless malware gets in the way. It's a place that can surprise you with phishing websites and trackers. The Internet is wonderful, but you must protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. Tech Radar named it the #1 VPN in 2025. A single NordVPN account secures up to 10 devices. What else? This cybersecurity tool also encrypts your browsing. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. NordVPN scans the dark web to check that the information associated with your email address is not exposed. Just a few clicks and you're safer online. Browse with more peace of mind. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you're struggling with weight and frustrated with dieting each and every year, Mark Patrick Hypnosis can help. Join the over 500,000 people who have attended Mark Patrick Hypnosis with great weight loss results. Mark Patrick Hypnosis will be in Pittsburgh on Sunday, January 11th.
After this hypnosis, I want to eat good food.
Since August, I can honestly say I have not had one potato chip.
It was life-changing for me.
And I don't think about desserts like I used to.
Bridget, how much have you lost now?
I had lost a total of 83 pounds.
Holy cow.
It's easy, it's fun, very relaxing, and very successful.
And I would just say go for it.
Only $59.99. Lose all the weight you want. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Attend this program and find out how the power of hypnosis can help you achieve your weight loss goals. There's limited seating, so get there early. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back to the show. Paul Alexander with you up until 7. Happy New Year. What is 26 going to mean for you? And Cynthia was kind enough to wait through the break there. Cynthia, how are you? Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. I'm sorry, I have a bit of laryngitis.
Oh, geez.
Down here.
You have such a great voice. Nothing should damage that voice. You have one of those beautiful voices.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I was out in a friend's house, but it was cold. So
you know what? I don't want to hear your version of cold right now.
No, I'm talking 46.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. That's why that ain't cold, kid. That ain't cold. What I was out in last night, now that was cold.
Listen, the lady that called before stole my thunder, because wouldn't it be interesting if we were filing our taxes and we got to say what we wanted the money to go for? And I guarantee you, it would not be going for militarism. It would not be going to all these lobbyists and the pharmaceutical, all of that.
Oh.
None of this would be happening. And you mentioned the churches. I don't want churches who have a political message to be tax exempt. Or if you find that these pastors are lying, like what's that smiley face guy in Texas who said, we couldn't harbor people during the flood because the road was flooded. Well, somebody went there. There was no flooding.
No flood, yeah. I mean...
And this is a guy that had money hidden in a wall. And my dad used to say, if ministers were supposed to go all over the world and proselytize, God would have given them wings.
Exactly.
Let them work in their own communities. But
and what about the universities and what about UPMC, at one point UPMC tried to say they didn't have employees, and then we were, the news industry thankfully went out and showed employee parking. They went, well, I guess we kind of do.
Examine it all. But, you mentioned Minnesota again, and I spent this morning sending stuff to Nick Shirley. Investigate, what's his name, Scott down here, who's still in office. He was responsible for $1 billion of Medicare fraud. These people
they all need to go. They all need to go.
Man.
All of them.
So in the new year, hold these people accountable. I don't care who it is.
100%.
Hold them accountable.
Do you think CBS, and I don't know if you
under their feet.
I don't know if you listened to the story about CBS launches a new anchor on their evening news on Monday.
Oh, no, Barry Weiss appointed this
Tony
new guy.
Docapool, yeah, Tony Docapool.
Okay.
Good-looking dude, has that perfect. My gosh, he looks out. He's central casting. He looks. If you were we need someone to be a news anchor on this movie. He's the guy. He's perfect. But he said we know you don't trust us anymore, and we're gonna come clean. I mean, if this is the trend, and let's just. I don't know, but let's just for a moment, think and hope that they're actually going to come after the people that they need to come after. And it starts to really catch on fire. And the ratings sky. And then they would force the other networks to actually do the same thing.
Well, like you said the other day, and I agree with you, I love indie journalists. I love citizen journalists. They're telling us more truth than the Mockingbird media, and that term came from the CIA because they were influencing.
I was going to say they were the ones. They were the ones absolutely determining what was said.
Yeah, we can't do it anymore. So, take it all in. We're not stupid.
But I sometimes are we
26?
Are we? Are we not stupid?
demand the truth. Well, too many of us are too trusting.
I know.
But that generation has to go. But now I'm going to go back and I'm going to watch a Twilight Zone. I'm going to watch more of The Wire. You know, Isaiah Whitlock died. I'm going to watch Your Honor. That's the rest of my day.
You know what, Cynthia? I envy you because I could use like 3 or 4 really good Twilight Zones right now.
Well, it's on right now.
Oh man, that show was too ahead of its time that no one ever even caught up to it.
Prophet.
Oh,
He's a prophet.
100%.
He talked about robots.
100%.
He talked about AI. Way ahead of his time.
Oh my.
Okay, I'm gonna let somebody else get on.
All right, Cynthia. Happy New Year to you. Take
Bye.
care of that throat. All right, that's Cynthia in Florida. I mean, that would be like a dream for me. Say CBS just comes out guns a-blazing in 2026, taking down corruption, going after all the people that are stealing money from you, going after all the big pharma crap that, going after the FDA, the EPA, going after all the people that need to be straightened out. Boy, would that be something. But I'm sorry. They're big corporate dollars that aren't going to let that happen. I mean, it's dare to dream. You know, that's why I wanted John Hines to be our president, because he was incorruptible. He had the Hines fortune coming his way. No amount of money was going to make him do a news story a certain way, or to fund something that shouldn't be funded, or to hide things from the populace. He would have never done anything like that. And then he's not with us. The corrupt nature and the process of politics is just so troubling. And the thing that I think is the most frustrating is the current lawmakers aren't going to fix it because they're it. They're not gonna vote themselves out of jobs with term limits. They're not going to take away the lobbyists that put millions of dollars in their pockets. None of that is going to happen. We need independently wealthy people to fund a network or to fund a party that would just say, hey, we're starting fresh. We're cleaning this stuff up. Now, it would be next to impossible to get that off the ground without people dying. I mean, dying. If you take away people's ability to make millions and maybe even billions of dollars, and if you try to expose the way they're doing that, people would die. It happens all the time. Remember Vince Foster shot himself in the head twice. I mean, come on. That was a suicide. By the way, Epstein on suicide watch managed to strangle himself. How did that happen? Because he had to be silenced, and he was. So who knows? Dead people don't talk. That's why a lot of people die. Because they can't say anything. And I don't care how that sounds. It's just the way it is. And I don't know how much longer I have here, to be honest. I mean, one of my dear friends from many, 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 many years, my exact same age, we're 5 days apart. He passed a few months ago. And we've lost a lot of friends from our class. We're getting to that age where you start losing friends. So I'm not being morbid. I'm a very optimistic person. I just don't know what I'm going to see. But, when you have kids and grandkids that are going to inherit this mess, you want them to have a chance to make it and feel good about their country, to feel good about where they live, to feel good about where they work, to feel good about, you know what? I pay a fair amount of taxes, but look at the community I live in. It's great. I feel safe. The economy's booming. Everything's great. Then that makes sense, right? I mean, it does to me. All right. David with news at the bottom of the hour. Paul Alexander with you until 7 o'clock on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back. Now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 20 degrees at 4:30. I'm David Ballarado. Police say a woman who was shot in the thigh earlier this morning in Homewood is not being very cooperative with investigators. She was shot around 7:30 this morning on the 8,000 block of Bennett Street. She was taken to the hospital in stable condition. Shortly after the new year began, Pittsburgh police were also called to investigate a shooting in East Allegheny. A woman there was also shot in the thigh around 12:30 this morning on the 1,000 block of Constance Street. She was taken to the hospital in stable condition. Police say there was also damage to the building where the shooting occurred. City Council took the extraordinary step this week of using eminent domain to seize a troubled apartment complex in Homewood. Council member Kahari Mosley tells KDKA Radio the move was made to prevent the property from hitting the market after the owner of Homewood House, NB Affordable, faced legal problems and mortgage holder Fannie Mae could put it up for sale.
So we felt this was the best step that we could take. An extraordinary step, we acknowledge, but we feel this is an extraordinary situation. We want to prevent the displacement of residents. We want to preserve the building as affordable housing into the future and protect the property from falling into the hands of another bad actor.
The new year means some new changes in the public domain. CBS's Linda Kenyon has that.
January 1st is Public Domain Day. It's the day when copyrights expire and certain artistic works enter the public domain. This legal transition of copyrighted works means they can be shared, performed, and otherwise repurposed without the need to get permission or pay a fee. Some of the works entering the public domain include the cartoon Betty Boop, the character Nancy Drew, the first of Agatha Christie's Miss Marple writings, and the novels The Maltese Falcon and Swallows and Amazons. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
On Wall Street, the market closed today. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. The Pens and Red Wings tonight at the Paint Can for a 7 p.m. faceoff. Oregon with a 23-0 win over Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl. The Rose Bowl is underway, pitting Alabama's Crimson Tide against the top-ranked Indiana Hoosiers. Right now, that game is scoreless. KDK Radio News time, 4:32. Our next update's at 5. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, intervals of clouds and sunshine throughout the rest of this afternoon with a couple of flurries. Very cold, a high of 21. Well, some flurries tonight with a low of 17. And tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, high 27. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, full disclosure. I'd much rather be on the couch right now watching bowl games. Okay? Just had to come clean. But since I'm here, I'm going to make the most of it. So that's the way I go about life. Yeah. Would I have liked to have the day off? Would I like to be on the couch watching Indiana and Alabama? Yeah. Maybe snacking, sipping on a nice drink? Yeah. But I'm here, so I'm going to make the most of it. 866-391-1020. Your predictions for 2026. Your hopes and dreams for 2026. Let's get those rolling. Donnie had a great call in our first hour, talking about, cautiously being optimistic about even our Pittsburgh Pirates, which is very cool. And, they made a little splash with a couple of bats. They made some free agent signings. They made a trade that should improve the ball club's offense. And that's good stuff. And remember, we have all the day games right here on KDKA. It's my privilege to do the pre- and post-game shows for said games. Brings me back to my TV days when I did that for the Pirates and the Penguins. That was a blast. And how about this? And again, we're not going to go into a sports thing, but it's a pretty significant day in history. Mario Lemieux scored 5 goals 5 different ways. People probably forget just how unbelievably special La Magnifique truly was. He scored an even strength goal. Okay, that's normal. Power play, sure. Okay. Shorthanded, they don't happen all that much, especially Mario hardly ever on the penalty kill. Then he scored on a penalty shot. Those are a blast. We now, we have the shootout, which I think the Penguins wish didn't happen in terms of the change of the overtime rule, because the Penguins this year have been awful in the shootout. Awful. Just awful. And he scored an empty net goal. 5 goals, 5 different ways, 37 years ago. That is so cool. And it was 53 years ago, and this one stings still to this day. I was 11, 53 years ago, when we learned that Roberto Clemente had passed in a plane crash trying to get much-needed supplies to Nicaraguan earthquake victims. And I'll never forget my dad telling me that, because at that age and at that time, there was no one bigger as a hero to me in my life than Roberto Clemente. Just wasn't. My goodness. I mean, then when you dig deeper into his life and, his life in Puerto Rico, and he honestly healed people. I mean, I'm not even making that part up. I mean, if you want to do a deeper dive into the great Roberto Clemente, the people of Puerto Rico that he, came in contact with certainly believed that he had some supernatural powers. And I believe he felt he did, and maybe he did, because sick people would come to him and they would leave. And I go, there's, the power of so many things can do so many things. But that was just a horrific day. And I remember it was Jim Colony and I, when we were working together on the Fan. We were in Bradenton covering spring training. And we had the Pirates had a day off or something. We had an opportunity in the afternoon to play a round of golf. And we played with Neil Walker's dad, Tom, who passed a little while ago. And Tom Walker, who was, a Major League Baseball player like Neil, was begging Roberto to let him go on that trip to help, the earthquake victims. And Roberto just would not give in. And after the result, and obviously there would have been no Neil Walker at that point. That was 53 years ago. Neil's getting old, but he ain't that old. But I'll tell you what, Jim and I were just, wow. He was extremely emotional. And, imagine, you need to be with your family. That's what he kept saying. You need to be with your family. But as an 11-year-old boy that at that point loved baseball about as much as life itself, that one hit hard. And as far as, the combination of being an unbelievable humanitarian and an unbelievable athlete, good luck finding a more impressive combination of human and athlete. It's just, there's just not that many. There's not that many people that could touch either. There's not many people that could be as good a human being as him, and there's very few. We can all be better humans. But, God has a little something to say in how good of an athlete you can be. I'm sorry, that right arm, I think that was partially a gift from God. I'm not sure that was anything that he figured out or worked on or, established. That was just, if you know, you know. But anyway, a couple of anniversaries I wanted to share with you. I also want to congratulate, because, man, the Polar Plunge, the folks jumping into the Mon this morning to help raise for Project Bundle Up. TA's been doing a great job of that for many, many years. But it had to be, that had to be one of the colder plunges. And it was around 20 degrees this morning when everybody made the jump. And one gentleman that someone featured, Lindsay Shacknow, featured in her story in the Post-Gazette today. Frank Nelson, he's 77 years old, and he made his first polar plunge at 35 and hasn't missed one since. He might even be part polar bear by now. Man, that's something. Now, one thing I've been doing for health reasons, and it's not easy, I finish, and right now I'm dealing with, I had to have slept wrong, and right now the left side of my neck, back, and shoulder, and I've already pounded some Advil. I've tried to do some of these stretches and other things to loosen it up. It's bad. Like, I can't. You've all felt this way at some point where if there's something going on to my left, I have to turn my whole body, to see it. I can't. Yeah, we're on camera, so I have to go like this to turn. I can't turn my neck. But I've been doing these. I do my normal shower, wash my hair, get cleaned up, and then for like 3 or 4 minutes, it's just, the coldest it can be. Now, middle of the summer, yeah, it's a lot less of a shock to the system. Right now, that is very difficult to make yourself, endure. But, like I say all the time, you're not going to get great results without, great effort, maybe sometimes a little, sacrifice, maybe a little pain, a little inconvenience. being a little bit uncomfortable. It is a little bit uncomfortable. I keep trying to talk my wife into trying it. Not going to happen. I'm serious. Her tolerance for heat in the shower, I can't believe she doesn't scald herself. She takes the hottest showers ever. But I was trying to explain to her, from a dermatologist's point of view, that's not real good for you. Really hot water is not good for your skin. Now, I guess it gets you clean. And, if there's anything my wife is, it's clean. It's clean. Yeah, I have to pass many inspections before I can go public with anything. The tiniest of stains, nope, can't wear that. Something doesn't fit just right, not wearing that. And you know what? It's okay. Those aren't big deals for me. Now, sometimes if we're running a little bit later, I'm like, you know what? I'm just wearing it. Relax. It's okay. No one cares. No one's going to notice. That doesn't go over very well. Just doesn't. And she was brought up that when, you're out in public, not only do you have to look presentable and, your best, so does everyone in your entourage. So the grandkids sometimes aren't exactly up to her standards when they're dropped off or we're out with them. And it's just funny. Because mom, with 3 kids, mom's just doing her best. And sometimes it's not, it's not grandma approved. And it's just funny. But anyway, I would give that a try. It clears brain fog. And this is the important part for me now, and I'll have to do it tomorrow morning, maybe even tonight before I go to bed. Muscle soreness, it takes some of that away. And obviously, I'm in a bad place right now with that. So I'm going to try and get that to get squared away. Blood pressure, overall circulation. You see the plunges, but it just brought to my attention the polar plunge that people did today. That was charitable, and I applaud each and every one of you for doing that this morning. That's cool. And I saw some video on the newscast, and man, that had to be cold. And that's the Mon. Yeah, that's a lot. All right, 866-391-1020. I brought up that CBS is going to launch their new anchor on the evening news tomorrow, and he says, "Hey, new sheriff in town. We're coming after everybody. We're not going to be corporate spokespeople. We're not going to be political spokespeople. We're not going to be leaning either direction." I didn't say that, but he said basically what's going to be great is we know that you no longer trust us. See, I love that CBS, no other network's coming out and saying, CNN's not coming out, Fox isn't coming out saying, we know you don't trust us and we're going to change. No, they're going to keep doing what they're doing because here's the bottom line, folks. Fox is going to stay Fox, and they're going to continue to, beat the Trump drum because you know why? The Trumpers follow Fox. Their advertisers know they have a great audience, and they're not going to. It's not broken in their eyes as a business model. Now, as a journalistic model, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. CNN's in trouble. They're in trouble financially. They're in trouble in the ratings war. I don't know how much longer CNN's going to be with us because they're not doing well. And they still do, the MSNB stuff. They're going to go after Trump from the time they wake up to the time they go to bed every single day of the week. That's what they do. Someone is just dying to take him down. I mean, that's all the mainstream media wants to do. It's just completely just in any way, shape, or form, just do him dirty. They want Trump gone. They want him out. They want him discredited. They want him impeached. They want him gone. That's what they're all about. But CBS is now going to be the new actual watchdog, and they're going to tell the truth. I might even tune in tomorrow. I'm serious. Oh, no, that would be Monday. What's tomorrow? It happened to me. It finally happened to me. Tomorrow's freaking Friday. My wife was asking me about watching the Steeler game tonight. I'm like, whoa. Today's Thursday. And that's why every day that I've been in this week, which has been every day, I've reminded you what day it is. Today is Thursday. 866-391-1020. Paul Alexander with you in for Colin on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times, but when you need us, we are here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's President of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, John McCabe.
Army First Class Lucian Piotrowski of Beaver County was awarded the Silver Star Medal for Gallantry in Action on the Holo Islands in the Philippines on 10 May 1945. PFC Piotrowski and his patrol were advancing along a dense trail with limited visibility when they encountered an enemy ambush. 3 men were wounded under the heavy machine gun and mortar fire. Despite personal danger, PFC Piotrowski succeeded in putting the enemy machine gun out of action. His courage and coolness in action made it possible for the patrol to evacuate the wounded and withdraw without further casualties in the face of heavy enemy fire.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. Visit soldiersandsailorshall.org for more information.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander in for Colin. On New Year's Day 2026. Love to hear your predictions. Love to hear that little sounder that reminds me it's time to check in with David Bolorado. He is at our news center. What's coming up at 5 o'clock, David?
Well, Paul, the old year ends with a deadly shooting in Westmoreland County and 2 separate shootings to start the new year in the city of Pittsburgh. We'll have more on these cases coming up at 5 on News Radio KDKA.
And that was a little jarring, but I liked it. It woke me right up to the subject at hand, and that was David Bolorado's news tease. So we got that in there. But again, it's fun to be reminded what day of the week it is, because a lot of people have no idea. And I thought that was hilarious today. My wife said, well, you'll be home in time for the Steeler game, right? And I'm like, well, yeah, on Sunday. On Sunday I will. But then I kind of fell for it myself right there, thinking I'm going to watch, the launch of CBS's new anchor tomorrow. How would I think tomorrow was Monday? That's bad. Well, it's not bad. It's just reality of this time of the year. That's what it is. But could you imagine? Now, here's my dream. Here is my dream. And sadly, I'll also give you my prediction. My dream is that this launch and this attempt to kind of put the toothpaste back in the tube and have media do their jobs again, telling the truth, pursuing the truth, exposing the truth. That's my dream, that CBS, that's what they're saying they're going to do. Now, unfortunately, and here's the part that you have to, if you go one layer deep into this, CBS is admitting they've been lying to you, that they haven't been doing their jobs, that there's a reason you don't trust them. That when you come out and say that you're going to do that, aren't you actually saying that you haven't been? I think so. I mean, isn't that a deductive, reasonable thought that, well, if they're now going to tell the truth, they're not going to kowtow to the corporations or the lobbyists or the politicians. and they're going to finally tell the truth, what does that tell you? Hello there. Hello there. Is anyone out there? Do you see what they're actually, and this is what I've been beating this drum every time I get on the airwaves here. I talk about why I got into this crazy business and what it means to me, and what I think you should always be cognizant of is what all you should pursue is the freaking truth. Go tell the truth. And the fact that CBS is now coming out and saying publicly, and they're putting on a new anchor. They cleaned out, they've cleaned out the swamp of a newsroom or whatever. They're saying it. Hey, we know you don't trust us. But here's the saddest part of all to me. What viewership has become in terms of news is we want to follow the propaganda that we believe. If you're a Trumper, you're all over Fox, man, all day, every day. You don't even think of an opposing opinion because they're telling you what you want to hear. They're telling you that Trump is the best, everything he does is great, and there's no wrong can be done by Donald Trump. If you're watching MSNBC and CNN, you're like, yep, that Trump's a pig, he's a jerk, he's an idiot. We're going after him. This network's going after him. Anything he does, we're going to ridicule, we're going to rip, we're going to tear down. And we're going to try our best to rid ourselves of Donald Trump. So if you're watching CNN and MSNBC or whatever other, even, the mainstream media for that, you watch a Trump press conference, and if you have the guts, I mean, if you want to actually, hey, am I that foolish that I'm looking at news and I realize now it's not really news? Are you that naive, or are you just, you're on board willingly that you love Trump and you want to watch Fox, and you hate Trump and you want to watch everyone else? I mean, that's pretty much where you fall in this, paradigm. That's just the way it is. But here's CBS, and to me, this is revolutionary. They just came out and said, we know you don't trust us because we don't tell you the truth. Wow. I mean, that's an indictment on the industry that I've been talking about forever. Forever. Wow. I just want to know how many of you care. Because, in A Few Good Men, our man Jack Nicholson said, you can't handle the truth. And I think there's so much truth to that. If you're a big Trumper, I'm sure there's a lot of truth you can't handle about him. That you would just be like, no, he didn't do that. No, he wouldn't do that. He didn't do that. And I know on the other side of things now, seeing the denial and all the nonsense with what's going on in Minnesota, yeah. When you start seeing where your tax dollars have gone, to the people that you support and the people, on the left, I mean, Walz was your guy. He was going to be your vice president. He was your guy. Yeah. Now you find out he's the guy that is behind, or at least allowing, billions of dollars of taxpayers' money to go illegally to Somali fake daycares, among other things. Not to mention the Medicare and Medicaid fraud that goes on there. Another citizen journalist supposedly found another Somali daycare that was a faux daycare in Columbus, Ohio. Supposedly another group has found $70 billion worth of stolen taxpayers' money in California. But that's the truth probably that you don't want to hear and you probably can't handle because that's your side. Those are your people. That's why none of them are my people. None of them are my people. You know who becomes my people? A guy like John Fetterman that won't go along, who won't be a sheep when it comes to really horrific ideas that the Democratic Party wants to, we want everybody on board with this. This is what we're doing. And Fetterman goes, no, I'm not doing that. I don't believe in that. And right when Trump got elected, you know what Fetterman did? Went and met with him in the White House. And from that point forward, man, the entire Democratic Party, they want rid of Fetterman. They were trying to say he was unfit to serve. Because they don't want people to tell the truth in their party. Think about that. What was Fetterman's crime? Trying to get more power for Pennsylvania, more favor for Pennsylvania by meeting with Donald Trump. Mike in the South Hills, I need to ask you to stay through the news because I got to get out for a quick break. David Ballarado, news top of the hour. Mike, straight out of the break, if he hangs in there. It's the Paul Alexander Show, filling in for Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. You want a new physical therapy experience? You want a treatment plan centered on you? Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, is spelled different, because they are different. Monroeville Physical has new technology and an expert staff to give you a personalized experience to get you back to loving your life. Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200. They help me dramatically love physical. Check it out.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 20 degrees at 5 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. A Hempfield Township man is accused of killing another after telling police he found that man with his wife last night. This happened around 8:30 last night. Police say 30-year-old Robert Noggle told them he killed James Thomas with a Glock 19, firing the gun about 10 times. The Trib reports that Thomas was pronounced dead at the scene. Noggle is now being held without bond and has a preliminary hearing on the 14th. Police are investigating two unrelated shootings in the city that took place early today. Police arrived on the 8,000 block of Bennett Street in the East Hills Homewood area around 7:30 this morning and found an adult woman suffering from gunshot wounds to the thigh. Earlier, police were sent to the 1,000 block of Constant Street in East Allegheny just after midnight, also finding a woman with a gunshot wound to the leg. Both unrelated victims are in the hospital in stable condition. The Violent Crimes Unit is investigating each of these cases. Allegheny County Police are using the new year to shine a spotlight on an unsolved murder from more than a year ago, hoping to finally get to the bottom of the killing of 42-year-old Matthew Bernard. Bernard was killed in December of 2024 at a Swissvale apartment on Dixon Street. Investigators say he was found there after the person living in the apartment asked a family member to check on a report of a home invasion there. County police say Bernard was known to visit the apartment. They're asking anyone who has information on this case to contact their tip line at 1-833-ALL-TIPS. AP's Ed Donahue reports on expired health care credits.
Enhanced tax credits that have helped Americans offset the cost of Affordable Care Act health insurance for the last 4 years expired overnight. It will mean higher health care costs for millions of Americans. President Trump says the ACA or Obamacare is unaffordable.
They're going to have a tremendous increase in premiums, which is Obamacare, which is them, the Democrats' fault. They'll try and blame Republicans. It has nothing to do with us. It's the Democrats' fault.
The president wants the money to go to the people, not insurance companies.
And everybody loves it. It's become our issue.
This is Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal.
The American people are not dumb.
they see that these sham proposals for healthcare savings accounts and tax credits are simply a ruse and a sham by Republicans.
A House vote on subsidies is expected this month that could offer another chance, but success is far from guaranteed. I'm Ed Donahue.
Zoran Mamdani was sworn in as New York City's mayor at midnight. The 34-year-old became that city's 112th mayor and its first Muslim mayor. He took the oath of office underground at the abandoned Old City Hall subway station and named former Department of Transportation Director Mike Flynn to be his new DOT commissioner. He said he wants to make New York's public transit the envy of the world.
It will require someone who's experienced, who is fluent in the landscape as it is, and who is ambitious and imaginative towards the landscape as it could be.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. It's a hockey night in Pittsburgh. The Red Wings visit the Pens for a 7 p.m. start. In the Rose Bowl right now, the Hoosiers are still leading the Crimson Tide right now by a score of 10-0. That game is in the second quarter. Earlier today, Oregon advanced to the semifinals after its Orange Bowl win over Texas Tech. KDK Radio News Time 5:03. If you're injured, time to hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan. Dial Pound Law for the people. Right now it's 20 degrees in Pittsburgh. The AccuWeather forecast is coming up next.
Hi, I'm Tom Connors. Went to Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar February 6, 2019. Nothing worked before. Left there and never smoked again. Amazing. Easy, affordable, and guaranteed. A year later, with my wife Michelle, attended Mark Patrick's weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day and nothing worked until Mark Patrick hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food, crazy, enjoying exercising. Who would have believed Mark Patrick hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again, my blood pressure went down, and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Stop smoking, lose weight now without cravings, irritability, or your money back. Only $59.99. Join Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar and lose the weight. Stop smoking, feel great for only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Plenty of clouds tonight with some flurries around, a low of 16. Now tomorrow will still be a cold day with some sunshine, high 27. Mostly cloudy into Saturday with a high of 28. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Fire doesn't wait, and neither should you. When disaster strikes, call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Hour number 3 of 4. Paul Alexander with you in for Colin today. Happy New Year. What's driving me right now is, I don't know, I hope they're not hollow, but CBS is out to re-earn your trust and do news again. Do you not understand that CBS just basically called out the entire news industry by saying, you know what, we're actually going to do news again? I love every second of that. Let's just see if it happens. Let's go to Mike in the South Hills. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how you doing there, young man?
I'm good. How are you?
If I was any better, you'd be mad at me.
No, I don't get mad at anybody. I get even. I don't get mad. I get even.
That's a good one. You know, I just got up from my nap, and I'm listening to you talk about CBS, and I'm thinking, oh, no, I'm still sleeping. That's a dream. You know, I've been referring to the media as the fake media since the early 90s.
Wow, let's see, early 90s. Has it been that bad that long?
Yes.
Damn.
If you had any reason to do any research or amateur investigating, it probably went back even further.
Wow.
Let me give you an example of where the media failed and dropped the ball on exposing one of the biggest stories of, I would say, the 20th century anyway. Remember when the Boston Globe did the story, then they turned it into a movie on Spotlight, or the movie Spotlight or something on the clergy sex abuse?
Oh, yeah, my goodness.
All right.
So many great stories and movies have been made about that since, but you're right. I mean, they were afraid to expose the horrific acts of the Catholic Church. They were scared to death.
Well, let me explain something to you. It happens to be an area where I have a certain amount of expertise.
Okay.
What they had done, they had developed a template for exposing any major city, any archdiocese or diocese where this was taking place. They were even coached by a former priest, and I can't think of his name because he had passed away. But every diocese publishes a book that keeps track of where the priests are for whatever reason. They were able to analyze that book, and what they used was the term, when it said was a priest was on leave, was on medical leave.
Oh,
those were the code words for this guy is in St. Luke's down in Maryland. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
And that's how they were able then to then do research and go into the parishes and all that and put this whole thing together. Now that you have the template, you don't even need an entire thing like the Post-Gazette or any major newspaper to do this. You could have developed a team of skilled journalists and given all the research work to university students, either on the master's level or seniors working on their bachelor's. But they failed. They walked away from it.
Damn.
Can I give you another tip?
Sure.
Anybody out there? Now, you remember when UPMC and Highmark were feuding like the two families from West Virginia.
Oh, yeah, the McCoys or whatever. Yeah, I know who you mean.
Yeah, the McCoys and the Hatfields.
Yes, Hatfield and McCoys, that's it. So we each got one. That was pretty good cooperation there. I had one, you had the other. That works.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, are you looking for a partner? What do you call a sidekick on
a co-host, yeah.
Radio?
Come hang with me. Absolutely, Mike.
Anyway, they were feuding to the point where they were so close to refusing to honor each other's insurance that my doctor decided to go independent.
Wow.
A lot of doctors did at that point.
Back when you
But what
could.
happened?
You can't get away with that now.
Yeah, but what happened? Governor Shapiro came in on his white horse,
Mm-hmm.
and he said, fellas, settle or else.
Okay.
In other words, he had the goods on them. And you know what those goods were?
I'm sure some tax problems or some financial issues that were out there. No, what was it? What was? Well, I want to hear this badly.
And I can give you proof on this. He was the one who had the grand jury investigation on clergy sex abuse. He knew everything that went on, including when hospitals counseled victims of clergy sex abuse that maybe they should just go home, that maybe they didn't need treatment.
Are you serious?
That maybe...
So they covered it up.
Yes. And he knew that. Now, let me go one step further. Because when politicians try to cover things up, if they have anything that resembles a conscience, they try to make it work. I believe it was 2 weeks before maybe 3 weeks before, the Pennsylvania legislature passed a new law that said, and follow me on this,
Okay.
a college student, a high school student, whatever, would automatically receive amnesty and could not be prosecuted if during any type of sexual abuse they had committed a crime. In other words, if a Catholic priest was giving a kid drugs, if a Catholic priest was giving a kid drugs on a Pitt campus and went on to abuse him or her, that student could not be kicked out of the University of Pittsburgh. Do you follow me?
Yes. This is troubling.
Yeah, well, it isn't. I can give you the name of the student who that happened to. I can give you the name of the priest who that happened to. I can give you the name of the emergency room where that happened. And on top of that, I can send you a copy of the report from the Attorney General's office that states this priest drugged a student.
Jeez.
Okay? Drugged a student. The student called the 911, ran down at least 2 flights of stairs into the EMTs. He was transported to a hospital. In the old days, I would say they refused to give him treatment, but they're not allowed. So what happens is they send in a social worker when the parents were summoned, and they counsel them and say, you know, this could get awkward. Your son could be kicked out of the University of Pittsburgh because they were using drugs and drinking beer.
Oh, my God.
Please think about this before you press any charges. And you want to know something else? Because I interviewed the victim. The priest who had drugged him came to the emergency room. The victim had the wherewithal to say, Father, go get my nurse. The nurse came in, and the victim said, this is the guy who did this to me.
Wow.
Get him out of here.
Wow.
Security wasn't called. The police were not called. And now you know the rest of the story.
Wow.
Governor Shapiro used what he gleaned in the
to make
grand
those two play nice together.
Investigation to make UPMC and Highmark settle.
That's unbelievable.
And I'm the next Nicky, what's his name, that's exposing the Somalias.
There you go. Citizen
Now,
journalist.
Wait a minute. Before we go any further, I swear to you that that is the absolute truth on my mother's grave. No journalist will ever do that.
If we've seen every, the Michael Keaton movie, I've seen a lot of different stories, a lot of different things, all based on true stories about, the unbelievable collusion and, just horrible, horrible behavior within the Catholic Church. I mean, that's all been exposed, and my goodness. And Mike, I got to run to a break, but man, that was scintillating.
I got one more story if you're interested. I don't mind holding on.
Okay, you hold on, and we'll get to you right out of the break. How about that?
All right, sir.
All right, we'll do that. We'll get back to Mike. He has another story. I'm fascinated by this because this is like big time corruption, big time. The governor of Pennsylvania gets involved. This is all good stuff from Mike. So, yeah, Mike with another story when we come back. It's the Colin Dunlap Show. Paul Alexander sitting in. Happy New Year, everyone, on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Ah,
the Internet, a place where your curiosity can flourish. Unless malware gets in the way, it's a place that can surprise you with phishing websites and trackers. The Internet is wonderful, but you must protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. TechRadar named it the #1 VPN in 2025. A single NordVPN account secures up to 10 devices. What else? This cybersecurity tool also encrypts your browsing. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. NordVPN scans the dark web to check that the information associated with your email address is not exposed. Just a few clicks and you're safer online. Browse with more peace of mind. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Let's head over to the KDKA Radio News Desk. That's where David Bolorado is standing by. David, what's coming up at 5:30?
Well, Paul, 2025 is behind us now. So what did the crime stats show for that year in Allegheny County? We'll take a closer look at those numbers coming up at 5:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Looking forward to David's newscast at 5:30. In the meantime, we head back to Mike. Okay, Mike, story number 2.
Opportunity. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, my friend.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Anyway, while I was going through this period of 35 years of trying to expose the church for its clergy abuse, I would receive calls from literally all over the United States based on my writings. A lot of people thought I was an attorney because I wrote so boldly.
Nice.
But also, attorneys actually posted some of my writings. But here's a story locally that you can check it out for yourself. I got a call from some people at St. Philip's, which I believe is in Crafton. It was from a woman. She was pretty shooken up about what had taken place there. And you're going to find this in areas where there were several priests who abused, and then they would replace them with another priest who actually abused.
Oh.
The problem that was at St. Philip's is, I believe it had to be a high school because this is the way the woman explained it to me. All the young ladies who went there went on to become very, very successful teachers with master's degrees, doctors, lawyers, you name it, they became it. Unfortunately for the boys, it was a little different. They turned out to be alcoholics, drug addicts, drifters. They couldn't stay out of rehab because they had been abused by priests. And I'm going to name 3 who were there. John Wellinger,